And hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. We are in day 2 and welcome everybody. We are happy that you are joining us today. Cindy Davidson, hello. Amber Fox, good morning to you. Kathy and Little Lulu, good to see you guys. And Kathy Davis and Kathy Smith. We got the Kathys with us today. C. Gilmore, good to see you. Lazy Boys, hello. Allie B, good to see you. Elizabeth Ann, Jennifer King, good morning. Melissa, good morning to you. Let's see, can I scroll back? Who was first in chat? Mary Fitz, you were first in chat. And then Sharon, and then Angel. Christine Fortunato, good to see you. Red Snap, welcome in. Amanda, hello. Tammy, Brat saying good morning. Richard, Sherry M, Mike, Deviant, good to see you. Sharon, Shore Life, happy Tuesday to you. Couldn't Karen Less, good morning everyone from California. Kickboxing Mom, good to see you. Karen, good morning. Green Eyed Cat, good to see you. Iowa Backyard, happy Tuesday to you. All right. Marlene, Daisy, Maddie's mom, Cherry, thank you guys. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. We have a seal, so let me go over here. Let's hope the audio is better today, right? I'm hoping the audio is better today, because the audio was a little challenging yesterday. So hopefully they've got their audio sorted out today. Let me get us up here. Hopefully their audio is a little bit better today. Well, hi. You making a surprise visit? Little one? Got little Riker here with me. Yeah, hi. Say hello to everybody. Hi. Yeah. Hi. I know. Good girl. Yes, I know. All right. Little Riker's saying good morning to everybody. All right, let's hope their audio is sorted out today in the court, because it was a little brutal yesterday. We had that high pitch hum. Now you want to come sit here? Okay. All right. We had a high pitch hum and then the echo. So, hey JRN, good to see you. William, good morning. Kelly, Mama C, and Anja, good morning to you. Lazy Boys, not blaming you for that. Well, I hope not. We were doing the best we could with our filters and what we could do on our end, but there's only so much you can do, you know. Hey Alice, good morning to you. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Cabbage Roll, good morning, welcome in. Trixie, good to see you. All right, stay out of my water. Let's see here. Lynn, have I ever explained how I came up with my name? I have, and I'll say it again. 13th juror, good morning to you. Barry, good to see you. Mama of 3. So it's not really too spectacular, but I'll tell you how I came up with it. So when Aaron and I first met, hi, can I have my water, please? Thank you. When Aaron and I first met, and I was taking a shower before work, and she heard a noise in the shower. And trust me, it's G-rated. It's not even PG-rated or R. So she heard a noise in the shower. She's like, "What are you doing?" So I showed her what I was doing, and what I do after every shower is I go like this, and I squeegee off. So I squeegee off the water. So so that kind of became this running joke between us, and because she of course told our coworkers, so then I became known as Squeegee, because I like to squeegee myself off before I towel dry myself. So then as we started our channel, and I was coming up with names, and I remember Judge Carroll from the Maya trial, and he was the tuft of justice. Remember, he had that little tuft of hair here, so he was the tuft of justice. So that was kind of the inspiration of Squeegee, the Squeegee of justice. And then it's just kind of morphed, I should say, into I keep a clean stream. I try to keep everything on the straight and narrow here. Try to keep our chat, what it is. So that's the backstory of the squeegee of justice. So, not too spectacular, but funny nonetheless. You're welcome, Lynn. You are welcome. Thank you for asking. Pammy, good morning to you. Thank you for joining. Come on in, everybody. Allison, we are doing well. Have a seat. Have a seat. Come on in and join us. Yeah, it's nothing too spectacular, but it's just funny. Bella, good morning to you. Tosh, good morning. Good morning. Shelly Beans, good morning to you. The page looks different today with the thumbs up sign. Did you all shuffle it? The page looks different with the thumbs up sign. What page? Which page? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Daisy. I need some context. Hey 4M, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, all kinds of new folks joining us. Really appreciate it, you guys. Narcoleptic, good to see you. Rise and shine. It's Trial TV Live time. Nice. Trixie, you squeegee your shower doors. Yeah, you know. Rainbow Rabbit Hole, good to see you. And the whole reason I do that is because living in South Florida, mold occurs when things are wet. Yes, we have AC, but still wet towels. So I try to get as much water off of me as possible before I dry myself off, and then that towel just sits there and gets moldy. So that's kind of where it comes from. Lazy Boys, your cat is joining us. Cool. Hello, Lazy Boy's cat. Shore Life, what a day already. T. Gilmore, you put Rain-X on your shower doors. Works great. Right. All right. That's cool. Mimi, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Gained about 100 new subscribers. Yeah, we're up to 16,432. So thank you all you new subscribers. Please hit the like button as you come on in. We appreciate your support and joining us today as we're picking up on day 2. Day 2. Is that flannel I'm wearing today? Nah. No, Allie B, it is not flannel. All of YouTube looks a little different today, or our eyes, does it look different? I haven't even noticed. Trixie, I haven't even noticed. Rainbow says, my son lives in Florida. He ran a dehumidifier in his bathroom and had to empty it a lot. Yeah. Yeah, no, we have one as well. Hey, Michelle, good morning. Red Snap, good morning to you. Hazel, good to see you. Have a seat. Settle in, settle in. Allie's going to get demoted. No. We won't demote Allie for that. Kelly, YouTube did an update, so things are moving around. Oh, things have moved around. Okay, good to know. Sherry's saying things look the same to you. YouTube sneaks updates, Barry is saying. Bama, I use furniture polish liquid gold on your shower doors. All right, good to know. All right, we should be starting in about 5 minutes, the top of the hour, which is 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Hey, Andrielle, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, my YouTube looks the same too, Richard. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Are you guys on your phone? You're talking about an update on your phone? I haven't updated my phone. Let's see. I do have updates. I'm not going to do them right now, but do I have a YouTube update? I try to update my phone like every week. I do have a YouTube Oh, yesterday I have an update. All right, so I'll have to see what happens. Excuse me. I do have an update on my phone, so I'll see. Is that where you guys are seeing it? All right, is that where you guys are seeing it? Hey, John. Good morning to you. Joe and Jedi Platypus. Hope everyone had a brilliant evening. Snowcat, good morning. The internet is wacky today because Cloudflare is doing maintenance and many sites are crashing. Yeah, we have an ex-client that is having that experience. Kathy, cats are clanging their dishes, need food. Yep. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate that. Richard says both phone and computer looks same for you. Hey, Joy, good morning. How's everyone doing? Nobody ever chats with me, the person from Lost in Space. Well, I hope we do. I hope we say hello to you and chat with you. Couldn't care less. That's funny. Let me guess. Is that a Karen Reed reference, or is that another Karen reference? Sure Life. At least the seal looks pretty straight. Yeah, it looks straight, and it actually looks like, like a proper, bronze steel. Some of those seals we've seen are like brutal. This one looks somewhat okay. All right, so yesterday we heard from 5 witnesses. Timothy Hicks, father, discovered his son and his daughter-in-law. Just absolutely heart-wrenching. He was there with his wife and his daughter. Officer Matthew Brown, first responder. There's some body cam that they showed, but obviously did not show the worst of it. Sergeant Mark Gasquet, crime scene supervisor. And then we had a detective who did not want to be video, and luckily we heard audio, because originally they said no audio for him. So we heard from him. We did not see him. They were protecting his identity. He interviewed the Lances. So he interviewed Matthew's parents, the Lances. And then we heard from the medical examiner, Dr. Schra. She was a little hard to understand, because that's when the audio got echoey, and she wasn't. It was just hard to hear her. But there were, basically both Justin and Amber got shot in the head, in the face, but that was like the last shot. But they got shot in Amber got shot in the forearm, and then it went through and hit her in the thigh. She got shot in the abdomen. Justin got shot. He had 3 wounds. He got shot in the head, in the right arm, and then in the abdomen. So, just absolutely terrible. Hey, Happy Hermit. Good to see you. Barry asks, I wonder if that detective does a lot of undercover work. I would think so, right? Why else would you want to hide your... Oh, here we go. All right, no audio yet. Hey, Kelly, what led them to the suspect? I missed it. That is... we showed a couple videos at the beginning of yesterday. Matthew, 2 days after he shot the Hicks, he broke into another home, and he assaulted an officer there, and that put him on their radar, and then they tracked him from there. Daisy, when they captured Matthew at the house, did they end up having... No, it ended up being at his dad's house, at their house next door to the Hickses. Carol, you're from South Florida, but originally from Connecticut. Well, welcome in. Aaron and I spent a lot of time in South Florida. That's where we met. Happy Hermit, no DP. There is, but it is not on the table. All right, we don't have any audio, which really stinks, you guys. Sorry. Beth, recently new to your channel. Really appreciate your approach to covering the trials in the community. Well done. Thank you, Beth. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And welcome in. I don't know why we don't have audio. Let me just make sure it's not us. Hold on. Yeah, no. It's not us. So that we've gone from having bad audio yesterday to absolutely horrific audio today, because we don't have audio. Let me check another source. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. Let's see if they have audio here. Nope, they don't even have the stream up. Oh, wait, here, let me go over here. Okay, we have audio over here. Hold on, you guys. Let me switch us out. These channels are just dry. They're going to drive me to drink. All right, hold on.
Nor should there be any.
All right,
pictures taken during the course of these proceedings. Again,
give me a moment. Let's rewind here. They're going to drive me to drinking. All right, hold on. Let's just get this sorted out. I got to come over here. All right, just one moment. All right, here we go.
As we are waiting, again, I just want to remind everyone that phones should be turned off unless you are with the media and have been granted permission by the court. There should be no audio or video recordings, nor should there be any photographs taken. For those who are on Zoom, unless you are media, same rules apply. The Zoom is a courtesy, and so all of the court rules apply. There should be no audio or video recordings, nor should there be any pictures taken during the course of these proceedings. Again, if anybody needs to take a phone call, text, or send emails, just ask that you please step out, and then you can come back in. Also, again, and I do recognize that this is a very emotional time for many of the people that are here today, and so emotions are human, and so if you feel overcome with emotion or feel that you can't contain yourself, just ask that you step outside and come back in. We're happy to have you come back in. But again, just being mindful that there is court going on in other courtrooms on the floor, and so just want to be respectful of those proceedings as well. Want to ensure that everybody who is before the court, in whatever courtroom, in whatever proceeding, has an opportunity to be heard and to not have any interference with that. Great, I think we're good. All right, good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I am the presiding judge for this criminal trial of the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, case number 2200922. We are present here in the open courtroom, present in the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Mary. The state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. And then we're going to continue with the state's presentation of evidence. Is there anything that we need to put on the record, any procedural that we need to discuss, or any matters that need to be taken up with the court before we proceed?
Get some time this morning to do some exhibits so we can move on.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. Nothing to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Stephen Sinatra.
Please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Do you have a seat for me? And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Stephen, STEPHENSINATRA.
Great, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you employed?
I'm employed with Cobb County Police.
What is your role?
Right now, I'm a sergeant with the patrol division.
Oh. Prior to today or now, what were you doing back in 2021?
I was working with the Crimes Against Persons Unit in the Major Crimes Bureau.
I do want to remind those who are on Zoom that you need to remain muted unless you are specifically directed to speak by the court or asked by one of the attorneys. Again, please mute your devices. We're getting feedback into the courtroom, and if we continue to get feedback, again, Zoom is a courtesy. We will have to turn the Zoom off, and the court does not want to do that because I know there are people who want to observe, but we cannot have any interference from those who are on Zoom during these proceedings. I apologize, AD agreed, may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Were you a detective with the Major Crimes Division?
I was.
And were you involved in this investigation involving the murders of Timothy and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
Did you respond to the scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
And was your supervising sergeant at that time Sergeant Mark Gasky?
Yes.
All right. During the course of your time on scene, did you assist with the collection of 3 shell casings?
I did.
Okay. Why is it that you were specifically assisting with the collection of those 3 casings?
At the time that I was a detective, I was also the task force officer with ATF, and we were going to send those casings away to retrieve DNA, and so I collected them in a manner that was consistent with collection procedures to be able to obtain DNA.
Okay. And was that somewhat different than the normal collection procedures when you're sending something off to GBI?
Yes.
All right. Why specifically were y'all using ATF's crime lab in this case?
They were a resource afforded to us because of the TFO position that I held at the time, and the lab was more thorough than our normal GBI testing.
Were they also able to expedite this in a substantial way?
Yes.
And is that because at the time this was we did not have a known perpetrator back on November 18th of 2021?
Correct.
Right. Prior to testifying this morning, did you have the opportunity to open States Exhibits 602, 603, and 604 that were tendered yesterday?
I did.
Okay. And did you open those in the presence of Defense Counsel, Mr. Jimmy Berry?
Yes.
Within those packages of States Exhibits 602, 603, and 604, were there smaller manila envelopes?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize both the smaller envelopes as well as the larger envelopes?
Yes.
Are those in fact the casings that you specifically collected and packaged for the ATF on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
All right. And I know you said that there was a specific manner to collect them when you knew you wanted to test them for DNA. What is that manner or method?
The manner is opening a sterile swab, basically turning it around and using the wooden end to pick up the shell casing, and then placing it inside a smaller envelope and sealing it immediately.
Very good. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you first State 602 on the screen here. Is this both the larger package and smaller package that you assisted packaging for ATF?
Yes.
All right, and if I zoom in here down at the bottom, what type of casing was this?
9mm caliber, and the manufacturer's SIG. SIG.
Now looking at State 603 here, both the larger package and then also zooming into the smaller package here. What type of casing was in 603?
9mm caliber, and same manufacturer of SIG.
And here where we have the name Howell, who was Howell?
That's Jennifer Howell, the crime scene technician at the time.
Was she working under the direction of Sergeant Mark Gasky?
Yes.
Finally looking at 604 here, and then zooming into the smaller manila envelope. What type of casing was the third casing collected from 5059 Verbena?
Caliber 9mm manufacturer SIG.
And then finally, during the course of gathering these items for potential DNA evidence, did you send your own buccal swabs in?
I did.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that?
That is for elimination purposes because during collection, sometimes there's inadvertent transfer of DNA, so that way the lab is able to distinguish DNA.
Now, when you use a sterile swab, are you also using gloves?
Correct.
Okay, so do you take measures to prevent your DNA from actually transferring onto items of evidence?
Yes.
Out of an abundance of caution, do you then also send your own buckles in the event that somehow your DNA did inadvertently end up on these casings?
Yes.
Right, and was that all collected and sent to ATF as well?
Yes.
Right. Give me just a moment. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant.
More, sir.
A couple of questions. Was there anything gleaned from the DNA, any DNA off the cartridges?
I just collected the casing, sir. I'm not sure. I was the main case agent.
Okay, so you just did the collection, but you don't know whether anything was ultimately found?
Yes, sir. I just did the collection.
Okay. Were there any other items that you collected when you were on the scene back on November the 18th?
No, sir. The only things that I had my hands on specifically was the shell casings, which I collected in this particular manner, and then everything else was done by the crime scene technician, to my knowledge.
Okay. And crime scene unit didn't give you anything to have tested by any other lab or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, thank
All right,
you.
may this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right, okay.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I know.
You have mentioned Mrs. Sergeant, Sergeant Mark Gasky, and the one that I brought. Okay, here it is. Okay.
Thank you. All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Ronson Smith.
Someone in your office about to get him.
He stepped into the restroom. I don't think he realized how short the first witness was.
So the great Jan remains standing this morning.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Please have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name of the record.
It's Ronson Smith, and it's spelled R-O-N-S-O-N, and the last name is Smith, common spelling S-M-I-T-H.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department as a reserve police officer.
What does it mean to be a reserve police officer?
I have retired in 2017 and returned in 2019 to a position that I had occupied prior to my retirement.
So do you still do detective work?
I do.
All right, and what unit are you assigned to?
Overall, the umbrella of the major crimes unit, more specifically to the technology-based crimes unit.
Wonderful. And the technology-based crimes unit, I know you said you were in that position before retirement and returned to it. So how many years total have you worked? Oops. Okay.
Okay, so
can re-ask the question. All right, so you said that you were previously in a division prior to retirement and then returned to that same division. How many years total have you been with the technology-based crimes unit?
Since 2009, so
15, 16 years, something like that? And what are your primary job responsibilities with the technology-based crimes unit?
primarily I'm in there for forensic video analysis and acquisition, and up until recently I was doing mobile device forensics and some light computer forensics.
All right, very good. I want to focus with this case on the forensic video acquisition and analysis. What does that mean?
It's a scientific approach and methodology to making evaluation of recording systems and the footage that's recovered from surveillance systems, comparisons in some cases, and examining those systems to make sure they're operating correctly.
Did you start your focus in this area of forensic video acquisition and analysis prior to joining the technology-based crimes unit in 2009?
Yes, from 1998 until 2009, I was a member of the major case unit, robbery and homicide. And this forensic video analysis and acquisition came as a result of my casework in there. In 2002, I introduced to the Cobb County Police Department an idea that we could do better with surveillance video that we were receiving. And at that time, I promoted the idea of purchasing a nonlinear video editing suite of tools and hardware.
I'm sorry, repeat that. Non-linear.
Nonlinear video editing suite of tools. We did make that purchase, and I was trained with that vendor that we made the purchase from, and then began an introduction into the training and the utilization of those tools. That was in the video cassette days, when surveillance video was not digital, and then have progressed into current day technology with digital surveillance.
You've referenced some training that you've had. Approximately how many hours of training have you received in the field of forensic video acquisition and analysis over the years?
I would say over 200 hours. Much of it early on I didn't necessarily keep up with, but there were some of that is vendor training, and some of it is technical training through organizations such as the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. Acronym for that is LEVA. They're one of the primary areas for receiving training. Attended a couple of their conferences, 2002 and 2003. These are week-long conferences usually with workshops in the evenings or on the weekend before the actual conferences start. So it's a number of hands-on type training situations. Plus reading the vendors' work and the scientific working group on imaging is also a good resource for learning these skills.
Excellent. You've also referenced that you promoted the suite of tools for Cobb County Police Department to use. Is there a specialized tool that's more prominent today that you use when conducting forensic video acquisition and analysis?
Yes. Currently there's a Axon, the company Axon has purchased what was a tool that we had bought at Cobb County called Input Ace, and now Axon has purchased that company. It's now called Investigate Pro, and it's a suite of software that we still use for digital surveillance video analysis.
And is that suite of tools from Investigate Pro approved by industry standards such as LEVA?
It does meet industry standards.
Now, the steps in acquiring video and analyzing video and the results that you achieve thereof, are those able to be repeated by somebody who has your same training and skill?
Yes, it's one of the goals when I approach a case is that any work product as a result of my analysis, that work product could be repeated by someone with my same skill set and the same software or hardware.
How many hours of your time currently is spent with forensic video acquisition and analysis?
Pretty much 100% of my time. I don't work full time. It is a part-time job, but basically 29 hours a week.
And have you spent roughly 29 or more hours a week on this focus since about 2009?
Well, from 2009 until my retirement, it was
Full-time.
split between mobile device forensics and forensic video analysis, but and that was full time. Since I've been back, so only when my time is more limited.
Sure. How many cases have you handled that have involved forensic video acquisition and analysis, approximately?
Well, into the hundreds. I've calculated at one point some years ago about 125 cases a year when I was full time. I don't necessarily log each one, but as a primary function, it's hundreds.
How many hours of video have you acquired and analyzed over the course of your career?
Well, each one of those cases, and in many circumstances, the casework may involve a single system, but that's fairly unusual. It usually leads to the need for pulling video from other sources. In so many cases, may contain 5, 10, 20 locations where you've pulled video from, whether it's pertinent or not to the case, but it's thousands of hours.
Have you ever been tendered as an expert in video acquisition and analysis?
I have.
Okay, how many times?
Dozens.
And does that include here in Cobb County?
It does, primarily for Cobb County.
Judge, we have no problem tendering him as an expert, if you'd like to take.
Wonderful. We'll go ahead and tender him as an expert in forensic video acquisition and analysis.
Okay, and so Detective Smith will be treated as an expert in the forensic video analysis and acquisition.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, as part of you, were you involved in this investigation of the murders of Justin and Amber Hicks?
I was.
What was your primary function in this investigation?
It is normally the case where I will learn of these types of incidents normally the day after, and I'll be briefed on circumstances or needs where they believe that I may be able to fulfill a role. In this case, it was the role of determining if there were surveillance video that could play a role in determining potentially access and egress from the location of the crime, and for any vehicles or persons that might be seen in the area.
In this particular case, did you, along with other detectives, conduct a canvass of the residential neighborhood?
A canvass was conducted, yes, and I did participate in that.
And as a result, were surveillance videos or surveillance video footage recovered from a number of residences?
Yes, video was recovered from several locations.
Your Honor, at this time, per the stipulation, the state is going to tender State's Exhibit 462. In stipulation number 5, it reads that State's Exhibit 462 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 581 Delphinium Boulevard, Acworth, Georgia 30102. The state is also going to move to tender State's 463. Per stipulation number 6, it reads, State's Exhibit 463 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 5064 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia 30102. The state is also moving to tender State's Exhibit 464 per stipulation 7. State's Exhibit 464 is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video footage recovered from 5050 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia 30102. So we're moving on States 462, 463, and 464.
Defense?
That's correct, Judge. We've got an opportunity to use those, and that's per stipulation.
Great, thank you. State's Exhibits 462, 463, and 464 as stipulated in paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 are admitted.
Thank you very much, Runner. Now, Detective, did you recognize the addresses I just named?
I did.
All right, and have you personally gone through and analyzed the surveillance footage recovered from those 3 locations?
I have, yes.
In doing so, did you create smaller clips of pertinent timeframes?
Yes, I did.
All right, and prior to testifying, did you have the opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 465 called Concatenated Surveillance Video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you recognize all of these smaller clips contained within that folder on the state's master drive?
Yes.
Are all of those video clips, did all of those originate from State's Exhibit 462, 463, and 464, the complete surveillance videos from those 3 addresses?
Yes.
At this time, State moves to tender States 465 into evidence, and for the record, within States 465, they are labeled A through O.
Move to adjourn. Okay. State's Exhibit 465 as labeled A through O are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, Detective, I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 475 through 478. I know you looked at these prior to testifying, but they were not numbered at the time, so I'll give you another opportunity.
Yes, I recognize them as the same images I looked at earlier.
Okay, and these images, are these maps?
Yes.
And do these maps include the addresses where surveillance video was acquired?
Yes, they do.
And then are those fair and accurate maps showing this general neighborhood and area in addition to the addresses in which you acquired video?
Yes.
State moves to tender States 475 through 478. Any objection?
No, Your Honor, we view those.
Thank you. States 475 through 478 are admitted.
And may I publish these, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so we are going to start with States Exhibit 475 here. You have your little TV in front of you as well, Detective. So in States 475, what are the 2 addresses that are identified on this map?
5059 Verbena Drive and 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
And the 5059 Verbena address, whose residence was that?
The Hicks residence at the time.
And then the 600 Delphinium, what was the significance of that
It's
address?
the Lanz residence at the time.
And despite the Lanz residence having a Delphinium Boulevard address, what street did their driveway come off of?
On Verbena Drive.
And then the Hicks's residence, where is their driveway located?
On Verbena.
And so is that where I'm indicating the 2 driveways on Verbena?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, since we are going to see some footage kind of further up the street, I want to look at States 476 here. Are you, I know it's not pinned, but do you also still see 5059 Verbena and 600 Delphinium?
Yes.
If you travel north up Verbena, were there any other addresses of interest where we will be seeing surveillance video?
I believe 5064 Verbena Drive is visible in that, just out of the curve.
Okay, right here.
I believe so.
Okay, and so it's on the opposite side of the street as our two primary residences.
It is.
Okay. And then kind of to really get our bearings here, looking at states 477 here, what is the major roadway that these neighborhoods are, or this neighborhood is off of?
Bells Ferry Road.
Okay. Now from Bells Ferry Road, can you take Larkspur to get onto Verbena and make it down to the two addresses of interest?
Yes, you could.
Okay. And then is there also a way to access these addresses from Delphinium Boulevard?
Yes, Delphinium runs directly off of Bells Ferry.
And are those the two primary entry and exit points for Bells Ferry from this neighborhood? And then finally, jumping ahead a little, we will be looking at video from 581 Delphinium. Where is 581 Delphinium?
581 in this image is at the corner of Dahlia Way and Delphinium Boulevard.
Okay.
And in this image, on the upper or the northern side of the roadway.
Okay, and so is this where I'm pointing right here?
Yes, that is 5.
Okay, and so kind of similarly, despite that it has a Delphinium address, where does its actual driveway hit?
On Dahlia Way.
Okay. And going back just briefly to states 477 here. Let's see where. Oh, here we go. Okay. Although it's not marked, is this tiny little cul-de-sac?
Yes, that's Dahlia Way on the north side of the roadway.
Okay. And so if you cross Dahlia Way, can you make it back out onto Bells Ferry?
Yes.
Now that we have our bearings a little bit here, and I should go back briefly. We look at States Exhibit 475. What residence is directly across from the Hicks's residence?
5050 Verbena Drive has a driveway that is directly across the street from the 5059 Verbena Drive.
And is that one of the videos or one of the homes that you also obtained footage that we will be looking at?
Yes.
So now I want to move forward to the surveillance clips. Your Honor, do I have permission to start publishing these clips?
Yes, you may proceed.
These settings, I can see.
So looking here, starting at the very beginning, was there footage that you were able to review and analyze showing that Hicks actually arriving home on November 17th of 2021?
Yes, my initial video analysis was conducted on the video from 50/50 verbatim.
50/50, thank you.
And that footage, having been obtained, was on a drive, and it appeared to be a camera that stored the footage on an SD card. And from that SD card, the files were visible. And so I began reviewing, and 1906, I believe, was approximately the time when there was a vehicle, truck, that arrived at the Hicks address.
And how many individuals came out of that truck that arrived there at 1906?
There were 3 individuals, 2 adults, and a child.
And when we're saying 1906, is that 7:06 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So we will begin by publishing States 465A. That was the entirety of A. I should ask you, Detective, the timestamp that we can see in the bottom right quadrant of this video, was that an accurate timestamp?
I believe so, yes.
And Your Honor, while it's probably less pertinent for this video, it certainly would be helpful in the other videos if we turn down the lights a little, because the lighting can be difficult. And really just the ones near the TVs would be great.
Better? Keep going?
Yeah, there we go. All right, next we will publish States 465B, which is a continuation. State's now publishing 465C. and states 465D. So stop states 465D at 45 seconds, the timestamp on the video being 19:019:47. I'll go back once more to start states 465D zoomed in on the Hicks's vehicle. And I'll stop that at 32 seconds, the timestamp on the video being 19:019:34. Detective, was this, did you have any other footage of Justin, Amber, or Jacob alive through your analysis?
No, nothing that would actually, you could physically see them and it appeared to be them.
Nothing that showed their person?
Correct.
From there, what was the next time that you saw relevant video surveillance? What time frame?
The most relevant for the investigation was 21 or 9:21 p.m.
And before we get there, let me...
I apologize. At the residence or any?
Anywhere.
Okay, so 9:20. Yes, in the 9:20 hour.
And in military time, is that 9:21?
21:20. Yes.
Okay, very good. Before we get there, let me show you one other image. States 480 here. Do you recognize States 480?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize States 480?
This is a printout of a digital image that I produced for the purposes, and I felt it was important to have a daylight view of the camera view that we were able to obtain from the residents across the street from the Hicks residence, only because it kind of emphasizes the point we don't get to choose the camera placements. We don't get to choose what equipment is used, and we don't get to choose how someone chooses to cover their property with cameras. And in this case, it's unfortunate that this camera was behind, on the interior of a home, behind double pane glass and a screen, shooting out, covering their driveway. And for their purposes, for those residents' purposes, that was probably what they wanted in order to cover their property, maybe vehicles that they leave in their driveway. But it did create difficulties, and so I created this image to show a daylight view of the challenges of this video.
So this time state moves to tender States 480 into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
States 480 is admitted.
Sorry to be lying and switch over, but if we can, thank you. So just so that we see before getting too much further here, States 480, is that the video footage or the camera angle that we just observed in States 465A through D?
It is, and this obviously is a daytime view with probably the best lighting, early morning light, depicting the actual. Another indication was to show some of these, what was in the background, some of the landscape, some of the shrubbery, some of the trees, because in the nighttime images they are very, very difficult to depict or to pick out of the images.
And so this kind of speckling or pattern that we see overlaid on this image, is that from the screen that you described?
It is from an actual screen mounted on the outside of a double pane window, and this camera is actually somewhat kind of pressed up against the interior glass. What this doesn't depict is that at night, when there's ambient light from inside the house, actually on the extreme outsides of this image at night, there are additional challenges because of ambient light from inside the home, reflecting back against the glass captured by the recording.
And were we able to kind of see some of that in the footage that we observed A through D?
We will, yes, we were and we will be
And we'll
seeing
continue to,
that,
yes. Now, was that as detrimental to A through D showing the Hicks ride home?
It was not because of the abundance of light produced by the headlights, produced the fact that it's a large vehicle arriving, that lights were automatically turned on. The garage door ambient light is coming out into the driveway, so that creates a much clearer ability to see.
Will we see more difficulty as we go through the other footage?
We will.
All right, now kind of going back briefly to your expertise in this area, given the thousands of hours that you've observed surveillance footage systems, do you have a keen eye for things such as movement or objects or persons?
Yes.
And to be clear for the court, in terms of any persons seen on any of the following surveillance clips that we're going to show, are you able to definitively make any form of person identification?
No.
Are you able to see human beings?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if we can switch back over to the computer here. We will continue with State's Exhibit 465E. Now before, let's see, I'm going to pause it first at 00 on the video. The timestamp of the video is 21:20 and 20 seconds. Now that timestamp that we see in the upper left corner of the video footage, was that an accurate timestamp?
Yes, it was.
And this view that we see here, I'm not going to switch back to the map right this moment, but where was this home located?
5064 Verbena Drive.
Was that the residence that if you traveled north on Verbena, you would see it on the
Opposite
right
side of the roadway from the Hicks and Lanz residence, yes.
All right, very good. And so on this image where I paused it, we can see a roadway just past this this residence's driveway. Which roadway is that?
That is Verbena Drive.
And if you see a vehicle moving on the screen from right to left, what direction would it be headed towards?
Towards the intersection of Verbena, on Verbena, towards Delphinium, which is a four-way stop.
All right, very good. And I think this video is about 1 minute and 47 seconds here. What is the purpose of this clip in State's Exhibit 465E?
I just wanted to check yes. I was checking the name of the clip to make sure. But yes, this is a combined clip from both this camera initially here at 5064 Verbena and then at 5050 Verbena. This showing the continuation not only of the first vehicle we will see, which was the Lanz vehicle, and the two following SUVs, which I believe continued on, and the reason for showing 50-50 in combination with this was that the two SUVs continue on Verbena Drive.
Okay, so ultimately, how many vehicles are going to drive past the camera at 5064 Verbena?
3.
Right, and then how many vehicles do you see past the camera at 5050 Verbena?
2.
What is the only intersection between 5064 Verbena and 5059 Verbena that Hicks' residence?
Delphinium Boulevard.
And so would the first vehicle that you see on past 5064 Verbena have to turn into either a residence or onto Delphinium to miss the 5050 camera?
Yes.
All right, so if we can now go ahead and publish State's Exhibit 465E. I'm going to pause the video with the timestamp of 21:20 and 29 seconds. We will talk about headlights and everything in just a moment, but first, to play this through, is this the first vehicle that you indicated, the first out of the 3?
Yes, this is a dark sedan, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, but just play it through. Pausing it with the timestamp of the video being 21:20 and 40 seconds. Is that the first SUV that follows the suspect vehicle?
It is.
Pause it again here with the timestamp of the video being 21:20 and 52 seconds. Is this the second SUV following the suspect vehicle?
It is.
Now pausing the video at 21:20 and 50 seconds. What camera have you now switched to in this combined video?
The camera located inside the upstairs window of the residence at 5050 Verbena, looking out over the driveway and the street.
And so looking directly across the truck there, what driveway is that?
That is the Hicks residence.
And then you can see at least a little bit of light here in this kind of area. What residence or street number is in that location?
Well, that is in the direction of the Lanz residence at 6. Look at with the address that's off of Delphinium, however, the driveway is located on Verbena.
So, don't necessarily know the property line, but is that the next property you get to? The 600 Delphinium from 5059?
It is.
So we'll continue to play this. We'll then circle back to it in a few minutes. Pausing the video at 21:21 and 11 seconds. Is this one of the SUVs previously seen passing 5064 Verbena?
Yes, I believe so.
Now pausing the video at 21:21 and 26 seconds. Is that the second SUV that passed the 5064 Verbena address?
Yes.
and that is the entirety of States 465E. Now, I know I've referenced the first vehicle. We've referenced it both as the Lanz vehicle as well as the suspect vehicle. Did you have an opportunity to look into the headlights and taillights of Mr. Lanz's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Was that vehicle brought to Cobb County Police crime shed?
It was at some point, and I simply requested that we make some photographs, hopefully from both ground level and elevated positions, simulating the height of the cameras in these residences.
So backing up just a little bit, at the time that you were able to do this, did police have custody of a vehicle known to belong to Mr. Matthew Lanz?
Yes.
All right, and what type of vehicle was that?
I do not recall the make and model.
That's okay. Was it SUV, sedan, truck?
It was a sedan.
And did you, when you went back while this vehicle was in police custody to take photographs, talk to the court a little bit more about your purpose in photographing the vehicle in terms of lighting, height, and so forth.
In the past, during some of the training that I've received, there had been the usage of, or the detailing of headlight signatures potentially being utilized for the purposes of understanding what vehicles are entering access or egress to an area that may be pertinent to any particular investigation. This is a technique that I have used in the past in Cobb County investigations. And I felt that it was significant in this case after I had noticed in playing back this footage and the footage from 581 Delphinium Boulevard, noticing some differences in the headlight pattern that was cast upon the ground by the headlamps. This is something that occurs particularly with older vehicles because over time we all know that we'll potentially have a headlamp go out, and when that's replaced, it may not be replaced with an exact matching headlight from the other side of the vehicle. It may be a different strength. There may be things that have occurred to the vehicle's body, frame, even slight bumping into a curb or into some fixed object may change or alter the position of a headlamp as it shines onto the ground. In this case, I had seen something that I felt like I wanted to see if it was recreated when we had the physical vehicle in the custody of the police, and I requested that they seek a warrant for the purposes of bringing that vehicle into a darkened area on our police campus at the time. And then I asked that a photographer have a ladder present where we might be able to simulate the height of these cameras that were mounted on the eaves of these homes, both on the home on Verbena, when I had found the vehicle, I believe to be the vehicle coming into the subdivision towards the scene of this crime, and then both on Delphinium Boulevard, the home that where the vehicle was leaving the area later. I was seeing something that I believed I might be able to identify.
And I know we haven't gotten to all of the surveillance clips yet, but in addition to seeing a particular vehicle, did you see some movement and changes in lighting in the same time period that were of interest to you?
Yes.
And is that part of why this particular vehicle stood out to you in all the surveillance clips?
Yes.
Right. And is that what then led to taking these photographs of Mr. Lanz's vehicle with dark lighting on the police campus?
Yes.
All right, once again, I know you already looked at these photographs prior to taking the stand, but they were not numbered, so I'm going to pass it back to you. This is states 642 through 656. If you'll make sure you recognize those.
Yes, I recognize stats 642 through 656.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of Mr. Lanz's vehicle that you had taken for purposes of observing the headlights and taillights?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 642 through 656 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, we've had an opportunity to view those.
Thank you. States 642 through 656 are admitted.
May I publish, please? Yes. So looking first at 642, is this the Matthew Lanz vehicle?
It is.
All right, state 643 here. What specifically were you capturing in this photograph?
Just a view from behind the vehicle as its tail lights are illuminated, the tag light illumination, and the front casting of the headlights.
And then looking at state 644, is this a zoomed in photograph showing the taillights?
It is, yes.
Looking at state 645, did you have someone inside the vehicle for purposes of using the taillights?
Yes, to illuminate, to confirm there was a third tail light that illuminated when the brake pedal was depressed.
Then looking at state 646, what are you showing kind of from the side view with the brake lights initiated?
Just a different angle.
Are we also seeing that in state 647 and 648?
Yes, it's really about the angles that may be presented in the surveillance footage, and making sure we have known images that were made by the police to compare those two.
Next, looking at 649, what area of the vehicle are we now documenting?
Attempting to document the cast on the ground of the headlight, what I refer to as the headlight's signature.
Okay, and what was it of note? And I know this isn't the best image, but we do have some digital ones that we will get to. But what is it in particular that you were looking at? I believe I brought you the pointer if you'd like to scan it.
I have somehow messed it up, but let me.
That's okay.
Yes, if I may. Just this area, almost forming what looks like a V, but no distinction on the opposite side.
Okay.
Showing a similar pattern.
Is this, looking at state 650, is that another image of that V mark created on the pavement?
It is.
All right. State 651, did you take additional angles or photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, I believe this one is obviously a little more direct onto the side, but also at a slight elevation.
Can you still see that V mark?
Yes.
All right. States 652, again, is this a different angle?
It is slightly more towards the rear of the vehicle, slightly behind, looking down.
Okay, and can you point out that V shape again?
Yes, absolutely. It's projected here on the ground.
All right, and if you'll just stay standing for a moment, so 653, another angle, yet are you still able to see that V shape on the pavement?
Yes, it's becoming more defined at this point.
Okay, States Exhibit 654, is this a higher angle?
It is. This is from an elevated position on all that.
And are you still able to see the V shape?
Yes, it's very distinct.
Okay, State 655, and finally 656. Do you continue to see that V shape despite changing the angle of, or the height and angle that the photo was taken?
Yes, this was an attempt to see if that was reproduced at various angles.
All right. Now, in order to fully conduct this comparison, did you also take still shots of the suspect vehicle from the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to testifying, did you look at a folder on the master drive labeled screenshots of suspect vehicle headlights from surveillance video?
Yes.
And were the images, I believe it was the 10 images contained therein, fair and accurate screenshots that you personally took of the suspect vehicle from the various camera angles?
Yes.
But this time, state moves to tender state's exhibit. $685 into evidence, and for the record, the 10 screenshots within are labeled A through I, so it states 685 A through I.
Any objection?
Let me just check to be sure what that is.
Yes, so don't switch over the screen quite yet, that way I can pull it up. There we go.
No objection, Judge. Those are some that I saw earlier. I just wanted to be sure that they were the same.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 685, labeled within 685A through I, is admitted.
Right, may I publish those images?
Yes.
And are these images kind of easier to see digitally as opposed to printed, Detective?
Well, I believe so, yes.
So first publishing State's Exhibit 685A. Which vehicle is this screenshot of?
This is the Lanz vehicle.
And so all the 10 images that are contained in this folder, is this all the Lanz vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so here, which camera angle are we looking at?
This is the 5064 Verbena driveway camera covering this residence's driveway.
Right. And the timestamp of this screenshot, if you will, please.
21, 20, and 29 seconds.
In this screenshot labeled A, are you able to see that V shape on the pavement?
Yes.
Can you please point that out for the court?
Certainly. It's just here on the pavement, just in front of the, primarily the left side headlight.
Okay, so the driver's side headlight.
Yes.
Now looking at State's 685B, is this the same Lanz vehicle?
It is.
Alright, and so the timestamp, is it actually the same exact timestamp as A?
Yeah, it's just a frame further.
Okay. And in this further frame here in State's 685B, can you point out that V shape on the page?
Certainly. It's occurring here.
Next, looking at, whoops, apologies. 685C, what have you done to take the screenshot in 685C?
Cropped out some of the side information for the purposes of potentially putting this into a presentation.
Okay, and are we gonna get to that as well?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And so you still see that same V shape?
Yes.
All right, if you'll point it out, please.
Certainly. Just on the left side headlamp on the ground, cast on the ground.
Looking at State's 685D, what is it that you are capturing from this screenshot that also has the timestamp of 21/20/29?
The same thing. These are a series of images that I was utilizing for the purposes of potential use in presentation, determining for my purposes which one I felt most comfortable.
Okay. Are we also seeing the same in State's 685E?
Yes, a little less prominent in that angle.
Now looking at 685F, and I know we haven't gotten this far in terms of the actual videos, but what surveillance system are we now looking at?
581 Delphinium Boulevard. The residence that their driveway sits off of, the Dahlia Way. This is actually Delphinium Boulevard, and this is the front yard of that residence. And my interest in this particular house was, number one, I noticed the camera and I knew it was a high-end system, just based on the camera. The placement of the camera and the position that this house was built in was one of the shortest distances for a front lawn to the roadway. And so this became a primary home of interest. For my understanding, this was actually the first video that I acquired because I believed that the point of access, egress to the crime scene was most likely on Delphinium Boulevard at the time. And so I chose and selected a large block of time from this residence to review and examine.
And in that large block of time, is this timestamp here, where it has 10:11, 29 p.m., is this the only time that you see the suspect vehicle captured on this surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
All right, and if you continue the direction that this vehicle is driving, what intersection do you end up at?
This is Delphinium headed out of the subdivision for the travel of this vehicle, the next intersection. Are the side streets within would be Bells Ferry.
Okay, very good. And here, were you able to see that V shape casted onto the pavement?
Yes, this would have been some of the, I think I already testified, this was some of the earliest video that I acquired after the 50-50 Verbena video. This was where I first noticed this headlight, what I'm referring to as a headlight signature, where the signature cast by the headlights in the vehicle appeared to be distinctive enough to identify one vehicle from another.
Looking now at 465G, is this an additional frame of that same camera angle?
It is.
Do you still see the headlight signature?
We do, here just in front.
And I need to relabel this because this is actually a second G, so I will relabel that and put that on the record once it's relabeled. But is this actually just a cropped version of 685G?
Yes, in fact, that would probably indicate this is the image that I utilized for presentation purposes in another item.
And then what's currently labeled, and again, I'll have to switch these by one letter, but 685H, is that the same Lanz vehicle?
It is the same vehicle, a little further down the road, looking at the back end of the vehicle.
Does that capture the tail light?
It does.
And finally, what's currently labeled as I. What are we looking at in this screenshot?
Vehicle has applied brakes, indicating, and this shows that the vehicle did have a third tail light, position of the third tail light, which in some cases can be different.
And zooming in there, does that further depict the third additional tail light with the brakes applied?
It does.
And is that part of why when you had photographs taken of Mr. Lanz's vehicle, you had the brakes applied?
It is, for the fact of anything that might be unique or different in the known images from the images captured in the video, the homeowner's video.
Okay, very good. Now, again, prior to testifying, well, going back to the presentation that you created, in order to further look at these headlight signatures, did you also take screenshots of other vehicles that passed by the 5064 Verbena Drive address?
I did, yes.
And prior to testifying, did you look at the folder that was labeled screenshots of other vehicles from surveillance video?
I did.
And were there 4 images contained within that folder?
I don't recall the number, but.
Okay, but did you look at all the
Yes,
images?
I did.
Okay, and are all those images screenshots you personally took?
Yes.
All right, at this time, state moves to tender states 486 into evidence. I'm sorry, 686. I apologize. Numbers are not great.
That's the 686. Right, 686 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish this?
Yes.
And those 4 images are labeled A, B, C, D. So looking first at 686A, Is this a different vehicle captured on 5064 Verbena?
Yes,
Alright, does that have any sort of V-shaped headlight signature?
it does not.
Looking at state 686B, is this a different vehicle from Mr. Lanz's vehicle captured on 5064 Verbena?
It is.
Okay, does this have a different headlight signature, meaning not the V-shaped headlight signature?
It does have a different signature than what I was looking for.
Whoops, looking at 686C, how do we know this is not the Lanz vehicle?
We do not see the headlight signature that
And then finally, 686D, is this one of the SUVs we previously saw in states? $465D.
it is.
And did that have the headlight signature that you were looking for?
It did not.
Alright, now going back, did you create a comparison between the known images of Mr. Lanz's vehicle and the screenshots of his vehicle captured on the various surveillance systems?
I did.
And what was the purpose of creating that comparison?
I prepared that for the investigators, the primary and secondary investigators in the case. Generally, there are times when some of my concepts and some of the things I think of to do for casework, maybe it's better that it's seen. My work is seen rather than try to explain it to them. And so there are times when I try to make it very clear.
For the visual learners.
For the visual learners.
Alright, very good. I'm going to show you states 479. Do you recognize that two-page document in states 479?
I did.
Alright, and how is it that you recognize it?
It's a document that I produced as a PDF file for the investigators and for their case file.
Very good. State goes to tender states 479 in the evidence.
Any objection?
It has the second page too.
Q states 479 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So looking at this first page here, have we previously seen these three screenshots?
We have.
Okay. If you will walk through from left to right each of these screenshots and where it was taken from.
Certainly, from left to right, the left image is a known image made under search warrant at the Cobb County Police headquarters at the time, 140 North Merritt Parkway, in a dark portion back in a area where there are buildings on either side. It creates a kind of a dark pocket to capture what I believe was the headlight signature that I could identify in surveillance video. The next image was the arrival of a vehicle with, I believe, a matching headlight signature at on November 17th, 2021, approximately 21:20 hours. And this is captured, the middle image is captured from the 5064 Verbena Drive residential surveillance system. The final third image is from later on November the 17th, 2021 at 10:11 or 22:11 and 29 seconds from the residence at 581 Delphinium Boulevard.
And so looking at page 2 of states 479 here, what is it that you were able to determine in comparing these three screenshots?
A matching headlight signature for each of the residential videos that were acquired from the scene, and the known image, matching the known image made under search warrant by the Cobb County Police with the vehicle in custody, the known vehicle of the Lanz vehicle. And then thereby showing that
access into the area, or ingress into the area toward the crime scene and egress from the crime scene post-incident, and thereby narrowing a time frame for this incident.
So going back to states 465 now, I want to play states exhibit E again. Now, in addition to observing the headlight signature that you just walked us through, what else was of interest to you once the camera view switched to 50-50 verbena? Do you want me to ask another question?
I'm going to need you to repeat the question
Okay.
because somehow I got lost.
That's okay. On this clip here, so we're going to start on E. The first camera from 5064 verbena. Do you see the headlight signature?
Yes.
Okay. Once the camera, that you've combined, once it switches to the 5050 verbena drive address, do you see that headlight signature?
I apologize, I did not follow that. Oh, you do not.
Okay.
And that was one of the purposes of producing that clip, that work product.
Now, do you see any other lighting that was significant to you once you're at the 5050 verbena drive camera?
It's difficult to say, but they're in sequence, those vehicles traveling down the roadway, there appears at one part of the before the first SUV that would have been following the Lanz vehicle comes down the road, there appears to be light that goes off into the shrubbery.
Okay.
Behind and to the north side of the target property, which was the Lanz residence.
If the vehicle, the Lanz's vehicle that we see driving down verbena at the earlier part of the street, what side of the road do you then see some of the reflective light?
On the right-hand side of the road.
And is that the same side of the road where the Lanz's residence is?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that you may have that same sort of reflective lighting if someone were to be pulling into the Lanz's driveway?
I believe it would be, yes.
Now, is the Lanz's driveway captured at all on the 5050 verbena camera?
It is not.
Alright, so we will now replay States Exhibit 465E.
You said 455?
465. I'm going to pause it here with the timestamp at the bottom of the screen being 21:20 and 49 seconds. We are now at the 5050 verbena drive camera location. If you will stand up, and when you see a little bit of that reflective lighting, indicate that for the court. And I know it's hard with lighting here. We'll go ahead and resume.
Just there. You can see back in this area, so several frames before that.
Let's see.
When you, yeah, so there it is occurring.
Oh, whoops, I think I pressed play again. Hold on, let me go back. All right. So we're going to resume it at 21:20 and 51 seconds from 5050 verbena.
Just there.
And the timestamp there is 21:20 and 54 seconds.
It is.
Okay. Do you continue to see that at 21:20 and 55 seconds?
You do.
Does that continue up until 21:20 and 57 seconds?
Not quite.
Okay, just shy of that.
Yeah, well, actually, now you're seeing a similar pattern, but we've reached a point, and having noted in the earlier video with the 3 vehicles passing, in this same clip that we were just watching, the 3 vehicles were passing 50-64 verbatim. The front vehicle is, I believe, the Lanz vehicle. The second 2 vehicles are SUVs. The first vehicle behind the Lanz vehicle is approximately 8 to 10 seconds traveling behind. And so when this clip starts, the first part of the clip it is actually still occurring when this clip starts. So what I'm trying to indicate is that the vehicle's progression, as 8 seconds later from the time we see those lights, approximately, we should see an SUV passing by, if in fact, potentially the Lanz vehicle turned in or pulled off at the driveway of 600 Delphine.
Very good, and we'll continue on from that point and play the remainder. All right, I now want to look at state 465G. All right, the timestamp, at least for the very beginning here, what is the timestamp where this video clip starts? So this is 465G.
21:30 and 1 second.
And we're going to jump ahead a little bit to about 21, 31, and 30 seconds. But what is it that you were capturing or focusing on during this clip?
I believe this is a clip that when I first noticed movement, and I believe a person traveling onto the property, the Hicks property.
And do you see any sort of lights or reflections that were important to you later on when we get to some other video clips?
Do I see them now?
No, not now.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. Do you see some changes in lighting coming from the Hicks' residence during this clip?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play it, and we will end up circling back once we get to later video footage. I'm going to, for clip G, we are going to skip to 21, 31, and 29 seconds. And if you will, indicate to the court when you see some of the activity on the screen that was significant to you.
There.
Excellent. I'm going to stop it at 21, 31, and 36 seconds. All right, and what is it that changed on this screen?
Well, the backyard. There's lighting that has come on in the backyard.
And we've had images as well as some testimony about floodlights at the censored floodlights at the Hicks' residence. Is that what's being illuminated here in 21, 31, and 36 seconds?
I certainly believe it is, yes.
Now, do you see any associated movement in the same area?
Yes.
If you will, as you see that movement, please indicate that for the court as it's difficult to see.
Here in this area. in this area.
Stopping it at 21:32 in 9 seconds. Can you point out for the court what's noticed in this frame?
In this frame, this is later determined. I determined this to be a Nest camera that was probably utilized by the family simply for live viewing and was not recording at the time. However, I believe this is a signature of the infrared illuminator for that camera, for covering a porch area that's a side entrance off the garage to the residence.
And as we get kind of further into these clips, do you do a similar comparison looking at that infrared reader and later clips that we'll be viewing?
Yes, I do.
So we'll circle back to that in a little bit and continuing this video. And again, if you'll just point out any movement that you are able to see. Now here, I'm going to pause it at 21:32 and 28 seconds. Do you see any additional lights come on?
Yes.
All right, and what light or what area of the Hicks residence do you see the additional light?
I believe that is actually the front doorway or front porch area and lighting from that location.
Now, are you also aware of any censored floodlights in the front of the house?
I don't recall.
Okay. Certainly, did you see any movement come across the garage or anything like that?
I did not. I was aware in reviewing the video that these seem to have been triggered at times by maybe vehicles or activity out on the roadway or what would be the front yard of that residence. So I suspected they were censored, yes.
Okay, but nonetheless, did you see any movement go in front of the garages towards the front door?
No, I did not. These are the garage doors, and I did not depict any movement across there during this time frame.
For these particular lights that you see illuminated, is it possible to either be motion censored from something on, what is this, do you recall the street name there? Madonna maybe, or?
Yeah, I don't. The pronunciation, I'd have to I'm not visualizing it to pronounce it, but yeah, I knew it started with an M.
I'm passing you states 475.
Yes. Menarda.
Menarda, okay.
Menarda Way, yes.
So could that have been some sort of activity on Menarda Way that triggered the lights?
It could have been.
Okay, likewise, could it have been actually someone inside the Hicks residence turning on their front porch lights?
It's entirely possible as well.
Was there anything based on the timing of these lights being illuminated in the front of the house that would have told you one way or the other if it's a human turning on like a light switch versus it being activated by sensors?
Not for me. Reviewing the video now.
We will continue on.
Here. So
Just pausing it at 21:32:45.
a prior question was at any point when I see
Absolutely.
movement for me to identify it or stop you. You actually begin to depict some movement back here, and this is actually a person coming out of the, if you'll think back to the daylight images, the shrubbery that was here on the Hicks property, basically coming around the shrubbery from the side of the house, and now entering onto the grass area between the landscape shrubbery and the roadway.
Okay, and then we'll continue on.
And then now onto the roadway and away from the residence. And because of what I mentioned earlier, this area here, which is, we're getting some ambient light. You can tell that there's ambient light from the room that's creating this reflection back into the camera lens. The recording is picking this up, and so it becomes more and more difficult to depict that movement moving up and out of the area, or vice versa coming into the area.
And we'll continue on just for a few seconds here.
There's still movement.
And we kind of lose movement at
Yeah, I
this
believe
point.
that's the extent of what I could see is back to this area.
And so we've stopped it at 21:33 and 13 seconds. I do want to go back momentarily to 21:31 and 34 seconds, this time using the zoom function. And so we'll resume this video. And again, that was at 21:31.
Yes. That's when
Was that?
when the movement occurs in the backyard. Initially here, it's depicted. As this clip plays, we'll actually see some object passes between the source of light, the floodlights, close enough to create shadowing, briefly, very briefly, in this area and across the spectrum of this light. But at this point, there is someone in the backyard moving, and then they'll move closer to the light source, creating some shadowing, and then they will move out of the light source in this area and toward the side of the house, the garage side of the house where there's a porch or a doorway.
Alright, so we'll continue on.
There, the shadowing had just occurred, moving closer to the light source, causing a shadow. And now moving towards the side of the home. The sensor for the backyard will kick off. The sensor for the side door infrared illuminator will kick on. Front lights have initiated, and now we begin to see some movement here on the shrub line, and now we'll see someone, a person, moving out across the grass to the roadway and moving up from the home towards 600 Delphine.
We will now pause that. The timestamp on the video shows to be 21:32 and 58 seconds. Next, looking at states.
And recess.
All right. I am actually a little bit behind, but I'm going to leave it here because, okay, so Brian Walsh, trial was supposed to start December 1st, and he had a pretrial hearing today. Jury selections starting today, and he took the stand, and he's maintaining his innocence on count 1, which is the deletion of his wife Anna. But he's saying he's pled guilty to misleading police and unlawfully conveying a body. So he's admitting that he moved her body, but he's saying he didn't delete her, didn't take her out. I don't, how is he going to get around that? I don't understand that. The ADA is explaining the allegations behind how Walsh misled investigators in the days after she was reported missing. And he's, yeah, very interesting. There's a new filing from the defense which states the prosecution did not want to negotiate a plea unless it included the M charge, typically when someone pleads guilty. So prospective jurors are filing into the courtroom 3 minutes ago. So it will be December 1st. So that's a couple Mondays from now. Yep, that's the Monday after Thanksgiving. So maybe she died of an overdose and he freaked. Maybe. Yep. Am I muted? Can you guys hear me? Yep, that's the Monday after. Nope, I'm not muted. I'm fine. But thank you for alerting me. Aussie Gardner, thank you for the 5 Child TV Live gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Let's see. Mike, yeah, it's a weird move, right? Yeah, he pled guilty to counts 2 and 3, which are what I just read. Lying to police and moving a body. But he's maintaining his innocence on the big one, which is taking her out. So, all right. All right, so let's get to our trial. That's our Brian Walsh update. Let's get to our trial. Sergeant Stephen Sinatra came in. He was the first witness of the day. He collected 3 shells, 9mm shell casings from the Hicks residence. And then right now we have Detective Ronson Smith, who was retired but then returned back to the force. He's basically showing the so Matthew Lanz drove a Lexus, a black Lexus G something or other. What did I post? GS 350, which is like a 4-door, nice car. It's a 2008 Lexus. It's a let's see, sorry. It's a 4-door, 2008. Nice enough car, right? So anyway, that's what he drove, and it has a very distinct headlight signature. Like when the lights hit the ground, it has a very distinct V. So that's basically what this witness is showing us, that it puts Matthew at the location at around 9:30, and then there's somebody walking through the lawn. Very hard to see, but you can see the lights kind of moving as somebody passes in front of it around 9:30. So they're basically placing Matthew at the scene at around 9:30. So that's the whole gist of his testimony. Now I can fast forward a little bit here because I am a little bit behind, like a couple minutes, if that. Let's see. Okay, now we're live. So, all right. Gordon, just found out you're going out on your birthday, November 28th. You got a doctor's appointment. Well, I hope that'll be okay. You are welcome, Mike. Silver Fox, will Proctor evidence come in? I don't know. We got to watch. I know Buchanan was in one of the pre-trials. We'll do a deep dive. We'll have to do a deep dive on him, depending on when this trial ends. If this trial goes into next week, well, we have to do a deep dive on Brian Walsh. Regardless, one way or the other, we'll do a deep dive on Brian Walsh before December 1st. So if it's that weekend, we already have. Well, it depends on when this trial ends. That's when we'll do our deep dive. So we will be doing a deep dive on Brian Walsh. Fear not, we will be doing a deep dive on Brian Walsh before his trial starts. Crochet Nana, sure, Walsh, whatever you say. We know you unlived her. Be a man and tell us where she is. Mommy will still blow you kisses through bars. Is it that bad? I don't know. I really haven't been following him very peripherally. I only know very high level. So that's why I need to do a deep dive on him. I need to figure out what exactly is going on. I'm hearing like little news clips, 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, seeing a thumbnail, looking at a headline. So I will be doing a deep dive for myself. And if you guys want to join me, awesome. If you guys know more about it, well, you definitely know more about it than I do. But for those that don't know much about it, join me and we'll learn together. Let's see here. Teresa, what is the defendant hoping to get out of this trial? Hasn't he admitted to doing it? He has not. Good question. What is he hoping to get out? That I cannot answer. I can't answer he has not admitted to doing it. As far as I know. I haven't heard it that has admitted it. But what is he hoping to get out of this? I don't know. I don't know. He was evaluated by several psychiatrists, and they said that he is capable of standing trial. So, Crochet, really? Walsh's mom threw him a kiss when he walked into the courtroom the other day. Oof. Mallory, your daughter Macy's birthday is November 29th. She'll be 12. Very cool. Preteen. Lucky you. Lucky you. This is where the fun begins, right? The preteens, and then it becomes... Lynn, I need a deep dive. I know very little. Good. Yeah, neither do I. I don't know much either. Mary, good. You guys join me when we do one. I hope it's on during the week, but if not, we'll do it on the weekend, meaning like the Saturday or Sunday before. But it depends on when this trial ends, because obviously next week is Thanksgiving. We have some fun Ego Takes the Stand episodes lined up for you guys. So looking forward to that. But hey, buddy, what's up? Little Roger Federer just walked by. So we'll be doing some Ego Takes the Stands next week around Thanksgiving, and then we've got Brian Walsh. And then we're going to do a pre-Thanksgiving, the night before Thanksgiving. I asked my high school buddies if you guys were with us last year. 3 of my best friends from high school came on, and we got silly for a couple hours. So they're going to be coming on again. So hopefully you guys will join us for that. That's going to be Wednesday before Thanksgiving, probably around 7:30, I think, 7:30 or 8, on the East Coast in the evening. So for those that watched it last year, you remember it. So I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun again. We're trying to make it a tradition, I guess. And then we'll have some Ego Takes the Stands for you. We've got 2 lined up. And then we'll do a Brian Walsh deep dive. That's kind of what we have on the plate for next week. Sherry M, looking forward to it. Good. Yeah, it'll be fun. I'm not sure what we'll do for Thanksgiving because Aaron and I start cooking the Sunday before. So we cook Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then, of course, Thursday. So we do like homemade bread, and we cut that into croutons. Then we make a kale stuffing. We do the mashed potatoes, green beans. We make the mushroom. Basically, we make mushroom soup. So that's the green beans and mushrooms. There they are.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Court is in session. Thank you. You all can be seated. You can be seated. We are back on the record. The state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229000922. All parties are present. You may proceed, Amy Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so detective, to continue on, we're still on dates 465, some of those video clips. We're going to speed along watching some of these, but just so that the court is clear, in observing movement, were you in any way trying to make an identification of who is seen on this video?
No, I did not and do not believe it's possible to make an identification.
Nonetheless, when looking at it in totality, particularly with the vehicles, was it helpful in developing your timeline?
Yes, it was.
Right, very good. So we will continue on looking next at states 465H. And I will jump ahead to 21:37 and 28 seconds. We'll just play a few seconds here. Pausing now at 21:37 and 31 seconds. Did the front lights go out at that point?
Yes, they did.
And again, is there any way to know whether that was initiated by a human versus light sensors?
No.
Right, very good. Moving on to states 465I. And the timestamp we'll start it is 21:43 and 49 seconds. While it's difficult to see, can you see some movement on the street?
Yes.
Okay, and can you back it up just a few seconds there to 21:44 and 01, if you'll point out the duration in which you see someone walking on the street being verbena.
The movement is here in this area, and it's a person that travels down. The most extent of that travel is just about here, and then reverses course. Is now seen moving back up the roadway in the northern, basically a northern direction.
Right,
And here's the extent of the movement, pretty much out here.
Whoops. We'll stop that video at 21:44 and 38 seconds. I'm sorry, 38 seconds. All right, next we will look at states 465. I'm sorry, L. We're going to start that at 21:52 and 0 seconds. And if you will point out when you start to see some of that movement on the screen. There.
I apologize, but I need to be able to see this screen.
That's okay.
In order to depict what I'm seeing, because on this screen it's even more difficult.
Okay.
So the smaller the image, and the ability to overcome the challenges with the setup of this camera are difficult. But the movement is here, and it will continue around this corner, and it is the most difficult of all these images to see movement. but it is a person moving around this corner of the shrubbery. But because it is my belief they are so close to the shrubbery that the camera is having difficulty determining between what is movement and what is just the shrubbery. Because in a nighttime, if this were daylight, we would see it easily. But with these low light conditions and the distance, it's basically just like ghosting. But you will see movement that comes around this corner very tight on this shrubbery.
Very good. We'll continue on. Now at the bottom of the screen here, we start seeing a person that's more visible. Where is that person coming from?
So that is the homeowner for 50/50 for me.
Okay.
And he has exited his residence to walk his dog. He'll be briefly in this area. He'll pass his wife, who comes out with a second dog.
Okay.
For the same purpose.
Okay.
And then they enter their home.
Very good. Thank you. As this is continuing to play, will we ever see any lighting coming from the Hicks' residence on this clip?
Do not recall if this clip goes far enough into 2155 for the back lights, but it is around that time that back lights are illuminated. I just don't recall if it's on this clip or not.
I know we've gone a few seconds kind of past it at this point, but what is the hour and minute that we now see the backyard floodlights illuminated?
21:55 and 43 seconds is where we're stopped. Just a couple of seconds prior to that is when the backyard lights illuminated.
All right, and we'll play this till the end. And then, what is the timestamp in which those backyard floodlights turn off?
21:55 and 52 or 3 seconds.
And then we'll just go ahead and play out the rest of the video. next, looking at 465N, slightly out of order, but in chronological order. So we'll play 465N. What is the timestamp at the start of this video clip from 50/50 Bermuda?
22:10 and 1 second.
Okay. And do you see any lighting in this video?
We do currently, and we will, the floodlight for the driveway and the walkway to the front door area is illuminated. And we will see the backyard floodlights come on again and see movement back there.
Okay. We'll go ahead and play the entire clip.
Did you, again, I didn't know if from earlier you had wanted me to.
Yes, so we'll go back just a few seconds here at 22:10 and 07 seconds.
Okay.
So what is the timestamp when they first turn on?
22:10:08.
Okay, and then if you will, use the pointer to show the movement that is seen, the movement and shadows that can be depicted from this area.
So in this area, we see movement away from the residence, and I believe it depicts a person moving away from the residence at this point at 22:10 and 18 seconds.
That is the entirety of the clip. Now, detective, between 21:55 hours and 22:10 hours, when we see those black back floodlights turned on, is there any other point in time within that 15 minutes that they come on?
The back floodlights do not.
Okay, so just because we skipped that chunk of time, was there anything significant in terms of backyard activity between 21:55 and 22:10?
Not in my review.
All right, next we will play 465M. And just to remind the court, this clip labeled M, what residence are we looking at?
This is 581 Delphinium Boulevard.
All right.
And this is the driveway to the residence, which is actually their address, their physical home address is Delphinium, but their Dahlia Way is where their driveway.
Okay, and on the very upper left quadrant, what is the major roadway? Not major, but the other roadway that's depicted in addition to
This
Dahlia?
is Delphinium
Okay, very good.
Boulevard, and this is Dahlia Way.
Okay, very good. So we'll play the entirety of clip M. And during those two different angles from the 581 Delphinium, are you able to see Lanz's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able to see the headlight stamp, certainly from the view looking straight onto Delphinium?
The headlight signature is visible, and that's why I believe it is the Lanz vehicle.
And just to start the clip again briefly, what is the hour and minute? We don't need the seconds, but at least the hour and minute that we see Mr. Lanz's vehicle passing on Delphinium.
2211.
Okay, which is 10:11 p.m.
It is 1011 on this system, yes.
p.m.
Now I want to go to States 565O. What are we about to watch in States 565O?
Interestingly, just a short time after we had seen the movement in the backyard of this residence, there's a vehicle that arrives on the street. This is that SUV arriving, and we later were able to determine that this was a package delivery. The delivery driver exits the driver's side, goes around the passenger side, and makes a delivery to the porch area where we see the illumination of the infrared illuminator for the Nest lighting, which gave me the reference for a known occurrence of a delivery. And that was where that package was left, so we know that that would trigger that infrared illuminator.
Okay, very good. And if you will, please, as we see this delivery person exit the vehicle and walk around to the side porch area as you described, if you can assist by using your pointer.
Certainly. Pointers likely not even needed because the driver, you'll see, is illuminating at their feet with their flashlight, or probably on their phone, walking around past the garage doors up to a walkway leading to a porch area where there is a dual entrance, a side entrance to the home.
Okay, I'm going to pause it at 22:17:16. What else do you see in this clip here?
We get an indication here of a known triggering of the infrared lighting of the Nest camera that was not live. Was not recording, but was in fact live.
And we will look at some screenshots of this in a moment, but let's play this through till the end. All right, now, prior to taking the stand, did you also look at a folder labeled Nest IR with a state's exhibit number of 481?
Yes, I did.
All right, and does that contain 3 separate images that you created based off this surveillance footage at 50/50 Delphine, or I'm sorry, 50/50 Bravina?
Yes, it does.
Okay, are those fair and accurate screenshot, 2 screenshots as well as an overlay of those 2 images for purposes of looking at the infrared camera?
Yes.
State moves to tender State's Exhibit 481 in evidence.
Any objection? States 481 is admitted.
So I first want to start with may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. 481C, since we just looked at that here, is this a screenshot from the video we just watched, which was States 465O?
It is.
All right. And is the infrared camera illuminated?
Well, the illuminator, the infrared illuminator has been triggered. At this point, you can actually see the position of the driver the delivery person by the use of their flashlight or their phone screen.
Okay, so if you can, just so that it's clear, can you show which one the infrared illuminator is compared
Yes.
to the cell phone?
The infrared illuminator is here, the higher positioned light source.
Alright, and then the lower one here where my mouse is that the cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now looking at states 481A, what is the timestamp of this screenshot?
21:32 and 24 seconds, or 9:32:24 p.m.
Is this a screenshot from one of the clips we previously watched in states 465?
It is from November 17th, 2021.
And if you can point out that infrared indicator.
Certainly. This is an indication that the Nest camera's infrared illuminator has been triggered at this point.
So now looking at states 481B, what have you done with this image to further show visually what you determined?
So this is just to give a base image, which is the still from earlier, 21:32, I believe it was in 24 seconds, is the base image here, and then overlaying over that image digitally such that we can then see the known image of the delivery person making the delivery and see that the infrared illuminator is in the exact same position. There's no issue, but you can tell that the delivery vehicle is actually kind of almost ghosted into the image because they are overlaying, showing two different moments in time, but that the illuminator is in fact operating both times, and we know where that delivery person dropped the package, so we know that's what triggers. That's how close you need to be to trigger that infrared illuminator.
And so based on that, were you able to determine whether a person was in the area of that Nest camera that's on the side porch door at 21 and 32 hours?
I believe that this image and the overlay does accomplish that by showing that in fact there was someone in that area, even though it's very difficult to see in the images that we saw. Or the video that we watched. It's difficult to see someone rounding the corner, but when we see that illuminator, we know in fact someone was there.
So Detective, based on all of this and all of these videos combined in your analysis, what is your best estimate as to when these murders occurred?
I would say they occurred between the hour of the time of 21 and 55 minutes. 9:55 p.m. to the point at which we see someone moving away from the residence, and the flat back floodlights are illuminated at 10:10 and some seconds.
Between 9:55 and 10:10 p.m.
I believe so, yes.
And when was it that you first saw the Lanz's vehicle on Verbena Drive?
At 21:20 hours.
Is that 9:20 p.m.?
It is 9:20 p.m.
And then when is it best you can tell from this footage and some of that overlay that you see a human on the Hicks's property?
When I first see that?
Yes.
At 21:31 or 9:31 during that minute time span.
And so from 9:31 p.m. when you first see a human on the Hicks's property, how many minutes is it until that 9:55 time frame or marker?
24 minutes or so.
And then what is the time difference between when you see the floodlights triggered between 9:55 p.m. and then when you see them triggered for the last time at 10:10 p.m.?
I think if you look at the seconds, it's a little less than 15 minutes.
And just so the court is clear here, after that 10:10 p.m. time, did you ever see those rear floodlights triggered before sunlight?
Sorry.
Just a moment here. So that final time that you ever saw the rear floodlights triggered at 10:10 p.m., what time did you then see the Lanz's vehicle fleeing or leaving the area?
That vehicle was captured on that video, 581 Delphinium Boulevard at 10:11 and some seconds.
Is it possible to get from the Hickses and Lanz's residence by vehicle from 10:10 p.m. to 10:11 p.m.?
Absolutely.
I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Good morning, Detective Smith.
Good morning.
Did you have an occasion to go to the crime scene on the 18th? Call
To the residents?
the residents, right?
I don't believe I physically went on the property on the 18th. I don't recall.
When was the first time that you did go to the residence?
Unfortunately, I don't recall.
Okay. Would it have been in 2021 or would it have been later?
If in fact I did to the actual scene residence,
Yeah.
it would have been the 18th or the 19th.
Okay. The photographs that we were looking at, particularly, and I'll just show you, this is the state exhibit 480, and sure that I think. State's Exhibit 480. This is the screenshot that you did from across the street, showing that there's a screen on the window that you're explaining to us.
Yes.
There was an issue there with being able to see as well because of the screen.
Certainly complicated the view, yes.
Did you ever go to the crime scene and look at exactly where these lights were associated with where we see on the video?
Yes, on the exterior to some degree. I wasn't even made aware of the case until the 18th. And it would have been either the 18th or the 19th.
Okay. And the lights that we see come on in the back, are they associated with where the package was that you saw, or were they in a different place?
They were in a different place.
Okay, even though we saw those same lights come on when the package was delivered. Right.
The back the back floodlights.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, what area do those back floodlights cover? Do you know when they would come on? How close would you have to be to those floodlights for them to come on?
I did not trigger them during hours of darkness, but they were in a patio area, and there was a wall to the. If you're facing that patio area where these lights were positioned, there was as I recall, a patio area with a part of a wall to the residence here, and part of a wall to the right.
Okay. And do you know how long those lights would stay on once they're triggered?
I had counted various cycles of that, and it seemed to be really brief in some instances, as little as 10 seconds.
Okay. And I know sometimes in floodlights that I have, sometimes a dog will trigger them. Anything that might come in their path that there's movement. Is fair to say?
There's potential, yes, for that.
So let's talk a little bit about the vehicle. I know that that you've got new equipment that you've gotten fairly recently to do these testing. Did you do the testing with this new equipment or with the old equipment that you purchased when you came back?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, because you kind of mentioned the vehicle and now you're referring to new equipment.
Well, we're testing the headlights. You want to see the V in the headlights?
Yeah.
You indicated if you had equipment that you purchased when you came back from being retired in Talbot County and purchasing that surveillance equipment.
No.
Is that something different?
And you have, there's no new equipment for that purpose, and the equipment that I referred to was actually in 2002. 2001, they accepted a proposal. 2002, they bought it. It was long before I went to the technology-based crime unit.
Okay, so the Axon that you were talking about, that's not new equipment then?
It is the new company that purchased the smaller company, Input Ace.
Okay. So you didn't use this newer equipment, you used the equipment back in
Well, none of this is equipment, it's software. It's software.
Okay.
But this is something that I would say we can see with the naked eye.
Okay.
That there's nothing that's doing anything to enhance that image. I picked up on what I believed was a signature visually, just simply watching the video play from both Verbena Drive and Delphinium Boulevard, those two residential surveillance systems. I believe I was seeing a headlight signature, and my interest was to, once that we had the known vehicle of a person of interest to the case in our custody, I wanted those known images of what the headlights were casting. That there's no equipment other than cameras and ladders involved in that, and the surveillance systems that recorded them.
Well, that's pretty much just visual. You don't use any particular surveillance equipment or anything to enhance what you may see with the naked eye.
I do not recall, other than cropping the images for the PDF that I produced, other than cropping them just so visually they'd be about the same size in each example. No, I don't believe I did any enhancement. I prefer to call it clarification processes of adjusting brightness or contrast or luminance values.
When you are looking at a headlight signature, we'll just say 2018 Toyota. Does each 2018 Toyota have the same signature headlight?
I would say there's a potential for each one to have slightly different headlight signatures. And then all the different variables that come into play. Did a headlight burn out? Was it replaced with a lesser lumens output bulb? Was it replaced with a non-manufacturer produced bulb? Was there a front-end collision that may have changed the aim of a headlight? All those, and there are, as you and I can both imagine, millions of possibilities of what changes because it's not like it used to be when you and I would take a screwdriver and make an adjustment to our headlights by literally running the screw in and out that would change the pin. These are basically fixed, and what changes them are the bulbs, the lamps used, and any damage or other factors that will change the directionality and the output of a light, headlamp.
And the only way that you would really know that would be to look at the bulb to see whether it may be the same bulb that was in the vehicle originally. Or if it was, then most of them would be the same V shape, wouldn't it?
Personally, I could care less about what bulb it is in there. I could care less about the lens. It's about the signature. It's about the signature cast upon the ground, on a roadway, on asphalt, either as the vehicle's traveling, as it's parked, and then recreating to the best of your ability the angles to capture a similar scene and see visually, does it compare? Is it comparable? And in this case, it was.
Yeah, I may have misunderstood. I thought you said it sometimes depended on the type of bulb that you had, whether you had a front end collision, and all of these things kind of would go in being able to determine whether that V was the same, that maybe the same signature on all 2018 Toyotas, correct?
In this case, I'm not concerned about all 2018 Toyotas. I'm literally concerned with one vehicle. And does that signature of that, no matter whose headlamps are in it, no matter what lens is on it, I'm not even concerned, did it ever get in a front-end collision? Was there ever damage to it? I just know several nights earlier, it was casting a particular signature upon the ground. Is it still casting? Is that vehicle, a known vehicle, casting that signature such that I can then confidently say that it was the vehicle that traveled through that area at a time significant to the investigation?
So it wouldn't make any difference to you how many 2018 Toyotas there would be that had the V signature. You're just looking at that particular vehicle.
I literally am looking at that particular vehicle in this kind of scenario when we have a known entity, a known vehicle to compare to.
I've tried to write down all of these time frames from the stamp. It appears as though that there are lights coming on the front porch at some point. I think at 2131, you see a light on the back of the Hicks home. You recall?
Yes.
And then at 2132, the light goes out. Correct.
I believe that would be generally accurate, yes.
And then at 2132, the lights on the front porch come on. Correct.
If recollection serves, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you can see movement during that time period. I think we saw some sort of person moving across the screen there from maybe the back area towards the front, past the truck.
Past the infrared, the Nest camera, and then eventually down the driveway.
Okay.
Toward the roadway.
Well, the lights on the front porch aren't going to stay on other than a few seconds for what you said.
On the front porch?
Mm-hmm. Or do you know?
That's the back porch. The front porch, they stay on much longer, from what I reviewed.
How long do they stay on the front porch?
I didn't do a calculation per se. Not like I did for the back, because the back seemed to be triggered and go out pretty quickly. So I did not do the same for the front. And there was no point of entry into the home that we were aware of related to this case on the front. Okay. So I did not do a calculation for the back. I'm sorry, for the front.
Okay, so you're saying that the lights were on from 21:32 to 21:37?
No, I'm not saying that necessarily. I don't recall. And it wasn't the focus of my interest.
And at 21:44:01, you see somebody walking up the street. Is that up the sidewalk in front of the bushes there?
I believe so. I'm unaware of the sidewalk, but there's shrubbery. The driveway meets the roadway. There's a short or narrow, I guess narrow is a better term, strip of grass that one crosses to pass onto the roadway. Yeah.
Okay, it appeared as though, from what I could tell, that person was walking away from the home, the Hicks home, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then at 21:55, you got the floodlights that go on in the backyard again.
Yes.
And then at 22:10, you got the floodlights at the front door, front porch.
I don't recall. I do know the back are illuminated at 22:10.
Okay, so you don't remember whether the floodlights were on at 22:10?
In the back, they absolutely were. They pop on, and a person is seen moving from the residence toward the roadway.
Okay. Well, at 22:10:08, you got the back floodlights come on, but you don't recall the front coming on before?
I don't recall that, whether they did or not. My interest was in the back of the home.
To your knowledge, do you know who interviewed the driver for the package delivery?
I do not.
So your best estimate then of the time of the murders was somewhere between 9:55 and 10:10. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that you indicated that you were able to see a person, but you were not able to determine what that person might be wearing or what they look like.
Yeah, that's correct. No identifiable, other than what appeared to be a human figure moving.
All right.
Nothing identifiable.
And you indicated at one point that there had been some light that you saw was a reflection that may have been up towards the Lanz home. Could that be anything? Could it be back porch light or anything that came on?
I believe what you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what you're referring to is early in my testimony, I was talking about the Lanz vehicle arriving during the 21:20 hour frame, traveling past 5064 Verbena Drive, and then followed by two SUVs. And then the continuation, the compilation, where the video then picks up from 5050 Verbena, and I indicated that you see light cast into a deeper area, right? And then about 8 seconds later, you begin to see the lighting for the vehicle, the first SUV that would have been behind the Lanz vehicle. And could that have been the Lanz vehicle pulling into 600 Delphinium Boulevard? Yes. Could it have been someone at the intersection that turned and did a U-turn in the four-way stop because they sit right on the corner? Yes. I'm not excluding all other possibilities.
Right. So you're not saying, you don't know whether the Lanz vehicle or what you believe to be the Lanz vehicle pulled into their drive?
I believe it to be the Lanz vehicle. I believe the timing is accurate for it to have been the Lanz vehicle's lights shining into the trees and landscape prior to that first SUV that would have been behind the Lanz vehicle only seconds earlier, captured on the earlier camera footage. So I believe it to be the Lanz vehicle.
All right, thank you.
Well,
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, AD Green. Any follow-up or redirect?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Can I have the attorney's approach for me?
Oh, Timothy is not there, right? Timothy Hicks, the dad who testified yesterday, he's not there. I think this is Amber's side. I think. Maybe, I don't know. I think this is Amber's side. They were all there yesterday.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
This time the state called Detective Ben Jackson.
Put your right stand this morning. You'll raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Sergeant Ben Jackson, BenJackson.
Thank you. You may proceed. AD Horowitz.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll please tell the court how you're employed.
I am currently assigned to Crimes Against Persons Unit as the sergeant for that unit.
And how long have you been with the Crimes Against Persons Unit?
I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit for approximately 2 years before being promoted to sergeant, and then I've been reassigned to that unit as a sergeant since January of 2022.
And just for clarification, which law enforcement agency?
Cobb County Police Department.
And prior to Crimes Against Persons, did you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was originally post-certified in 2006. I worked for the Georgia Tech Police Department for 1 year, then left law enforcement and was in full-time ministry for about 5.5 years before coming to the Cobb County Police Department in December of 2012.
So since 2012, have you been post-certified?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you employed by the Cobb County Police Department in November of 2021?
Yes, sir. At that time, I was a detective in the Crimes Against Persons Unit.
So I want to jump to November 18th, 2021. In what capacity did you work this case?
I was assigned as the second to assist Detective Standard in the homicide investigation.
Now, jumping in, at some point, did you interview Teresa and Scott Lanz?
Yes, sir. We interviewed them at the office on, I believe it was November the 19th.
Now, who is Teresa and Scott Lanz?
They're the father and mother of the suspect, Matthew Lanz.
Now, in the sequence of events, when did you interview them?
It was later in the evening on the 19th, so it was after we identified him as the suspect, before we executed the search warrant in Athens, Georgia.
Now, how did the Lanz, Teresa and Scott Lanz, get to the headquarters? If you remember.
I don't recall.
But at some point they were at headquarters?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who interviewed them?
Detective Standard and I interviewed them at the office.
Now, at this time, the state's going to move to endorse Mark State's Exhibit 466 as it's a part of stipulation number 8, and I can read that into the record.
Yes, please.
In full, stipulation number 8, statements of Scott and Teresa Lanz captured on Officer R. Jones's body camera contained in State's Exhibit 460, and from their formal interview with Detectives Zachary Stanner and Ben Jackson contained in State's Exhibit 466 are admissible. Defendant Matthew Lanz is waiving his right to confrontation regarding the statements made by Scott and Teresa Lanz, his parents. So at this time, I think it's a good time to take a break, Judge.
Let me just take it on the record. Attorney Barry, any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay. As stipulated in stipulation number 8, State's Exhibit 466 is admitted, and we will take our lunch break at this time. So everyone will be back at 1:30 p.m. Courtroom will be open about 1:15. Just want to remind everybody that chewing gum is prohibited in the courtroom as well. So just want to remind everybody there should be no chewing gum in the courtroom during the course of the proceedings. Everyone enjoy lunch, and I'll see you all back at 1:30.
All right, so court goes to lunch until 1:30. So we will. I'm going to switch over. Well, I can do that. We'll come back at 1:15 because that's like an hour and 45 minutes. It's almost 2 hours. It's almost a 2-hour lunch break. Let me switch over here. Switch over to this feed. Well, you know what? This feed has closed captioning. I may stay here. Do they have closed captioning? Yeah, this other feed does not have closed captioning. So I think I'll just stay here. All right, you guys. Yeah, it's a long lunch for a bench trial, right? Right, Mama C? It's only 11:45. They're going to break until 1:30. Maybe she has other things. Maybe the judge has other matters to attend to. Who knows? Right, William? Hour and 45-minute lunch break. That is long. Unless she has maybe she has other matters. She could have other things to take care of. Then there's that. BFM, lunch plus a nap, right? Daisy, so much traffic over there. I wonder if it takes forever just to drive somewhere and get some food, or they have food in the courthouse, in the cafeteria. Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Houdini? How are you? Oh, it's okay. Hi. Yeah. All right, well, that'll give you guys more time for kitty cam, I guess. Oh, we can go over the Brian Walsh thing. We'll go over Brian Walsh again. So, all right. So he pled guilty on counts 2 and 3, which were basically lying to police and then hiding the body, or what were their words? Conveying or something like that. I think it was conveying, which is basically moving. Excuse me. He's maintaining his innocence on count 1, which is deleting Anna. So let's see. Unlawfully conveying a body. So basically moving. So he pled guilty to misleading police and then unlawfully conveying a body. So where is she then? Where is she? Has he said where she is? He hasn't said where she is. So anyway, that's the update on Brian Walsh. So that is still scheduled to start December 1st. So they're doing jury selection right now. So that's the latest on Brian Walsh. Let's see. Silver Fox, where did we get our verdict watch clock from? Erin made it. Erin is a programmer, and she created it. So Erin created it. Erin is a programmer, and she created it. Yeah. All right. Let me make sense of this guy's testimony. So he's basically saying the incident happened between 9:55 and 10:10, and he was talking about Hicks's vehicle. I'm sorry, Lance's vehicle. Matt's vehicle had this V-shaped pattern from the headlights, and he compared at least two other vehicles, and the headlamps didn't have that cast off. So that's why he was able to say, okay, this is his Lexus, this is his vehicle, and then here it is driving around. So he was able to identify it as Matthew Lance. We see the Hicks get out of their vehicle. We see around 9:20, we see the light from Matthew's headlights. We see the floodlights go on. A person approaching the house around 9:31. Then the lights are triggered again around 10:10. Then this homeowner comes out at 9:44. A homeowner comes out where the video is being played from behind, and this guy comes out and he walks his dog. Then a delivery comes in at 10:16. So if this happened between 9:55 and 10:10, it was just minutes before this delivery was made. And then now we have Sergeant Ben Jackson. Sergeant Ben Jackson. He interviewed Scott and Teresa. I guess it's going to be a long interview, so they cut it off just like really abruptly. I guess they didn't want to start it and then have to stop it. So. All right. Oh, all right. Stop smacking the kitties. Stop smacking kittens. All right. Let's get... Mary says, Walsh's attorney, Larry Tipton, is renowned in the Northeast. Okay. Yeah, Super Ball is, that's little Roger Federer here, getting Super Balls over there. He loves her. He's trying to get her to come out of her shell. He even goes, like, he puts his nose up to her, and he'll kind of pounce her sometimes, and she tolerates him, and then she'll smack him. Yeah, it's a good boy. All right, we'll get some music going for you guys, and some kitty cam. We'll feed them, and we'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. Here, we'll show. We'll show them. I don't want to not show the Hickses there. All right. Gretchen, orange cats are persistent. Orange kitties are like that. He wants to be her friend. He wants to be her buddy, that's for sure. All right. Let us get some... We'll get some food for them, get some food for us. I'll play some music here. Let's get some music going here for you guys. All right, we'll see you in an hour and a half. It's going to be a long lunch, so be well.
Lately I've been staring at the dark. Turn my turning the demons into art. Struggle with the pain inside my heart. Wish I didn't care about what they say. What you want to say, what you want to say, what you want to say, what you want. Say what you want to say, 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 what you want to no one. Lately I've been staring at the dark. Turn my inner demons into art. Struggle with the pain inside my heart. Wish I didn't care about what they say. What you want to say, what you want to say, what you want to say, what you want. Say what you want to say, 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 what you want to no one.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Superball is regaining her little perch over there after Sid had taken it, had stolen it there for a brief moment. I got cat fur all over. All right. So live trial is going to start in about 10 minutes or so at the bottom of the hour. Suzanne, loving the music playlist today. Thank you. Aaron came up with that. As always, Aaron always comes up with these playlists. So glad you like that, Suzanne. And Betsy, thank you for becoming a member. Mike, your cat destroyed the Christmas tree when I first got him and got tied up in the wires. Yeah, we've been there, done that. I've had cats where you have to tie the Christmas tree at the top and the bottom because they'll just climb up, and then especially indoor cats because they're like, "Wow, you're bringing in the outdoors, indoors. Let me go, just completely destroy that tree." So yeah, I've had that happen. Thank you, Brat. Thank you. Hope you guys had a nice break. Let's see. Yeah, don't put up a Christmas tree. My babies would. Yeah. Unless you tie it up. You have to tie it up. You do put up Christmas decorations though, JRN? Yeah. We had the two Jack Russells and they would just pee on everything. And then we have cats and they would just climb on everything. We do put up lights. We have some lights. We put up some lights. Once lights are on, they don't climb, but they knock off all the bulbs, Kathy says. All right, so let's see. What is happening in the world today? Let me just go around and see what's emails. Okay, nothing spectacular there. All right, good. How are my mods doing? Let's see. Brat, our cat has made it out of the house a couple of times. She consistently decides it's scary out there and hides under the shed until we wait her out and she comes back. She comes back out to us. I panic until we find her there, of course. Oh, good. Widespread panic. Just found one of our cats is missing. Oh, wait. Okay, that was 43. So we don't know what's happening with Widespread's cat. Oh, boy. So Widespread is out searching for a missing kitty. Andriel is asking, what language does Aaron program? Aaron, what language do you program? HTML. The clock is HTML. Andriel, HTML. That's what the clock is in HTML. Cats typically come back if you leave litter box outside. We've got our cats trained where we take their bowl, which are metal, and I have a ring, my ring here, and I just ding, 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 ding. I've been doing that since Super Bowl. It's like Pavlovian dogs. where you just teach them to a sound, and I was doing that with our dogs as well. If you teach them to respond, like a sound equals food. So I know that's one thing. Sharon, yep, leave food outside. Munch says, keep your cats indoors, safe and not harmful to wildlife. Absolutely. Christy, did Lance admit to these? No, he did not. As far as I know, he has not. JRN, I would run back if someone is clanging plates together. Right? And it goes a long way. Like that sound carries a long way. Catosaurus is having a sale. Ordered a cat bunk for only $24. Mary says. Some cats can't be kept inside, MLC says. JRN, I'm all about food. Tammy, I'm too scared to let mine outside. They're so spoiled they wouldn't survive. Yeah, with Rafa and Polly, they were born outside, so we're okay with them being outdoors. I mean, they're like 96% indoors, right? And Polly spends more time than Rafa does. Rafa's inside like almost all the time. Like daytime, he's out right now. But during the night, Rafa's always in. Polly, she's a wild card. Sometimes she's in, sometimes she's out. Which is very concerning. Trust me, it's very concerning because we have wild dogs up here. Well, not wild, but we have dogs that people don't take care of. So we have dogs. I've never seen them, but we see them on posts and stuff. I have seen bobcat in our backyard. I know there's probably, I don't know if there's any wolves up here. Coyotes, maybe? I'm not sure about coyotes. Anyway, Polly is absolutely a concern when she does not come in at night, for sure. The little kittens, they're outside, like maybe, I let them out like a half hour at a time, but it's like usually Saturday and Sunday. So they're not out, like they're more indoor cats. They're like 99% indoor cats. And Rafa's probably a 95% indoor cat. Super Ball is 99.9% indoor cat. And Polly's probably 85% indoor cat. Maybe less, 80%. So, Tammy, there are gators, but we have a huge fence all around, so with barbed wire. The only gator I've seen so far here is on the menu at local restaurants. And then actually there was one was hit by a car. Somebody stopped, picked it up, and threw it in the ditch. And I wanted to go see what it was, and it was about, well, you guys can't see, but it was probably about 5 foot gator, probably about this big. But any, as you know, and I've said this many times, and I've learned this a long time ago, any body of water south of South Carolina, basically, maybe even North Carolina in the summer, but South Carolina, south, if there's a body of water, there's going to be a gator in it, especially when you get to Florida. Canals, lakes, rivers, they're everywhere. And what's really funny is we came down to Orlando when I was a kid. We came down, I think, in 72 or 73. It was right when Disneyland opened up. So we came down, and there was a hurricane. We dealt with this hurricane. Oh boy, we're buffering. We dealt with a hurricane in New Orleans, I remember. And anyway, we come down to Florida, and it was like nobody was out. And I remember my parents asking, why is nobody out? And they're like, well, there's a hurricane about to hit. And it was just one of those rainmakers. It was a rainmaker hurricane. So it wasn't bad. We didn't know any better, right? But we went to Disney World, and before that we went swimming in this, I don't know, like a lake or whatever. And I have a picture of it. I actually have a picture of us swimming in it. And somebody came up to us, and it was just us swimming in it, like, my brother and sisters and stuff. And some guy came up to us, and he's like, you guys do realize there's gator in there. So you never saw a family get out of water. Actually, I think we stayed in. I don't even think we got out. I was going to say you never saw a family get out faster, but I think we were too stupid to realize. We were just like, Did I see your clue? I did not. I saw that you sent a gift, but clue 7 on the overhang. Clue 7. Okay. Clue 7 on the overhang. All right. Where's clues 1 through 6? Is this for the gift you sent? You sent a gift on the way December 2nd? All right. On the overhang. All right, Richard. You were in, let's see. Twinkle Bells, you were in Hurricane Hugo in 89. Yes, we have barbed wire fence. Aaron and I have been in, well, Aaron's been in more hurricanes than I have because she came down to Florida before me, but she was in Andrew. She remembers Andrew. I was in New York at that time, so I remember it, but I wasn't a part of it. But together, I think we had been through maybe 15 hurricanes together. Well, tropical storms, I should say. Tropical storms, hurricanes, and so on and so forth. Did they spell until? They did. Live Court is on lunch break. Until. Did anybody else just pick that up? They have proofreader squeegee here. You spelled until wrong. All right, Allie, you've been on an airboat ride for Gators? Yeah, I've done that with family members that have come down. That's fun. All right, on the overhang. All right, Richard, on the overhang. You got me interested. I'm intrigued. Can I do a quick recap? 13th juror asks. Sure. Detective Ronson Smith. Oh wait, Sergeant Steven Sinatra. He collected 3 shell casings from the home, all 9mm. Detective Ronson Smith was talking about surveillance, ring camera, and the headlights all point towards a Lexus, which goes back to Matthew. They think the deletion, the incident took place between 9:55 and 10:10 because we do see a figure walking around. Lights are being triggered around the Hicks's home. And so their best guess is 9:55 to 10:10. And then now we have Sergeant Ben Jackson. He interviewed Teresa and Scott Lanz, who are Matthew's parents. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. So you are now caught up. Munch says, I'm glad you're still here to tell the tale. Gators are cute, and I wish them the best. Bama, never been in a hurricane, but plenty of tornadoes. Alabama, I'm surprised you haven't been in a hurricane, because there have definitely been plenty that have hit in Alabama. That's for sure. Itty bitty, hello. What about the Burmese pythons? I never see it. No, we do not see them. Thank God. No, they're more in the Everglades. We're not near Everglades. Yeah, no, we don't see. We're not. They're like way out. They're like way out in the Everglades. You got to travel far to go see them. So they're not really a threat. Allie B, Squeegee, did Aaron tell you there was a spelling error, or did you find it yourself? I found it myself because I was looking at it, so I found it myself. Unless Aaron, did you say it? Did you find it before me? All right, looks like we're coming back here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Judge Sonia Brown, the presiding judge for this criminal jury trial for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, case number 22-900-922. Again, present in the open courtroom of the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Anything we need to put on the record before we proceed?
Just one thing, Judge. After this witness, they're going to put up a witness. He took swabs. Maybe it was you that took swabs. When the state finishes, there's about a 5-minute video that I have not seen.
Okay.
We could take 5 minutes and let you view that to see if we can consent to it.
Sure, of course,
Thank
of
you.
course. Anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, you may proceed, Attorney Horowitz.
And Judge, right before the break, I had admitted State's Exhibit 466,
66.
which is the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. So I would ask the public at this time,
You may.
and then I'm ready.
Do you all need the lights turned
No.
off? Okay.
And before, Detective, you're still under oath, before I press play on this, for the record, can you just indicate what the date is of this interview and time?
It's November the 19th, 2021 at 9:12 p.m.
And for the record, who is in this video before it starts playing?
That's Matthew Lanz's parents, Scott and Teresa Lanz.
Who's on the right and on the left?
Teresa's on the left and Scott is on the right.
Now, for the record, I'm going to start State Exhibit 466 at 9:12 and 50 seconds p.m.
And everybody will do that they're going to go through something. Anybody who was going on with that, it's kind of looking like a phone. Well, I'm actually okay. Sometime this morning, Matthew was found in a few people's houses down in Sandy Springs. When an officer showed up, he was in someone's house. They pulled out a knife and he stabbed Sandy Springs officer. Sandy Springs officer is expected to survive. Matthew was shot at least twice, but he's fine. He was treated at a hospital. He's expected to make a full recovery. But I just want to let you know that now, okay? Do you want me to give you a minute and step out? That's you can have now. Like I said, I was on that Sandy Springs, Detective Jackson. I found out about it really early in the morning. We got down to Sandy Springs for the whole part of the day, trying to figure out everything that kind of transpired down there. Obviously, Sandy Springs and the GI are doing their own separate investigation as far as that goes. But obviously, in light of where this double homicide happened, and not getting into someone's home with a weapon and hurting a police officer, it obviously raised our suspicion and makes us want to figure it out. Yeah,
Do you have ID on him, his name?
yeah, when we heard the body came and all that sort of it. He was in someone's house, one house down there in Sandy Springs. And we showed up and tried to talk to him, and he pulled out a knife and he stabbed off some back and back to him. Easy guys to do that. Well, when I just saw him around the house, we went down there and meet with the Sandy Springs detectives to try to figure out what was going on in my head. Sorry.
I cannot. I can't believe it. I'm sick.
Not that if you need a minute to talk on yourself, or you just need 5 minutes. creating evidence. And the officers said,
Officer still in hospital. He's got this Matthew released from hospital. He got shot. Matthew got shot.
He did.
And
Yeah, the police officer who was there did fire himself and he was shot. Like that, we weren't there. I can't tell you every little bit of detail because we were already filed this evidence answer. We did go after to try to figure out what happened this morning. That information we have is wrong with that. I'm sure they still have a lot of work to do as far as the investigation goes. But we were after this house with this happened this morning.
do you
You
have
had a suspicion about Matthew prior to that. So he lived in the house where that fellow was at. We understand there was a connection there with your other son.
Yes.
Okay. We heard about that incident. Okay. We heard that there was a brother. We didn't really know who Matthew was at that time. We were investigating this stuff homicide. But we knew there was another son here. And then this morning we got a call that when the sanitary found out who Matthew was and where he lived in relation to his homicide happened, they called us and said, hey, you might want to know about this because how close it was now with someone else's home and armed with a weapon and that we was there. So obviously when we're investigating homicide, that is something we have to follow up and we have to look into that aspect, okay? So that's how Detective Jackson and I ended up
How could he be mentally disturbed? He's been seeing a psychiatrist since the thing that happened with Austin because we were concerned they were so close. And we went together at first.
And honestly, we've never met. I've never met Matthew. I've never had any communication with Matthew prior. And I knew nothing about who Matthew was or what his life is. I guess it's still that. I never even knew anything about whatever happened at that house with your other son previously until yesterday. Literally, this is the first time this has come to light to me. So that's why, obviously, we're here. Another thing that concerned us was that the firearm that we had. And I guess from what we're being told, we may have taken from him for more total for and we appreciate that.
We told him that after what happened to Austin, he could not have any guns.
We back up once down. When they were younger, we bought, I don't remember if I bought or who bought them, but we have one left. And we used to arrange and shoot. It was a long gun, I don't remember what it is. And then they purchased 2 handguns, separate, like 4 together or something. I never really got a true story out of that. And after Austin and said, we found them.
We didn't even know they were in the house.
We never had any idea. And that's, I mean, appreciate this a little bit. When I said, like, we never met before. I never knew anything about Matthew. I never knew anything about your son. We're not here to judge Matthew. Good son, because we just trying to get into the field. We want to use it as self-background. That what we're doing for now, locked up in a safe. We bought a safe after we took them away. Put them in a safe, hid them in the pocket. Matthew always has to go down his guns. Don't worry about your guns, you're not getting them back. Maybe one day I'll go with you, but not right now, because I'm just not a gun person at all. I saw him every week. He'd come home when I go to Athens, and we'd play golf and dinner. I knew he was going to be tough with his brother's loss. We knew he had something going on in his head that we couldn't figure out. We couldn't figure out Austin either. We thought we were doing the right thing. I don't know if we will. But Matthew wasn't right. we were gonna pull him out, we were gonna bring him back home, let him go to a be around him more, and he didn't want to do that. He said, I'm fine. So he's got some issues. After all the gun malarkey, he went out and bought a gun. He told us October.
Yeah, what we didn't know this until yesterday.
Well, we went to see him. There was a gun in the park. We said, what's that for? That was this. Where did you get this? I bought it at this gun store.
Gun range.
Whatever, I don't remember. And I said, well, you can't have this. He said, Dad, it's personal property, it's mine, he's defiant, he doesn't like law, he doesn't like rules.
He needs to protect himself. For some reason,
There's a fear that somebody's out to get him.
with this. He said, that's what he says every time we say, why do you think you need something to protect yourself? Because everybody should have something to protect themselves.
We have guns on private hands, and we never had I took the gun back to our house, and I just showed them. I told folks when they were less than more than how that was. And, you know, there's a connection. My guess is, I don't know.
But, I mean, the reason we went to Athens today, I went first, because after we found out about the neighbors, I started trying to call him, you know, to tell him before he saw it or heard it, and he wasn't answering his phone. And I continued to text him and call him.
Is it right now? Go straight to voicemail?
And I think that it was showing blue yesterday. Today it's been showing green. I think I texted him twice and called him maybe a couple of times. And it was just green, so I assumed it was either dead or off. But yesterday it was blue. And so I probably got there about 2:30 or so, and I unlocked the door, and the chain was on. And I was, you know, yelling through the door, because I could see his bedroom door was closed. And I kept saying, Matthew, you know, come to the door. And I waited and waited, and so I kept trying to push the chain just to break it. And about the time that I finally got it to unscrew out of the wall, he walked out of his bedroom. And the gun was right by the bed. And I said, what is this? He said, well, I thought somebody was breaking into the apartment. And I said, well, why would you think that? I was screaming, Matthew's mom. And, you know, this is 2:30 in the afternoon, and he's in a dance when he's in his bed when he's supposed to be in class.
Is there a particular reason? We all have a gun. I have a different. If you're a gun, that's a gun. I'm sure they're now everything I have, I specifically follow exactly where I put it. Like I said, I'm really heavy. I don't not have any secrets here.
But that is why we were there yesterday, because I was concerned that I couldn't get in touch with him, and I wanted to tell him about what happened.
Did you have any suspicions?
I had there was no working Wednesday night or whenever that occurred. Wednesday night? Yes. Wednesday night, my dogs bark at everything. I mean, they bark when I go outside, I can't find anything. We didn't hear a sound. And so I have no idea what happened. If he was there, he was not in the house.
Not in our house.
Not in our house.
No. Not just mine, that's just information. When you heard about what happened at your neighbor's house, is there any suspicion that Matthew may have been involved?
I would never. I never even met the new people. Never even met them. And Matthew knew that the other people moved out long ago. it never occurred to me that he had anything to do with this.
The reason we asked him, when we talked to Anthony, he said that you asked him if he killed neighbors.
Well,
Here's, let me back up. I see some like trying to keep the spirits up, I don't know, we're going to do something, blah, blah, blah. He called me Tuesday night. I spoke to him Tuesday night. How you doing, buddy? Everything okay? I'm school. What are you doing? He said, I was at the gas station filling up my car. Filling up his car. And he was going to come home with his computer. And I said, great, you pick me up at the airport tomorrow, which was Wednesday night. Wednesday, I talked to him. Pick me up at the airport at 6 o'clock. Yes. He said that he was going home. She knew nothing about him being home. He never came in the house. If he came home, he didn't unlock the doors. We don't even know how he ever came home. He told us that he went home, but never went to us. That's exactly what he told us, and that's what they said. The next day, when this occurred, I said, Teresa, I'm just nervous. Matthew told me he was coming home. Maybe he didn't come home, but we ought to call and see what's up with him.
You saw him. You could have seen the department.
Yeah.
so my mom picked me up from the airport. Because I tried to get him to come back home with me, and he said, no, I don't need to come home.
The displacement.
Yeah.
You had it for a while.
Yeah, yeah. It was in August.
August. Like I said, you've been over there multiple times.
Yeah, yeah.
How does it usually happen? Is it neat and orderly? Or is it state the chaos?
No, it's always very neat and clean and orderly.
When you saw him, I guess that was Thursday or some Thursday, was he drunk? Was he?
He was not drunk.
How did it? Was he saying weird things?
He always says weird things. He wouldn't say weird things lately. He was just really good. He was just really.
When he got up at 2:30 in the afternoon, you could tell he had been sleeping very hard because, his eyes were swollen and he was kind of disoriented at first. And I said, what are you doing in bed? Why aren't you in class? And he said, I was just really tired. And I said, why are you so tired? I can't remember what he said. But I probably said, Daddy said you were coming home. I said, well, you weren't at home. I said, well, what is going on? And at first he told me that he came in the house. And I said, there's no way you came in the house because the dogs would bark and flip out. I said, there's no way you were inside our house. And I said, and we have a thing that we latch and lock it. And I said, yeah. I said, how could you have gotten in? And then later he said, no, I didn't come in the house. And so I didn't really believe that he actually was anywhere in the vicinity. And that's when I said, I saw the gun and we had that conversation. And I said, did you have anything to do with what happened to the neighbors? And that's when I told him, what happened to the neighbors. He didn't respond immediately. Like, oh my God, are you kidding? And I think he was just still not alert. I mean, you could tell.
He wasn't alert because he was still not wake up, or was he was all kind of out trance, kind of.
I don't know. I mean, I honestly can't answer that. I don't know if it was that, he was just not quite. It was later on, after I'd been there for quite a while before Scott came, he was more alert and talking, more clearly.
Did he ever give you actual yes or no response about the gas and that?
He said, I did not murder anybody.
So other than him kind of sleeping, like, is that unusual from the 6 to 30 here now? We watch him on the weekend, we study how your class is going. How about we say figure out the weekend, we see that's up 2:30?
Yeah, not that late, no.
So, it's a little unusual from the sleep that late. He looked tired, we woke up, everything in the apartment seemed normal. Who actually did the picture? You wouldn't get it to her, that's why 3 called me today. I said, get Matthew in the car, bring him to our house. And he refused to go home. That's when she called me and said, I'm here, blah, 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 blah. He's off his rocker. I'm going to have everybody pick him from the airport, you go. So I went and felt the same thing he talked about. And asked point blank, were you involved? And it was not a yes or no, it was all answers that really made no sense. And if you talk to them long enough, somebody has, they may get a sense that he's, I don't know. So we said, let's go. You're going, Mom's going with Ryan, because she picked me up, and I'll drive you and I. He said, Dad, I want to stay here. I said, why? Why would you want to come home? You were to come home last night. You did. He said, I just want to stay, I got classes, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay. But I'm taking the gun. And I went and got it. And said, Dad, possession is possession. I'm the owner. You can't do this to me. Blah, blah, blah. And I go, give her a flip. I'm taking the gun. You can have bullets, but I'm taking the freaking gun. And it bothered her.
Well, no, he said you should take the bullet too. He told you should take the bullet too.
I just wanted the gun. If he has bullets, I can't use them. I'll get it right. I'm not that important, but I was. What I thought was, where you're going to shoot himself. Or somebody else. No, I know you're not. No, that's terrible. I think it's terrible to say, but his mindset was completely.
But you would think it's his psychiatrist that he's been seeing every 2 weeks because we wanted him to continue to meet with him, because of what happened to Austin. Because he said, we asked him, would you like to continue to go? And he said, yeah, it'd be good for me. Maybe because he's 22 years old that he can't tell us anything. I don't know.
I know you said you had that time. Absolutely. Do you have any idea what kind of happens?
I don't know.
But you know what color it was? Black. Did it look like kind of like what you said, block? This is, one of the blocks. Because the other two guys we have are blocks. This one was, I looked at it. This was shaped like this. It was shaped like that same size.
Yeah. But the holster's not that big. It's just about that wide.
It's okay. I understand that. 88, 99 caliber. I was just curious. So he had the bullets at his house. Yes. Did you ever see the bullets? Yes. Okay. Can you describe those to me? They were about 8. Yeah, you were 15. If I use the word casing, you know, you got showcase. What color was the showcase? Gold. The showcase was gold. She didn't have any other ammo that was coming with that. Not the, because the gun and the ammo was in the drawer. It was on the floor next to the bed. It was there. After 3 hours, he put it in his little drawer box. Did you have any other magazines there?
He had 2. One on the side and one in it. Well, it was not in it, it was just kind of hanging out.
Did those have the same ammo in it or different? Same. That's yeah, I think it was the same. But I said, how many are in these? And he said, 8, maybe.
I don't know.
I said, how many are missing?
He said he shot 5 or 6 rounds at the gun range.
He said he fired 5 or 6 shots at the gun range. to, below, would you be able to bring that? I know that. Did you ever see anything on those kind like this?
The little one's that big.
Is that just so wrong like that? I don't think it was so tough. It was all
No, little.
Now, I know you said you've seen a psychiatrist. Did you have to think diagnosed with things?
I mean, I told the psychiatrist that, I thought that he was either bipolar or schizophrenic, of the episodes that we've seen over the last few years.
So 7, 15 years now?
About 2.5.
I'm trying to think it up. I don't think we have to go yet.
Yeah.
We all have the right words up and down. So a couple years.
Yeah.
So like high school years?
No, he was always an excellent straight A student, went to magnet school at Kennesaw Mountain, athlete, played lacrosse, never got in trouble, never drank, never, it was the good crowd kids. When he went to Georgia, I wanted him to get a fraternity to help him because he was kind of a geek, he was in computer labs at school, and I just thought it would help him socially at Georgia. And I'm sitting in his dorm or apartment all day on the computer. So I said, I think it will help you socially, you'll really enjoy it. My daughter was in with the story, loved it. And so I think that was the beginning of the end. Of course, he got in there and started drinking and smoking, and Lord only knows what else those guys do. And, I think he started smoking pot. He had never smoked pot before. And the kind of crap that there's kids getting out, I don't know what's in it, but it's not the kind of pot from way back when. And so we started seeing, his grades started plummeting after the first semester, and behavior, yes.
Did he struggle at school this time? Yes.
Yes, he's been struggling ever since.
Yeah, they were doing something out of some sort, probably therapists at the fraternity house, and it got him way off track, I think, and he went up and, again, he always had something every night.
It has not been had to him on now.
And to the counselor, when he got around, people freaked out. And, he was, he had trouble, but, he got arrested. He's off probation. And he had 2 more months.
Well, he had to go through the code of conduct for school because it was on, their fraternity house was on school campus, not off campus. So when they contacted the fraternity council to tell them what had happened, they in turn contacted the school. The school board called me and said, I'm calling to let you know there's an incident at his fraternity house. He is on his way home, and so we got an attorney to get him back in school because they wanted to keep him out like 2 semesters, like a whole year. And we just felt like, the kid's never been in trouble. He got so high, he didn't know what he was doing. He needs a second chance because he's just a great student, great kid.
But it was hard. It was Clark County Police.
Yeah, so I drove him to the police station and turned himself in. Because of the attorney record.
And do you think that incident was because he got too high or the strong stuff, or do you think that was the beginning of maybe?
I think he was smoking a tremendous amount of pot at that time. And I think that was the beginning of all these episodes. And we didn't know this, but another episode before that, when he was living in a dorm, they said he was running through the dorm and banged his head against the wall when he was real high one time. And the people that come to check on what yeah. But they didn't ever notify us because they didn't seem to think.
Never got there. I'd say the same. That he quit smoking because he was on. Yeah, to do weekly work every Sunday went to the police station. So I think he was straight for a period of time. And then once he completed that, he kind of slid back to the old days. Was he ever on like academic probation for that stuff? Yeah. So struggling in school, but still maintaining grades. He wouldn't tell us.
Well,
He's become really defiant, really. I think he'll go ahead.
He came home, when it happened in the fall of his sophomore year. That's when that happened, like in October at the fraternity. And so he stayed home through. Did he start back to the spring?
Yeah, for COVID.
Oh yeah, that's when COVID hit, so he had to stay home. He was allowed to go back to school and take classes, but he had to do it online because that's when COVID hit. So he was home that whole year, and then that summer, and then this is his junior year, and so he went back. Well, we got an apartment in April because he couldn't find any community service in Cobb County for his program. Yeah.
So he was full post scholarship for 2 quarters. Came out of Kennesaw High School with a 4-point-something, and went to Georgia and had a 3.6 and a 3.5, and joined the fraternity all down. And my guess is today he had one good quarter. We said you got to straighten up. We're paying a lot of money, and I think this quarter will be his worst this major.
It was engineering, and he switched it to cognitive science.
Because you had this cognitive science.
There's a new major, I think, at Georgia, but
If all matches, we stop it. I'll be honest with you, we will be testing it. We will be testing it. I don't have the results of that right this second, but I process will be happening.
Do you know how many times the people have both of them each small one?
Do you guys know where in the house bodies were?
I talked to the grandparents down the street briefly, and they told me that the authorities told them they were sitting on the sofa. They were found sitting on the sofa.
You know where they were?
I'm assuming that must be their den.
Yeah, more right here.
You ever tell them how where they were?
Yeah, I can go ahead and get him back up, and all I want to know is was he involved? Yes. And I know you say that doing strange things, singing strange things. There's something specific that's kind of like a repetitive behavior with him, whether it be your presence or does he paranoid about a specific thing, or there's something specific it takes on?
It takes on having to have a weapon to protect himself, especially since what happened to Austin.
Is this like a everyday thing, or is it kind of comes and goes, or he has good weeks and bad weeks, or as far as whatever's going on for him?
Well, when he came home and he asked to see where the guns were. I was the only one who knew where the key was. And so Daddy Scott said, you know, I don't know where the key is, Matthew, but I will get Mom to go get it, and I will show you where the guns are, that they're safe, and they're put away, and they'll be here for whenever. And so I always got the key, and, you know, unlocked it. He came in, and he and Scott sat there, and he showed him, you know, everything was in the safe, and
no, you can't take it. Just lock back up, and over here when we think it's time to do something else. So he's pretty big on protecting himself. Did he ever express anything of why he needed protection? Like a specific threat that he thought was? I think in the college there were folks out to get him. And I think it was on the devilish, demonic side of his mind that he was hearing things, seeing things, believing things that weren't true, that led him to believe. Tell me somebody's going to have you. I don't know.
well, yes, one day when I was in Athens, he drove me past this temple that he said were devil worshippers. Because he said he was sitting outside one night, and he heard a woman or somebody scream to the top of their lungs. And we said, where do you think that was coming from? He said, I think it was coming from the demonic temple.
It was amazing. It's on the side watch, right? That's what it was. He drove me to it. I said, are you kidding me? He told me that would come when I was in D.C. And the next time I saw him, said, tell me where all this happened. And it was 3/8 of a mile from his house. And I said, something doesn't make sense. If you scream as loud as you can at that place, there's no way you're back at your place. So I was that in his mind. I believed it. He believes things that I don't think would ever have heard. I don't know that. For me, 3 months ago, yeah. Did he ever say anything about that house that happened? Even before the house that happened? Was he ever connected to other house?
No.
The previous people who lived there?
Now, I mean, you know, when that was all going on with Austin, I would ask him, I would say, do you see any of this that Austin thinks he sees and that's going on? Have you ever seen a flashing lights at Austin? He said, I've seen the lights. And he said, you know, I think that one or both of them are messing with Austin. He said, you know, I've never seen them in person. He said, but, you know, I think that they are messing with Austin.
So, did Austin have a fixation on that house?
Well,
He was putting things in the mailboxes. He believed that they were going in that bathroom and posing for him and turning the lights on and off and shining the laser in our house. And just things that aren't normal, right? And God forbid we did everything was good for Austin, and he had similar issues with the dark side. It's all I can say. But they're not living in the real world. Now, I know you said that. You said, yes, I saw them and the lights over there. I think they were messing with Austin and stuff. Did you say anything about that house recently?
No, haven't mentioned the house. Not at all.
Because I purposely, a few months, they sold their house a month after.
They sold their house.
After lockdown.
Yeah. And the people that moved in
September.
maybe somewhere around that
So I made a point to tell him that those people, the old people are gone, and new people are moved in that house. Because Matt has all about the light.
He did?
About the previous owners messing with Austin, because like I said, I was very familiar with what happened with Austin and that house prior to that. This was new to me until today. And I can tell Matthew was very, we asked him, what happened with your brother in the house? And why did he go over there that one time to their house? That come to, I don't want to talk about that house. What happened to my brother? He seemed like he's very, I don't want to talk about that. But then he would say, yes, Jason, it's the lights, it's because the lights, it's with your lights out all the time. So the thing that diesel, that's what I was the concern for us was that the new residents in the window flashing Christmas tree. That go on and off, just flashlight. And Austin told us he's out in the backyard, Matt told us he's out in the backyard. He said, Essie is like, more shopping from the neighbors.
So he told y'all he was there.
He told us he came to your house. I said, sat in the car for like 15 minutes, took like a power nap, essentially, walked around the backyard, smoked a cigarette, kind of hanging out there for a little bit. And they said,
And did he say he came in the house?
he said he never went here.
Why did he tell us that he came in our house?
He said he got a bad feeling, took a bad feeling in the air, and then that spooked him. But the sensation of the lights is what we were trying to kind of understand what he meant by that.
He was saying that he saw flashing lights in the backyard.
He said it's all like flickering up his burger.
Well, I was trying to figure out if he was really there, because I said, were there any lights on in the house behind us if you were here? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, were they on upstairs or downstairs? Because they left, I think, the lights on. They left everything exactly like we found it. And from what I've seen, it's the downstairs lights that are on, not the upstairs. And he said, he used that term, those demonic lights are on. And I said, what? And he said, those demonic lights.
So he said this happened to her after this happened?
Yes.
So he told you there are the demonic lights?
Yes. And I said,
what's the point in telling you about the Christmas lights? No, he didn't tell us about the Christmas lights. I'm telling you that when we're talking about flashing lights and stuff, the house just happened and how they flash and crash. So that was something we were thinking like,
He just flashing lights.
we were trying to think
Inside the house, there's a flashing Christmas tree.
yeah. And he called it demonic lights to me. And that's why I didn't believe he was really there. Honest to God, I just believe he was just not coherent. I said, after you came home, and you said you came in the house, the dogs were heard you, the dogs were barked, the light we have on the lights that automatically comes on when you walk in. So I went home, I'm a very light sleeper. I said, there's no way you were inside our house. And he said, yeah, you're right, I didn't come in the house.
yeah, I believe him.
So, one minute he tells me one thing and the next thing he tells me another, so I just didn't know what to believe. And that's when I probably said, did you have anything to do with those people?
Did you know he was up in Metro Atlanta?
Oh, I have no idea.
Did you know he was up in Metro Atlanta today?
No.
Do you think he was still in that asset? I didn't know if he could have him back.
No, I'm not.
Or just, yeah, do you think he was still in that?
Yes, because we said when we left, buddy, if you stay here, you got to go to class. Don't feel online, go in person. And he said, I am. So I morning tonight, I saw the classes were 11, and said, you up? And, he didn't respond, and then, I tried calling him, and he just went straight to voicemail, and I thought, oh gosh, he's still asleep, he did not get up. And so I called him again at some point, and it went straight to voicemail again. And so I told Scott, I said, you know, I guess we need to go back tomorrow and see what the world's going on.
I just wasn't sure if you called you today.
No. We told him that he didn't come home just last night, just to stay and come home Tuesday when classes were over. But he never said any other negative things about that house. You know, once that was all over and done, and he said something to me. I can't remember exactly what we're talking about, but he said, no, I don't hold a grudge. Austin didn't hold a grudge. I don't hold a grudge. And when I said, did you have anything to do with us people? And he said something like, no, I don't hold a grudge.
And when you explained to him, the previous residents don't live here anymore, do you think that it seemed like he understood that?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
It wasn't just a point in time conversation. It was a conversation about a lot of things. We were at all four, I don't remember when or where. You know, he was always needed that. He didn't know everything you do, and he knew everything, right? Matthew was always one that needed to be information, so he knew what we were doing. He knew where if we were going on vacation, if we were going to do this and that.
But it was in the newspaper, and he knew all the newspaper articles that the guy had moved out the week before Austin broke in there. So he knew that no one was living there. And then the guy put in the media that the girl had moved out way back in October. And we didn't know that. We thought they were both there that whole time.
So it never seemed like you forgot that you had that conversation and forgot that they.
No.
There was no bad reason to have another conversation.
How he never took the tail line when we were, you know, he knew that, you know, it was for sale. And he knew that the guy had moved out.
He doesn't have a birthday, does he?
No.
So that house in the apartment.
No apartment.
The all campers.
All campers.
So that old apartment that was pretty nice. Did friends live there? So pretty ill and returned kid or something? Yeah. His freshman friend, it was a great kid. Marine guy went to Kennesaw Mountain, right?
Yeah.
And as a freshman, they roomed together. Great kid. He still keeps in touch with him. He had a fraternity in sentence, and he got decommissioned or de-pledged. So I don't think he has much conversation with him. I don't think he has a lot of friends.
I asked him last night.
Quiet guy, he's a loner. He's just not very social.
But he wasn't
Not like me. As far as you know, as an adult, he understands it all more.
But he never, I don't think he ever got past the fraternity incident. You know, socially, I think that, you know, the fraternity told all the fraternity brothers not having to do with him. And I think, you know, that was a huge.
435 North Church Street. Apartment 4. Apartment 4. And Church Street. Yeah, it's Athens. 435 North Church Street. Apartment 4. Yeah, he's very neat, he's very orderly. He does his laundry regularly, it's clean, there's not trash everywhere. He used to cook himself some food, he's now gone off on a little different tangent. Don't feel like he's been eating. And, awesome for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they were home together for almost 2 years, one Daddy had to come home his sophomore year. And, Austin was there, all that time. And then Matthew was home until about April.
Did he take it pretty hard afterwards?
We all did.
And I can't be so, and I would be good to sympathize with you. We were trying to understand what Matthew's mindset was. If not, he was too hard on it for a month, few weeks or a month. That's why every weekend I would go do something with him. Austin, August, it was always that time.
He had a breakdown on the way home from Virginia when we had to go up there and ID the body.
We had one last chance to go see Austin at the funeral home before we had it cremated. We said, Matthew, you have a choice. He would come with us. He wanted to. And I think that pretty hard. Did he seem like he got worse with maybe delusions or mentally after?
I mean, he had a physical, crying breakdown in the car, driving home for 10 hours. That's the first time he had just let it all out, and he was just screaming and mad as hell and crying and just talking crazy. And we just were like, oh my God. And that's when we, called the psychiatrist and said, can we come in and all meet and talk?
Other than what happened today, and when I'm going to protect myself, it's not understandable why you have people on deck. You ever had violent outbursts? Anybody?
No.
I know they gave them a knife around it. They never assaulted anybody.
Not that we are. Never take my knowledge, never.
I guess I just in the last 6 to 8 weeks of these tilted. Nothing. I can't go back and know.
I think he knows that he's failing and that it's eating away at the pressure. And he told me last night that he had dropped Spanish. And I said, is that thing eating away at you because you haven't told me and just now telling me? And he said, yes. And I said, are you going to your other classes? Because we weren't convinced when he was going to his class. And he says, yes, I have. And he says, I'm still over, I'm taking a full course, even having dropped.
I didn't wake up today and go to a 10-1 class. And he didn't have to do a 1-1 class. He went to Sandy Springs.
That's insane to me.
We hugged him last night, right?
Yes.
And said, we love you. Get your butt up, go to class, and we'll see you on Friday, because he had class to
Tuesday, Scott. We told him.
I'm sorry, Tuesday. Well, you guys pretty much not the whole day now. So.
I was there from 2:30 until we'll start and we'll fly in until 6:15, and then they had to drive there.
I didn't get there until time, but we left.
9:30, 10. Is that right? Yeah, we were home by 11:30.
Yeah.
That was us.
Yeah, they, for some reason, he drove up in his car, left it abandoned on the side of the road. Well, he was up. He was off? Yeah, north side. left his car in the middle of the road.
In the middle of
In a lane, and a hero truck now is abandoned, so they just kind of push it over to the side, because it's just in the middle of the road. No, it was they right on that county line. Yeah, there was a camera, there's some traffic cameras up there, I see him getting out, he's kind of pacing around, and just walks away. And next thing I find out, I don't remember how far away, down the road, goes into one house, walks out, and goes into another house, which there are people on at the time. They told him, hey, we couldn't get out of our house. Started saying some things that they thought were unusual. He wouldn't leave, walked up the stairs, walked upstairs to the house. They called the police, and that's when the whole incident was ended. Yeah, he lost it. And I don't want to know every specific detail. That's just kind of what they just stop your car in the middle of the road. We don't have to die or we don't have a problem, man. We didn't know he was left it there. We had to do the gym there. Now the hero truck thing just kind of dragged it that way, but James Spring obviously just searched on the black Lexus that he had. And when I saw it, they had to give me the door.
So he left in the middle of the road, locked.
I don't know where he's at.
I don't know. An officer, another car, locked the car, either in evidence somewhere else, either in the car. We don't know.
We don't know if there's a mechanical problem or a gas or whatever that they found it kind of just.
In the first house, did he just walk in?
I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. I'm not 100% sure because I'm not doing that investigation. When I was told there were 2 houses he went into. One of them, I know at least one of them was occupied. And I was going to walk out the stairs, walking around. They were like, what are you doing? I have to get out of here. He starts to pick the cover. They call Timothy Springs. Their officers show up. He comes down the stairs. His adversity is very kind of cordial and not doing anything unusual. And next thing they pull it out. Staff and officers and then I had one of the other officers over there pull the firearm and then he shot twice.
Where was he shot?
Just one in the neck. I don't know exactly. I think it's one in the neck. Sure, chest here. Neck transport from the hospital. But he received medical care. And that's really there. They're cleared up to be released. You're all supposed to be. They charged him several criminal suspects. They charged him several. Yeah, how many he's got plenty of charges. So what does he say about the part next lane? So he told us about the issue with Austin and the whole thing about the lights. We heard about the lights. He admitted to being there that night. And as far as your property in the backyard.
No, you don't remember mentioning anything about the living room, the body work.
I don't recall mentioning that thing yet.
He said that to us. We thought that was unusual. Because he never released that. We never released it to the media. As far as us and the police department. And I don't know if people may have or don't get out here, but he made a comment that, yeah, we're getting killed in the living room. Kind of like, so we can sort of leave into that.
I'm pretty sure I told him that someone had broken in the window and that they did tell him that they thought that someone broke in while people were gone. Because that's what the grandparents told the grandfather, that the authorities told them that they think somebody broke in while they were gone and were in there and surprised him because he said they were just sitting on the sofa. So I might have told him that. Yeah, but I do remember telling him bedroom was broken in, the grandfather saw someone was in there waiting.
And he said, don't hook lights. And that was his up there smoking a cigarette. You could see the lights. He had seen the light on the corner of his eye. Which obviously were dictation about the lights. We asked him a question there, like, hey man, when we get your gun, the shell casing, you know, match zero shell casing in the house, he goes, probably not. Probably not.
It's probably
not. Man, you don't seem very confident in that either. We said something about, like, why do you think this would happen to some of these people? You get confident, like, you have a big they could have been demonic. So it seemed like he was there enough to not go into specific details, but there's also some things that were very concerning. So it's obviously, there was some camera footage of some worker around in their backyard. Some clothing that was similar to what he was wearing today. We asked him about a specific thing. He goes, oh, I wasn't wearing that. He was wearing another. He goes, same color though. And we were like, so he wasn't wearing the same clothes. Well, he wasn't wearing that day. And we go, well, which way was it? He goes, it was the North Face that he was wearing. So that's what he was wearing today. So he kind of stays here. And then we came a little upset when we got this kid in the house. You can tell he kind of, put his head down, took her a long pause, stare off.
Yeah, I remember him when I told him that they had a child, and he said, were they okay? And I said, yes, they were okay. I said, but, they found him hiding. He was clearly, upset. Because I remember him saying he's okay.
Love to get the house.
Oh, dear God. He's just, it's for him, he lost his mind. He lost his mind to go into someone's house and then shrink. And you know that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
He said, officer, and how she got.
He's crazy.
We have a charge and with anything that's very serious. Okay. But we'll prepare you that it is possible to keep someone going. He may possibly go in charge of 2 counts on homicide and several other charges. Okay. Like I said, we're still investigating this thing. I just want to prepare you that it is a possibility. For public evidence so far. Okay.
He'll never come out. We'll put him in jail and he'll never come back.
He's crazy, God.
I know he is. That's not being like. You don't come out. We don't come out.
We have started with this thing as well. Okay. I just want to prepare you that what we've done so far, and it's a process to continue with Charles' process.
Mr. Mary, when you call an attorney,
That's, well, you have this, it's up to you. That's all. He's already had criminal charges and these things. Right. Sure.
Your phone, your phone.
My number is 44702. That's our number, 44787.
And Teresa's is 404.
402. What's your number? 0952. Teresa.
0952.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
us get in and set up, get some water, just get some time together.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 10:18:20. Detective, you see that both yourself and Detective Stannard exit the interview room. Is that the completion of the interview?
Yes, sir. I think we went back in one more time just to check on it.
But nothing of conversation as to this case, really?
Correct.
So I want to ask you some questions about some of your tape.
Before we go to that, why don't we take a quick break? It's been about an hour and about 15 minutes. Give everyone an opportunity to stretch and get some water, and we'll come back at 2:50, about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, that was quite a lot. Let me read through my notes because I was able to pick up more than I thought. All right. So this is Teresa and Scott, right? Yeah. Teresa and Scott Lanz, parents to Matthew and Austin. So they're being interviewed by law enforcement. And Sergeant Ben Jackson, and then he also said detective, and he said some guy's last name. I wonder if that's the detective that didn't want to be shown on the stand yesterday. So I'm not going to say his last name. All right. Detective comes right out. Matthew was shot at least twice, but he's fine. Mom kind of breaks down a little bit. Dad's like in shock. Obviously, because Austin just took out him, just ended his life in August, and here it is November, right? So a few short months. Mom says they treated me like a criminal. They put me in handcuffs, so she was very upset. She doesn't know about their neighbor's Hicks yet. How could he be mentally disturbed? That's what law enforcement said. He's been seeing a psychiatrist since this happened with Austin. So now we're understanding some backstory. We're getting some backstory on Matthew. After what happened to Austin, we told him he couldn't have any weapons, any firearms. Dad said when they were younger, we used to go to the range and we used to shoot rifles. After Austin, we found them. We didn't know they were in the house. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So he didn't know. So the long firearms, they lost them, but then they found them in the house. Dad says Matthew wasn't right, and we were going to pull him out of school and bring him back home. He didn't want to do that. He had some issues. So he went out, meaning Austin went out and bought a firearm in October. We went to his apartment and saw it and confronted him. So that kind of answers the question of, like, we were wondering how, if you drive over to his house and you see this, that's kind of suspicious, right? But no, they didn't know. Well, they did know he bought one in October, but they went to his apartment and they confronted him about it. And they say he doesn't like law and order. Mom says, why do you think she asks, why do you think you need something to protect yourself? Matthew says, everybody needs something to protect themselves. So Dad took that back, that 9mm, took it back to the house. Mom's yelling through the... Now, this is after the Hicks, but before the other house. So there's a 2-day window here. There's a two-day gap here. So he shoots the Hicks, and then there's 2 days pass, and then he goes and he breaks into that other house. So this is in between then. So Mom's yelling through the door, Matthew, come to the door, come to the door. She's trying to push the chain in to break in. Finally, Matthew walks out of the bedroom. She said, the 9mm sitting right there. And she's like, what is this? He says, I thought you were someone breaking into the apartment. So I was screaming, Matthew, this is Mom. She's like screaming through the chain, like, Matthew, this is Mom, what are you doing? So she said that was at 2:30 in the afternoon. Why aren't you in class? So they're saying Dad then takes over a little bit, says, we didn't hear a sound that night. Matthew wasn't at our house that night. He never met the Hicks. They never met the Hicks. He never met the Hicks, apparently. Matt knew the other people moved out long ago. So they didn't know the Hicks. See, this is where it's like, is it this house? Is this house like somehow calling these kids? Like something about this house, right? I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole. Why not? Law enforcement. Okay, then the detective says, he told us he went to your home. Matt told me he was coming home. Mom says, Matt says, no, I don't need to come home. Matt's always clean and neat and orderly. He wasn't drunk. So when he got up at 2:30, you could tell he was sleeping really hard. He was disoriented. She asked, why are you so tired? She doesn't remember what he said. Dad says, you're coming home. At first he said he came in the house, but there's no way he would get in because the dogs would bark, plus they have a hand latch, right? So there's no way when Matthew said, I went home and I went into the house, there's no way because they have dogs and then they also have a hand latch. Then later he said he didn't come in the house. Let's see. He told him about the neighbors. Matt didn't respond, didn't look alert. This is his parents still talking. He said, I did not murder anyone. Dad says, Matt didn't want to come home. And I tried to take that 9mm. Matt was saying, no, you can't do this to me. Dad also saw these bullets. Mom said that Matt said I had shot 5 or 6 rounds at the gun range. How many bullets? 5. If 5, Amber and Justin were hit between the two of them 5 times. Now here's where it really gets interesting. So Mom told psychiatrists he was either bipolar or schizophrenic. So here's where we're starting to find out he's got some issues here. He had a few episodes. He had episodes for the last few years, but he was an excellent student. He was in lacrosse. He never drank or smoked. And then he got to college. He started drinking and drugging, and not the kind of pot we did. Grades started pummeling after the first semester. So then there's that. Then there was an incident. Apparently there was an incident at the school. They got an attorney to get him back into school. He got so high he didn't know what he was doing. So she drove him to the police station to turn himself in. There was a tremendous amount of pot, and that was the beginning of all these episodes. So he was living in a dorm. He was running through the dorm, banging his head against the wall because he was so high. Whew. And Mom says he came home that fall of sophomore year, October, and then stayed home. Then COVID hit. So this is 2019, obviously, because then COVID hits 2020. When he came home, he asked where the weapons were. Mom says, I don't know where the keys are, but then she found them from Dad. She goes to the safe. She got the key, unlocked it, showed Matt the guns were safe. Then there's this whole thing. So Matt drives her past a temple, and he says he thought they were devil worshippers. Then he talks about the demonic lights. So the flashing lights, the demonic lights, and this is from the house. And apparently it was the Christmas tree, maybe? Or it was the lights on the top of the house and the bottom of the house. Mom says he called them demonic lights. I didn't believe he was really there. He was not coherent. This is Mom saying. I don't hold a grudge. Oh, Matthew was telling them, I don't hold a grudge. Austin doesn't hold a grudge. She asked him, did you have anything to do with that shooting? He says, I don't hold a grudge. He didn't know this. He didn't know the Hicks. Don't forget. They didn't know the Hicks. Even though they just moved in there maybe, well, they moved there maybe in April or something, 73 days. It was 73 days that they moved in. So what is that, 30, 60, 90, 60? It's like two and a half months. So they were only there for 2.5 months. So it's like August, September. Oh, I think it was September 4th. Yeah, I think it was September 4th they moved in, which I think might be Jacob's birthday too. Oh, man. So they don't know the Hicks. Then there's a newspaper article about Austin breaking in a week after the guy moved out, and the girl moved out in October. So they knew, the Austin and Matt knew that the people that Austin was harassing by putting photos of people in his mailbox, they had moved out. Those guys knew, both Austin and Matthew knew that they had moved out. He knew the guy moved out and the house was for sale. She says he would scream. Mom says he would scream, then he would cry, and he would talk crazy. So on Tuesday, we told him love. I don't know what that means. We told him something. Go to class and we'll see you on Friday. And then okay, so then law enforcement says, okay, well, he broke in. So we saw this body cam, and we'll probably see this body cam. Actually, the state said we'll see this in this trial. Law enforcement said, Matthew, he broke in. He was walking around upstairs. The couple called 911. Next thing, he pulls out a knife and he starts stabbing the law enforcement, the officer. He gets shot twice, once in the neck, once in the upper left chest. And we saw all that yesterday. We played that body cam. But the state said we're going to see that. They're going to play that body cam here. We may not see it, but we've already watched it. If you haven't seen it, go to the top of day one. We played it then. He told us about the lights. This is a detective saying, yep, he told us about the lights. He admitted to being there on your property that night. So he admits it. So he admits, yeah, I was there. I was there that night. And meanwhile, the parents are saying he wasn't. He wasn't there. They talk about, yep, he's got these criminal charges. I guess it's Sandy Springs, I think is what it's called. They say Mom says Austin was bad, but this is just, I can't believe this. Then she breaks down, she starts to cry, and then that's when the interview ends. So I hope that gives you guys enough of, I know it was hard to hear. It was hard for me to pick up. So I hope that helps you guys. All right. Betsy, all I can think of is he was in a drug stupor. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Now that we know that he was doing that.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you.
Sorry, Judge, we had to look at the video.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Are you all ready to proceed, or do you need more time?
We're ready.
Right, we are back on the record in the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922. All parties are present. You may proceed, ADA Ron.
Detective, so after watching that video, I want to kind of understand kind of the procedural of events. So, on what day was the murder?
The bodies were found on the 18th, with the murder likely occurred the 17th into the 18th.
Now, after speaking with Teresa and Scott, when did they go to Athens?
They went to Athens the 18th, the day that the bodies were found.
Now, during that interview, around what time did Teresa make it to Athens?
She said she left about noon and arrived in Athens around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Now, what about Scott?
I don't recall the exact time, but Teresa was already there, and she said she called him at the airport, had the daughter pick him up at the airport and come straight there.
Now, what were some of the big takeaways of the interview that you had with Teresa and Scott?
The first thing that struck me was the fact that Teresa didn't think to drive over 2 hours to Athens the same day, the 18th. And then the fact that she had asked her son if it had anything to do with the neighbors being murdered.
And was anything about the gun significant to you?
Yeah, first off, the fact that they decided they needed to take the gun from their son, as Mr. Scott said, he thought he might be suicidal or homicidal or somebody else. And then Matthew told them that he fired 5 or 6 rounds at the range, which was consistent with the number of rounds from the homicide scene.
Now, who ultimately took the gun from the defendant?
Scott said that he took it because Matthew wouldn't give it to his mother, so he said he took the firearm and left the bullets there in the apartment.
And what did he do with the gun?
He took it, if I recall, he put it in his bedroom closet, which is when officers arrived at the house, he told them where to find it. They found the gun.
Now, I want to move on to some buccal swabs. At some point, did you obtain a search warrant for the defendant's DNA?
Yes, the day was standard, and I obtained search warrants, Fulton County search warrants for the defendant's DNA because he was at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
Why were you interested in obtaining that DNA?
To compare with DNA collected on the scene, we were having the ATF process the shell casings for DNA, and then also when we were recovering the firearm, we compared any DNA from the firearm.
Now, were you able to actually execute that search warrant?
We did. The search warrant was obtained over the 30th, and we executed it December the 1st, I believe around 11:40 hours.
And where did you execute it?
At the Fulton County Jail on the street.
Now, for the judge, how is that buccal swab examination conducted?
We use sterile cotton swabs, and we swab the insides of the cheeks. I usually use 2 swabs and swab the inside of the cheek to collect the DNA.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 482 and 483. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, they're the buccal swab kits from Matthew Scott Lanz.
And are these the physical swabs that you took from Matthew Scott Lanz at the jail that day?
Yes, they're sealed in the evidence package.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibits 482 and 483 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 482 and 483 are admitted.
Now, while conducting that buccal swab examination, did you also take a photograph of the defendant?
Yes, we took a photograph of the defendant to show who we were collecting the buccal swabs from, and then we also audio recorded our interaction.
I'm now going to show you what's marked in State's Exhibit 659. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's Matthew Lanz.
Is this the photograph you took during that buccal swab examination?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moved to enter what's marked in State's Exhibit 659 into evidence.
Any objection? State 659 is admitted.
Now, you also mentioned an audio recording. Prior to your testimony, did you happen to listen to that audio recording prior to your testimony?
Yes, sir. I viewed it this morning.
And was that a copy of that interaction with Mr. Lanz at the jail that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moved to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 467 into evidence.
Any objection?
I had the opportunity during the break to listen to that, so we don't have any objection to it.
Thank you. State 467 is admitted.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
And for the record, I am playing 467 starting at 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Circle, and I'm going to leave you a copy of the search warrant so you can have it to get your turn. Okay? Well, it's the search warrant since I'm going to get it. If you have any issue with that, we're going to take it up to your attorney, and then you can do a motion. Search warrant to your attorney. Okay? You're going to get a key card. All right? Okay, same thing. Do that again, and we're done. And you move out there. Okay, open up my point. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your cooperation. You got any questions about the third one? Yes, we're done. And I'll give you this copy to keep your own records. Insurance need to file. Lawyer, yes, we'll give them that copy and then we'll all additional copies on that you can get from court to their copy, okay? That is what it should be. Yeah.
For the record, I'm stopping 467 at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. The remainder of that audio, just you leaving. I'm stopping the video at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Detective, the remainder of that video, is that just you leaving the jail?
Yes, sir. It's just us leaving.
Now, the swabs that were taken that has been admitted into evidence, were those sent off for forensic testing?
Yes, sir. I believe 2 were sent to the GBI and 2 were sent to the ATF.
Now, I want to show you what's already been admitted, State Exhibit 659. Now, is this Matthew Lanz, who you performed that buccal swabs on?
Yes, sir. That's the picture I took.
Now, do you see Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If you'll please point him out and describe an article of clothing.
He's sitting at the defendant's table in the green shirt.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will still reflect.
Now, were you also tasked with getting buccal swabs for Jacob Hicks?
Yes, sir.
How did you go about doing that?
We did that the same day. We went to their home and got consent from Jacob's grandfather, Timothy. And again, it's a swab of the inside of the cheek.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 657 and 658. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir. It's the buccal swabs from Jacob Hicks.
This time the state moved to enter what's marked as State's Exhibits 657 and 658 into evidence.
Any objection? State 657 and 658 are admitted.
Now, with those swabs as well, were they also sent off for forensic testing?
Yes.
Where?
Also 2 to the GBI and 2 to the ATF.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you. Detective Jackson, did you, were you involved in the search of the home or go to the home on the 18th?
On Defile?
I'm sorry.
On Defile or the one in Athens?
The next day, the 18th.
The scene?
The scene?
Yes, sir. I was.
Okay, and what was your job at the scene?
I assisted with processing the scene.
I'm sorry.
I assisted with processing the scene.
Processing. Okay. And what did you do to process?
Look for evidence, look for shell casings, search the upstairs bedroom. I remember when the Canadian investigator got there, I assisted with moving Amber's body.
And did you find anything other than the shell casings that were of interest?
I believe we found a piece of a projectile, if I recall.
Okay. Did you collect that or somebody else?
I did not. The crime scene technician and the medical examiner's office collected those items.
You indicated that you had possession of a firearm at some point?
The firearm that used in the crime?
Correct.
No, sir, not that I recall.
And you indicated that you got a Fulton County search warrant. Was that you or some other person?
I was with Detective Standard, but Detective Standard was the affidavit. to the firearm, I did find the magazines at the apartment in Athens.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. Did you go to Athens to be involved in that search there?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find in that search of that?
In the computer desk drawer, I found 2 loaded magazines.
Okay, 2 loaded magazines, and were those 9mm magazines?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any loose bullets?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there anything else that you found of significance there in the search in Athens?
No, sir, not that I recall.
All right. And were the magazines that you collected, were they sent to the ATF or the crime lab, whoever's going to do the testing on those?
I believe Detective Standard sent them off, but I'm not sure. I do remember counting the rounds in them. One was fully loaded and one, I believe, had 12 rounds in it.
Okay, and how many rounds does the clip normally hold?
17.
Okay. And did you do anything else in relation to this case other than what you testified to?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect for Detective Jackson?
No, Judge.
May I be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Detective Jackson, excuse me, please. Let's state and call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Todd Bill.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. Have a seat for me. And once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name of the record.
It's Todd Bill, last name is Boy, I-L-L-E.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. If you'll please introduce yourself to the judge and explain how you were employed.
Todd Bill, the senior scientist for the DNA section at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives Laboratory in Beltsville, Maryland.
Now, you say that you're a DNA scientist.
Bring my closer, appreciate it. Thank you.
You said that you're a DNA scientist for the ATF. What does that mean?
So as a senior scientist, I act as in an advisory capacity to the Deputy Assistant Director of the Office of Science and Technology for the ATF Laboratory. I also perform research. I coordinate research internally at the ATF Lab. I also coordinate research with other government agencies and external agencies. And then, as necessary now, I do some casework analysis as well.
Now, it probably goes without saying, but is the ATF an accredited lab?
Yes, sir.
Now, for the judge, can you describe your job responsibilities?
So as senior scientist, like I said, I advise the Deputy Assistant Director of the OST. I also perform research on improving methods, research new methods that we could potentially implement, help with the validation of those methods, and then perform casework analysis.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
It's coming up on 20 years, since 2006.
And have you been specifically kind of in the DNA field with the ATF during that entire time?
Yes.
Prior to being with the ATF since 2006, did you have any other experience dealing with DNA?
Yes, I started my forensic career with the Indiana State Police Laboratory in 1991. I was actually hired in the trace unit. As before they had a DNA unit, but later on that year they decided that they wanted to start a DNA unit. And since my background was in biochemistry, I transferred over to the DNA unit, helped start that unit. I was there for 10 years, doing DNA analysis, serology analysis. Eventually, when the DNA technical leader position became a thing, I became the DNA technical leader of the laboratory. DNA technical leader is responsible for all DNA technical, or all aspects of the DNA analysis at the laboratory. So developing the methods, validating those methods, implementing them, performing research. You oversee all the training of the analysts. You're also responsible to make sure you're following all the quality assurance guidelines and that we comply with all the accreditation and national quality assurance standards. I was a DNA technical leader there, eventually became a supervisor, and then in 2001, I was hired by the Bodie Technology Group, which is a private DNA laboratory in Northern Virginia, as the assistant laboratory director. And there I oversaw casework analysis and other special projects. For instance, I led the team to develop the DNA extraction methods and process flow for the DNA identification of some of the skeletal remains from the World Trade Center.
I'm sorry. Slow down just a little bit, please.
And then became the vice president of special projects there, involved doing different special projects with mass graves, mass humanitarian events. For instance, I went to Thailand after the tsunami in 2004, 2005 to help with the identification there. Then in 2006, the ATF laboratory decided they want to have a DNA unit. They've had a laboratory, ATF has had a laboratory since late 1800s, but a lot of the DNA analysis up to that point wasn't really relevant to what they did. DNA analysis was typically body fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, but touch DNA analysis was becoming more prevalent at that time, and so that lent itself more to the type of evidence that we see at the ATF: firearms, explosive devices, and Molotov cocktails, things like that. So they hired me, as well as two other people. They hired me as the DNA technical leader to lead the team to try to get DNA analysis at the ATF laboratory. There I was a DNA technical leader until about 2 years ago, and then I got promoted to the senior scientist position.
Now, with that experience, did you have education that led you towards becoming a DNA analyst for the ATF?
Yes. My Bachelor of Science degree is in biochemistry from Purdue University, and then I also have a Master's of Science degree from Indiana University, Purdue University at Indianapolis.
And do you also continue your education through, CLEs or PowerPoints or anything to the sort?
Yes, so I went through my initial training in 1991, 1992 at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence handling.
What did you say?
I went through general training at the Indiana State Police Lab for general evidence handling and then DNA analysis, serology. Eventually, when I came to ATF, I wrote the training manual for there, oversaw training for most of the analysts. But then, as you said, we do continuing education through our entire career. In addition to keeping up with the literature, I've attended probably over 80 DNA workshops, training seminars, things like that over the course of almost 35 years now.
Now, how much of your time is actually devoted to DNA typing research?
100%.
Now,
sorry, 100%.
Now, for the judge, what is DNA?
So, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a substance in almost all the cells of your body. It's all the cells except for red blood cells. It contains the genetic information or the information that codes for most of your physical characteristics. Most of the DNA across all individuals is the same, which is why we all have 2 eyes, a nose, 2 ears, etc. But there are small differences in that DNA that we look at as forensic scientists. You can think of DNA as a set of encyclopedias on how to build a body. You get one set of encyclopedias from your mom, one set of encyclopedias from your dad at conception, and then your DNA is the same throughout your body. So if we're looking at blood, semen, saliva, all that genetic information is the same across all those fluids. It's even in the cells and the DNA that's left behind in a fingerprint in the body oils and sweat.
Now, what exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
So the forensic
object at this point, because he hasn't been tendered as an expert. So if he's going to go into questions about that, I think he need to be tendered, and then we have an opportunity to ask you questions.
Well, I'm laying the foundation to get him to an expert.
What was the question?
What exactly is DNA typing or DNA analysis?
I think you have to be an expert.
I'll sustain the objection since you're asking me specifically to go into explaining what the process is.
Okay. Have you been trained in DNA typing and DNA analysis?
Yes.
And over the 35 years of being a senior DNA analyst, is that your job?
Yes.
And can you tell the court as to what that process is?
What DNA analysis is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is that something that you've been doing for the last 35 years?
Yes.
So at this time, I would move to tender him as an expert in DNA analysis.
Did you want to, what?
We'll hear him on that at this point, too.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You indicated that at this point you are more in the research than you are actually doing the DNA testing. Would that be fair to say?
Well, this year's been kind of a big year, so I've been doing actually a lot of casework this year, but yeah, my job responsibilities span both research, casework, and advising the Deputy Assistant Director.
And what were you doing in 2021? What was your job in 2021?
I was the DNA technical leader.
Okay. And did you actually do the testing on this case?
So we do kind of a team approach. There was an analyst that did some of the extractions on this, and then I took it after the extraction on.
Okay, so you didn't actually do the testing, you looked at it afterwards?
I did some of the testing, yes. So he did, this individual did the extraction, then I did the, and we'll probably get into this later, but I did the quantitation, concentration, amplification, genetic analyzer analysis, and then the interpretation and comparison, along with the statistical calculations.
And
Sorry, as well as the statistical calculations. Statistical stats.
And who was the analyst that did the other portions of that investigation?
Mr. Clayton's, Adam Clayton's.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Adam Clayton's. Okay. He's another analyst in our laboratory.
What is your, do you have a doctorate degree?
No, sir.
Okay. And what is your actual title?
Senior scientist.
Actual title other than?
Senior scientist of the DNA section.
How many times have you been declared an expert by the courts?
This is, I believe, my 90th time testifying both at the local, state, and federal level.
And have you been qualified here in Cobb County on any case in the past?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions, Judge.
All right. Any Orwitz?
I don't have any objection to you being qualified.
Okay, so he is tendered and qualified as a DNA analyst expert.
Thank you, Judge. So, can you go through the process of DNA analysis?
So the goal of DNA analysis is to collect DNA or biological material from evidence from a crime scene, develop DNA profiles from that evidence, and then compare those profiles to the DNA profiles from relevant individuals, determine who could or couldn't be possible included, or who could or couldn't be possibly included as contributors to those DNA profiles, and then draw conclusions from there. Now,
Can you explain the process for conducting DNA typing?
So the first step, and probably the most important step, is the DNA collection, collecting it at the scene, and then collecting the biological material from the evidence itself. This usually is some type of a swabbing collection method. Then we extract the DNA. This is a series of steps that separates the DNA from the cellular and environmental debris. Once we've extracted and purified the DNA, then we determine how much DNA we actually recovered from the evidence. We may have to concentrate the DNA down, but eventually we amplify the DNA. We use a process called polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. This is basically just a molecular Xerox machine that makes millions and millions of copies of specific regions of the DNA. If you go back to the analogy of thinking of DNA as a set of encyclopedias, it's like you're going back in and making specific copies of paragraphs within these sets of encyclopedias and just making millions and millions of copies of those just for visualization purposes. Once we've amplified it, we take those samples and run them through a genetic analyzer. Sorry.
With some water there.
Thank you. Run it through. Run those samples through the genetic analyzer, which separates and detects the amplified product. This gives you basically a graphical representation, which is a series of peaks. We then do the interpretation, determine if the profiles are suitable for comparison purposes. If they are, then we perform the DNA analysis on the known DNA samples from relevant individuals, draw conclusions, and make determinations of whether or not they could be possibly included or excluded as contributors to the DNA, and perform a statistical calculation to lend weight to those conclusions.
Now, once you kind of get that statistical, going back, how exactly are they read? Is it in that graph-like kind of representation when you get the results?
Yes.
What types of results can you get once you get to that point?
So when we do our comparisons, we perform a statistical calculation using software tools and Assistant. And the end product of that is a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio is really just a statistical calculation that compares the probability of an event under one or under two different hypotheses. And so for DNA specifically, we calculate a likelihood ratio based on the probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the individual is a contributor, divided by the probability of seeing that DNA profile, given that the person is not a contributor. And so, depending on the magnitude of that likelihood ratio, that determines our conclusion. If we start kind of in the middle of a likelihood ratio of 1, that just means that neither side is favored. The evidence doesn't provide favorability for inclusion or exclusion. As you go to values less than 1, if it's just under 1, close to 1 but less than 1, there's limited support for exclusion, meaning there's some favorability for exclusion, but it's within a range where we have a higher risk of false exclusion. And then as you get further away from 1 all the way down to 0, we would just conclude that the person's excluded as being a possible contributor. Going the other way, if the value is just greater than 1, it's favoring the hypothesis that probability of seeing the evidence given that the person is a contributor. But again, if it's just a little bit greater than 1, you're in that range where you have a higher risk of false inclusion. And so we would say there's limited support for inclusion. But then as you get greater than that and further away from 1, you have more and more support for probability of seeing that evidence given that the person is included.
Now, when interpreting these results, do you all have population frequencies?
Yes.
Why are they important?
So we need population frequencies to calculate these statistics. There's different forms of each of these genetic markers we look at, so we need to know how frequently these different forms of these different alleles are found in the population in order to calculate the statistics.
Now, has your lab ever conducted testing that led to the exclusion of a suspect?
Yes.
Is DNA typing used in fields other than criminal cases?
Yes.
And under what circumstances would it be used?
DNA typing is used in medical diagnostic testing, paternity testing, ancestry testing, identification of victims from mass disasters or mass graves, etc.
Now, the process in which you do your DNA typing analysis, is that accepted throughout the scientific community?
Yes.
And is it deemed reliable?
Yes.
And do you know if other agencies use this method?
Yes.
Now, are there controls in place to ensure reliability for your testing?
Yes.
Can you describe those?
We have positive and negative controls that are used throughout the process. Positive controls, a known DNA sample, so we know what the results are supposed to be, and that just ensures that that the DNA analysis was performed correctly throughout. We also have negative controls that have all the same reagents that are used for everything else, except we don't add DNA to those, and those are to detect any contamination.
Detect any?
Contamination.
Now, is there also proficiency testing?
Yes.
And can you explain that?
So proficiency tests, it's a program where we get a set of DNA samples from an external laboratory where we don't know what the results are. We perform our analysis, we submit our results back to that agency. They compare them to the expected results and let us know kind of how we did. Hopefully they match. We do this twice a year.
Is there also some form of quality assurance?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So the quality assurance program is a program that ensures we produce quality products. This covers everything from laboratory security and laboratory building, all the way from how we hire people, the training of the people, the methods we use, all the way to how we report our analyses as well.
Now, could someone with the same knowledge, experience, and understanding of this process ensure that the testing is repeatable? Sorry, that was a bad question. Can someone with the same training and experience as you complete that same analysis and yield the same results?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a peer review process?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what that is?
It's kind of two levels of review. Our laboratory as a whole, because we're accredited, we go through periodic audits from external agencies to make sure we comply with the standards for the accreditation. As a DNA unit specifically, we have to follow the National Quality Assurance Standards, and so we're audited by an external agency every 2 years. But then specifically for these analyses, every report that we put out goes through a technical review. This is a review that's conducted by another qualified DNA analyst, and they review our notes, our laboratory processes, all our worksheets, our results, our conclusions, and the report itself to make sure we didn't make any technical errors. And then after that's performed, we do an administrative review, which is by another individual. This individual makes sure that the report and the analyses were conducted following the laboratory's protocols and guidelines.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this case here. How did you come to work with this case?
Evidence and the transmittal was submitted to our laboratory.
And what were you requested to do?
Our laboratory was requested to perform DNA analysis on 3 9mm cartridge cases and a set of 2 swabs from a firearm, and then no DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Okay. Now, were you able to fulfill that request?
Yes.
Now, what items did you specifically analyze?
We looked at those, or we analyzed those 3 9mm cartridge cases, the 2 swabs, and then the 4 samples, no DNA samples from 4 individuals.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 657. Do you recognize the labeling on this 657?
Yes.
And if you'll turn it over, what is this labeled as?
This is labeled as the known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks, the buccal swabs.
And is this the buccal swabs that were used in your analysis?
Yes.
All right. Then moving to State's Exhibit 482 that's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize the labeling on that?
Yes.
And if you'll flip it over again, what is this exhibit?
These are labeled as the known DNA samples from Matthew Scott Lanz, buccal swabs.
Now, State's Exhibit 602, 603, 604, do you recognize the labeling on those?
Yes.
And what are these exhibits?
These are labeled as the 3 9mm fire cartridge cases.
And are these the cartridge casings that were swabbed for DNA?
Yes.
Right. Now, once you had all of this information, or all of these exhibits, did you conduct your analysis?
Yes.
And once you conducted your analysis of those exhibits, did you reduce your findings to a report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 671. You recognize State's Exhibit 671?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on each page and then the final page is signed.
Is this your report for this case?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 671 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to the document itself going out because it's a report, it's continuing testimony.
Well,
we can testify from it, certainly, but not to have it tendered go out to the court.
Let me hear your response.
So that objection doesn't go towards the admissibility of the report itself. Now, his objection would be at a different time.
I was going to say, you talking about the word seeing it or being admitted?
I mean, it can be admitted as part of the case, but it can't go back to the court because it's continuing testimony.
Okay, but you're objecting. I was asking if there's an objection to its admittance. So
correct. Only as to going to the court, be able to use that and read from it.
Okay, so I think we're there yet. So I'm going to overrule the objection as to either admitted or objection. And then when we get to evidence that the court will get to review, then we can address that. But I'm going to admit it over the objection.
Thank you, Judge. May I call the Judge?
Yes.
All right. I'm now showing you the first page of State's Exhibit 671. What is this header up here?
That's just describing our laboratory.
And is that the ATF?
Yes.
All right. Now down here, below that to the right, is what information do we find here?
So that's the date the report was transmitted. It's our laboratory's case number, has the 2 submission numbers where evidence was submitted at 2 different times, has the reference number, which is our ATF agent's case number, of course that's different. Then there's the title of the actual investigation, and then for this type of exam, it's my specific exam, forensic biology.
Now, under reference title, what is the reference title that you have here?
Title is Verbena Drive Homicide.
Now, what information did you have when you actually received these items?
There's usually a report of investigation that we get along with the evidence that describes where the evidence came from. Potentially a little bit of background so we know what we're actually performing DNA analysis on.
And from where it came from, is that Verbena Drive Homicide?
Yes.
Okay. Now, down below, we have listed exhibits. What are these 3 here?
So lab exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, as well as agency exhibit numbers 1, 2, and 3, are the 3 9mm cartridge cases.
And are those the 3 that you've already identified in your testimony?
Yes.
Now, I did forget to show you State's Exhibit 461 that's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, is 461 what you have listed here as number 4?
Yes.
And is that the swabs of the ZEV 9, OZ9?
That's how they were identified to us, yes.
Okay. Now, as we continue down in that section, what were the other items that were submitted to you?
So exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8 are the 4 known DNA samples from the relevant individuals.
Now, you've already, for number 5 and number 6, were those the items that you've already identified here in court?
Yes.
Now, if you will please, let me ask this. As we proceed through your report, do you have some sort of a grid system indicating the results?
Yes. In order to try to simplify how we report results, we report it in a table fashion.
Now, I'm going to show you page 2 of 671. Now, for the court, can you walk through this grid so we can understand your findings?
Yes. So the left column is the exhibit number. So we just talked about exhibits 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the 4 known DNA samples. Going across there, we have the sub-exhibit number. So whenever we take a cutting of something, we create a sub-exhibit from that. So 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 8.1. 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, and 8.1 are all the sub-exhibits from exhibits 5 through 8. 5.1, this is the cutting of the known DNA sample from Matthew Scott Lanz. 6.1 was a known DNA sample from Jacob Hicks. 7.1 was a known DNA sample from Stephen Sinatra. And then 8.1 was a known DNA sample from Timothy Hicks. So you go across, the next column lists results. So here we're just going to summarize the DNA profile we saw. These were known DNA samples, so they should be single source. So in this case, for all 4 of these, we obtained a single source male DNA profile. The next column just lists whether or not that profile is suitable for comparison. Again, these are known DNA samples, so yes, they were all 4 were suitable for comparison. Going down to exhibit number 1, 2, 3, that's the combined sample of fired cartridge cases. That just fell under sub-exhibit 1.1. Those are the combined swabs from the 3 9mm cartridge cases. The result from that was a DNA profile consistent with 2 contributors. At least one of those contributors was male, and it was suitable for comparison. Going across, there's a whole section for conclusions, and you can see those 5 conclusions I listed before. In this case, found that there was support for inclusion for Jacob Hicks, Exhibit 6.1, support for inclusion as a contributor, possible contributor to this profile from the 3 fire cartridge cases.
And I'm going to kind of stop you there, and then we'll just talk about that finding, and we'll move on to the next one.
Okay.
So going to the exhibit number 1, 2, 3 column here, we see combined swabs from 3 9mm cartridge casings. Were swabs taken of those 3 casings?
Yes, it's a kind of a rinse and swab method that we developed specifically for fire cartridge cases. And we're kind of weighing, if we do each one individually, we expect very little amounts of DNA from fire cartridge cases. So since these all had the same markings, same caliber, the individual collected the DNA from all 3 of these as one sample.
So swap all three of them, and that was used in your comparison to these known DNA samples of Matthew Lanz, Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you follow your DNA analysis process while comparing the DNA profile from the 9mm cartridge cases to the known DNA profiles?
Yes.
Now, is that what we're finding as a result here in that second, or I guess the fourth box to the right?
So that result is determined whether or not the profile is suitable for comparison, and then the next columns are the actual results of the comparisons.
Now, for the results for the cartridge cases, were two types of profiles found?
It was determined to be a mixture of two individuals, yes.
All right. Now, as we move over, we see Jacob Hicks. What does it mean when Jacob Hicks is in this column?
So if you remember when we described the possible results we could get from our comparisons, one of those was support for inclusion. And so when we did this comparison to Mr. Hicks, to Jacob Hicks, then the likelihood ratio gave a result that was much greater than 1, therefore it favored the probability of seeing this evidence given that Jacob Hicks was a contributor to the mixture.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of Amber Hicks?
Yes. Or no, sorry.
All right. Is it possible if it could be an Amber Hicks's DNA on these cartridge casings?
Yes, she could be the second individual, yes.
And over here on the far right, we haven't got to this column here. What's this column?
That's the result that favored exclusion. And in this case, these individuals were excluded as being possible contributors to the DNA profile.
So for the cartridge casings themselves, was Matthew Lanz, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Justin Hicks excluded from these two profiles that were found, given the population frequency?
Yes, I mean, it's a single profile, it's a mixture of two individuals, but yes, they were excluded as being contributors to that mixture.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about touch DNA. What is touch DNA?
So, touch DNA, trace DNA, this is just a general reference to something different than what we typically thought of DNA analysis in the past, where it was blood and body fluids. This is really to get a DNA profile from something that you've touched or it's been touched. It's DNA that's left behind in the body oils or sweat in the fingerprint, or it doesn't have to be a finger, but something that's come in contact with you.
Now, if a child were to pick up a casing and play with it, is it possible for that child's DNA to be on a casing?
Yes.
Now, in your experience on discharge casings or cartridges, how successful are you in actually extracting DNA off of spent casings?
On a per sample basis, about 30% of the time, we get a DNA profile that's suitable for comparison from a sample from fire cartridge cases.
After a casing is actually fired, is that when a majority of the DNA could be destroyed?
There's a lot of factors that affect how much DNA we recover and the quality of that DNA. There's, just the deposition itself is affected by the substrate, how much pressure, how the pressure was applied, but also the substrate itself. One of the biggest factors we found was DNA interacts with copper that's in brass and degrades DNA, which can have almost as big of a degradation effect as the firing process. So there's many different factors that can affect the amount of DNA we recover from a fire cartridge case.
Now, not only physically holding it, if a casing is ejected out of a firearm and lands on a carpet within a house, occupied by residents, is it possible for their DNA to end up on that cartridge casing?
Is it possible? Potentially. But again, there's a lot of factors, more DNA transfers with direct contact, more contacts that happen, the further away you get from the direct contact, the less DNA that can be transferred. Depends how much DNA and biological materials on the carpet to begin with. If it falls in a corner that's not stepped on very often, or there's not much contact through skin, that would reduce the amount of DNA that would be transferred. If people don't walk in their bare feet on the carpet, then there might not be much biological material there to begin with to transfer. Things transfer if they're wet more often than if dry surfaces, so there's a lot of factors that would affect that.
Now, for your findings in this specific examination of the casings, were you able to, did you find a population frequency?
We performed our statistical calculation, yes.
Now, moving to page...
Our statistical calculation.
I'm moving to page 3 of State's Exhibit 671. Now, within this paragraph here, if you'll tell the court what your findings were as it relates to Jacob Hicks.
Do you mind if I read from the report?
If you'll read from the report.
So the statistical calculation number 1, which if you look at the table again, that's what was in that final column. We labeled each of the statistical calculations. First, we list what the conclusion was to begin with, and that was a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals was obtained from this sample, Exhibit 1.1, which again was the DNA collected from the 3 fired cartridge cases. We list our assumptions. So in this case, we're assuming that 2 individuals are assumed to have contributed to the DNA profile. And then we list the 2 different hypotheses. So again, when we're talking about the likelihood ratio, this is probability of seeing the evidence under one hypothesis, which in this case, called the inclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual, or the other hypothesis, in this case, the exclusionary hypothesis. The DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Those are the assumptions and the hypotheses. And so then the actual likelihood ratio, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Jacob Hicks and an unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. Kind of putting this in a different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. And then F, the F statement, just based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Jacob Hicks as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from Exhibit 1.1. And that last statement, we had one locus, one of the genetic markers we look at, SC33, had an artifact in it, so we did not use that in the calculation.
Now, I want to talk about your population frequency. 1 trillion is a big number. Is that the specific number, or do you have parameters as to your frequencies?
The actual likelihood ratio was bigger than that, but we cap it at 1 trillion because once you get to quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, it becomes kind of meaningless. So we cap it at 1 trillion.
So it's more than the 1 trillion, but for your guidelines, you stop at 1 trillion.
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to move back to page 2 of this exhibit. Now, if you'll walk through this line in the grid for the judge.
Sorry, I didn't see which line.
Sorry, the last line here.
So here, again, we're talking about Exhibit 4, and then the sub-item from that, which is the cuttings of the swabs. These were the set of swabs from the pistol. And again, we've obtained a DNA profile consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. At least one of those was male. We determined that the profile was suitable for comparison purposes. And then, in this case, Matthew Scott Lanz, there was support for inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as being a contributor to this mixture.
Now, and over here on the excluded, who do we see here?
So Jacob Hicks, Stephen Sinatra, and Timothy Hicks were all excluded as possible contributors to this DNA profile.
Now, were you sent the DNA profile of a Scott Lanz?
Just Matthew Scott Lanz, not Scott Lanz, yes.
Now, if Matthew Scott Lanz's father touched this gun, would their DNA match?
Match.
I don't understand that question. Would it match before that?
Let me,
Can you just rephrase what?
yeah, I'll rephrase my question. Sorry, Judge. Let me give an example. If both Matthew Scott Lanz and Scott Lanz touched this gun, or a gun, would you see a difference between the DNA profile?
We can distinguish between father and son, yes.
And so in the swab that was taken of the pistol compared to these DNA profiles, was Matthew Scott Lanz included?
There was support for his inclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile from the swabs of the firearm.
Now, with your results, it reads that there is another contributor to that mixture. Is that right?
Yes.
If the father had touched this gun, is it possible that his DNA is on the gun too?
It is possible, yes.
And not being sent his DNA profile, are you unable to tell us whether or not the father's DNA is on the gun?
Correct. Without being able to make that comparison, we can't do that.
Now, going to the population frequency of Matthew Lanz's population frequency of inclusion, if you'll tell the court your finding.
So again, I don't know if you want me to repeat these, but they're kind of the same. The initial statement, then A, B, and C are all the same as above because these were both two-person mixtures. Inclusionary hypothesis, Matthew Scott Lanz, and inclusionary hypothesis was DNA originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown, unrelated individual. Exclusionary hypothesis is that the DNA originated from two unrelated, unknown individuals. The likelihood ratio, statement D, the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Matthew Scott Lanz and an unknown or unrelated, unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated, unknown individuals. And again, putting this in a little bit different context, the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion. Based on this calculation, there's evidentiary support for the inclusion of Matthew Scott Lanz as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained from 4.1, which were the swabs of the firearm.
So now, just to go back to this, to page 1 of the exhibit. So those findings that you just gave to the court were that the swabs of the ZEV OZ9 pistol had 2 profiles on them, one of which was Matthew Scott Lanz.
There was support for inclusion of him as being a possible contributor, yes.
Now, as you finalized your report, was it peer reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And was it approved through the peer review process?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. You may proceed with your cross.
Just have a couple of questions. You received the firearm, correct? In your lab?
I actually don't know. I just know from what we received, for DNA analysis, we received the fire cartridge cases and the 2 swabs of the firearm. I don't know if we received the firearm itself at the laboratory in Maryland.
Does your lab, I know it's an ATF lab, do they process firearms for trace evidence? Do you know?
Yes.
They do. Okay, and do you know whether this firearm was ever given to the lab for any trace evidence?
I believe it went for the exam at our Atlanta laboratory. And so if it went there, they would treat it like any other piece of evidence where we try to maximally exploit any potential evidence on that, which includes fingerprints, trace fibers, and DNA.
And I was a little confused about this question. Would it be possible for Amber Hicks's DNA to be on the shell casings? You were not given her DNA sample, or were you?
We were not, therefore couldn't make that comparison.
So when the state asks you if it's possible, I guess anything's possible, but not be probable. If you didn't get it, there's no way to be able to know, right?
I can't say if it's probable or not probable. I wasn't given the sample to do the comparison.
Okay. All we know is that Jacob Hicks' DNA did show up on those shell casings.
There was support for inclusion of Jacob Hicks on those cartridge cases. I can't say definitively one way or the other.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. Any other words? Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
And Mr. Bilby, excuse?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, excuse.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take a quick break, and if I could have the attorneys approach just 1 minute.
It's 4 o'clock here on the East Coast, so I wonder if they're going to end for today or if they're going to continue on. So we just heard from Todd Bill, DNA expert. The only thing I really got out of that was that Jacob possibly touched the casings, and Dad's DNA was on the 9mm. That's really the only 2 big things I got out of that. All right, Mallory, you'll be right back. Missy, come back. We're on a break. Good timing. Sharon, do I think it's over? It could be. It could be 4 o'clock. I think yesterday they went to 4. Did they go to 4:30 yesterday? Yeah, I think they went to 4:30 yesterday, I think. Yeah, Cindy, she did say a quick break. Christine, it's 9 o'clock where you are? I'm assuming you're over the pond on the other side of the Atlantic. Yeah, so Stevenson not.
Would be 4:10. Yeah, okay, 4:10.
Okay. I'll go grab some more water real quick.
I guess the cross that bridge wasn't gonna get to me, right? Okay.
See if we can pick up any hot mic moments here. Doesn't seem like it. All right, quick break. Probably, yeah, around 4:30, right? Yesterday, Joanne. That's what I remember too. They go to about 4:30. All right. So Scott Sinatra, Sergeant Scott Sinatra, testified he collected the 3 9mm casings.
See the back of these casings. Okay. People understand it's more important. You. So
I can put the petition in where you,
yeah.
You want to go right here?
Well, they want to see the attorneys.
So right now, a lot of people is the same. We're taking a break.
I should be seeing that seal.
No, we don't. Should.
Hopefully from you.
We should be seeing.
Keeping everything in order.
All right, now it's official. now they officially cut us off. All right, I wanted to show this. I wanted to show this picture. This is so his parents went to his house because they were concerned about him, and they saw that he had the 9mm, so they took it. They didn't, and he said, I had nothing to do with the shooting, so that's why they took it. All right, here's what they found at. Let's see, hold on. Gosh, this is so. Let me bring that down a little. So they said there was a suppressor. I think that green thing right there is the suppressor. I think that's what that is. So this is what they found at. Where did they find this? This came in the other day. I'm trying to figure out where they found all this stuff. If it was at the parents' house, I guess this was at the parents' house. I don't think this was at his house because they took his 9mm. Yes, this was at the parents' house. So this is what they found at the parents' house. So I think that green thing at the upper left, I think that screws in. I think that's the suppressor, the silencer, if you will. So that's what they found at the parents' house. I think, Sherry, you were asking about that. Yeah, Kaylee, I'm pretty sure. Yep, I'm pretty sure that was it. Cindy, I think just the one. I think it was just one. They said daughter. As they were talking in the interview, they said a daughter. They were flying in and out or something. They were going into an airport, and they said, our daughter was with us. So far, it's just, all I've heard is just one daughter. Anja, yeah, I haven't seen them either. I have not seen them. Hellrider, did the ballistics match? They haven't gotten there yet. They're just doing DNA. They haven't done tool marks. They haven't had a tool marks expert yet. So they haven't done ballistics yet. JMS, quite a little arsenal. Quite a little arsenal. Yep, he's got pocket knives. He's got regular hunting knives, 2 9mm. And Pam, you said that little one, I think, right? Didn't you say you knew what that little one was? The upper right? He'll probably testify, hence not in court. Pammy, didn't you know what that one in the upper right is? I think you said that yesterday. I forget what it was. Sharon, maybe the sisters are totally fine. Let's hope. And just was something with the boys, right? Okay, 3. Okay, so you know what that is. All right. I remember you saying that yesterday. And I thought Matthew has 2 sisters. I don't know. I didn't even know he had any. I just heard today during the interview that I think it was the mom said, we were flying in and our daughter was with us. Aussie, it's that kind of olive, if you will, olive green thing. See the 2 knives? It's right to the right of that. It's right to the. I'm sorry. It's to the left. It's to the left. It's this thing. It's that thing. And it kind of has like a. See at the end there on the bottom, it's got like a little. Where you can screw on. I'm assuming that's what you can do there. You see it? So. Does that help? Yeah. Good. Yeah. Let's see. I only know of one sister. Because I said when we went to the airport, our daughter was with us. That's all I remember, or that's all I heard. I didn't hear anything else about multiple. So, and so one of those. Well, they found one in the jacket. They found one in the dad's jacket, in the closet. So, yeah. See, I'm not. I haven't either. So. Only in movies. So. Oh, was it yesterday, 2 sisters? Okay. Joanne and Aussie, yesterday it was 2 sisters? Okay. I missed that, you guys. Thanks. Thanks for that. I totally missed that. All right. So they'll probably come back. Maybe they'll get one more witness in, right? Because Bill, the DNA expert, he's done. Kathy Davis using a silencer shows stable mind. Yeah, because nobody heard anything. Nobody heard any gunshots, and it was like, there was a delivery like 5 minutes after supposedly he left. And it wasn't that late. It was like 10 o'clock. Hellrider, I've seen trials where they've used potatoes for silencers. True story. Yeah. I've never seen that or heard that personally, but I've heard of that, of people talking. Of course, the pillows, yeah, we've seen that. I think they do that in Sopranos. Tosh, have a great night, friend. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Tosh, for joining us. Joy says, I could not hear anything that they said in the interview. You kept on cutting in and out. Could it be my iPad? I tried to refresh several times, but didn't hear anything. Tried reading, jumbled. It was difficult to hear, Joy. I don't know if I don't know what your definition of cutting in and out is, but it was, for me, it was difficult. It was difficult to hear. If you go back, and I took some pretty good notes, I think, and I read through them all. If you go back, you can kind of understand what they were saying. But the audio wasn't the best, that's for sure. All right, looks like they're coming back.
All right, we're still on break. The attorneys need a little longer time for discussions, and so if you all want to let me know when the attorneys are ready, I will come back in. Thanks.
Judge.
So I think why we're getting an echo is there's mics on the ceiling. If you guys look up on the upper left, you'll see a mic on the ceiling. And I've seen a couple, that's the second mic now I've seen on the ceiling. So what I think is happening is the mics that are, because when that attorney walks around, there's no audio drop. So unless he's wearing a lavalier, unless he's got a lavalier mic on, which I don't think he does, I think the ceiling mics are on, and maybe like I think their mics that you see on the tables are projecting out, and then they're being picked up by the mics on the ceiling, and that's what's coming out to us, because that's what the echo is. Because to me, it's like an echo happens when you have distance, right? So when you have one source here, that's what causes the echo versus just the one source going straight to the board or the camera in this case. So to me, I mean, that's my educated guess, that there's some kind of separation happening between one source and another source, and that's why there's an echo.
Not back there. Okay, I'm not on my computer. Gotcha.
All right, that's just a big cacophony. That's just a big sound mush. Everybody's talking. You hear the echo too, Hellrider? Yeah, it's not the best. Like when they have the mics right in front of them working, that's great. So what I think is those mics are working, and then they're not tied into the board, they're not tied into the camera, and they're being projected out so everybody hears it, and they're being picked up by the mic on the ceilings. I think that's what's happening. Cindy says, I read an article which a very good friend of Matthew's said he was extremely smart, went off the deep end first year of UGA. That's what the parents confirmed. Cindy, yeah, that's what the parents confirmed, that he got into drinking and smoking, and that's what the parents said. He was like in lacrosse. He was, which doesn't really mean anything, but whatever. He was getting good grades in high school. He goes to Georgia, University of Georgia, and he was hitting his head against a wall. That's how high he was. So the parents confirmed that he was smoking, started drinking and drugging, and not the kind of pot we did. Grades started plummeting after first semester. He got so high he didn't know what he was doing. He was living in a dorm, running through a dorm, banging his head against the wall because he was so high. I mean, just yikes. Yikes. Oh, and then Psychosaurus Rex sent us this really great thing about his competency. As long as we have a little bit of time. Okay, so he was evaluated by 3 psychiatrists. One psychiatrist said he's not fit. One psychiatrist said he is competent. During the competency hearing, 2 psychiatrists from Georgia Regional Hospital testified his mental state following a 10-month evaluation. Dr. Wanda Shao maybe, noted his responses and actions were inconsistent with true delusions. His responses, his actions are completely inconsistent with true delusions. The nurses became concerned that he was trying to copy the behavior who were genuinely psychotic. Lance's attorney argued against Donaldson's assessment, claiming he did not spend enough time with Lance and failed to take adequate notes. The defense also raised questions about alleged demonic lights Lance reported seeing. Hey, we've heard about those lights, right? He didn't acknowledge there was any significance to the lights.
Thank you. Everyone have a seat for me. Thank you. We are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz. All parties are present. Okay, are we ready to proceed? Is there anything we need to put on the record?
We are. Judge, would like to put one thing on the record. We had an opportunity to talk about the objection that I might have as to the playing video from Sandy Springs. The state has agreed to put in a couple of photographs and not do video.
Okay,
So we come to that conclusion, so I think we're ready to move on.
okay, all right,
That's
y'all.
correct, Judge.
Anything else we need to put on the record?
So, Judge.
All right, y'all call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Vanna Kelly.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Vanna Kelly, VANNAKELLEY.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Kelly, how are you employed?
I am a firearm and tool mark examiner with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which is commonly known as the ATF.
And how long have you been working there?
It will be 6 years in January.
For the court, can you go over your education, training, and experience that has led you to become a firearm and tool mark examiner for the ATF?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master's in Public Administration. As I was finishing up my master's degree at the University of Georgia in 2011, I was hired by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI. And at that time, in 2011, I served for 1 year at the GBI as a NIBIN technician. NIBIN is NIBIN, and that acronym stands for the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. So essentially, as a NIBIN technician, I was imaging information from fired cartridge cases into a database, and that database will return potentially linked crime scenes to each other. After doing that for a year, I began training as a firearms examiner at the GBI. The GBI's in-house training program to be a firearms examiner was 1 year long, and during that time, I studied several different topics related to firearms examination, which included ammunition, learning about different types of firearms. I went on manufacturing tours to see how firearms are made, manufacturing tours to see how ammunition is made. I also trained other examiners while I was there, and I did, I believe, 5 armorers courses with different firearms manufacturers. So armorers courses are courses that are put on by the gun manufacturers, where basically we fully take apart a firearm, learn about how that firearm and all the parts function, reassemble the firearm, do safety checks to make sure that the firearm is functioning again, and learn about different troubleshooting techniques. Also at the GBI, I did serial number restorations, which is trying to recover a serial number that has been obliterated, that you can't read anymore. And also distance determinations, which were looking at gunpowder particles to try to determine how far the muzzle of the firearm was to the object that got shot. Additionally, since I've been at the ATF, I've went on more manufacturing tours. I'm also an instructor with the National Firearms Examiner Academy, where I teach other firearms examiners throughout the United States how to do different areas like I explained, and also still do serial number restorations. And I received additional training at the ATF in tool mark examination, which is that broader category of tools, including things like bolt cutters, knives, etc. like that, whereas firearms identification, firearms being a specific type of tool. So.
And so in total, you've been with the ATF for 6 years. And does that year-long program that you were with the ATF, does that count in that 6 years, or is that prior to that?
So the year-long training was my initial training with the GBI, and then I had, I think it was additional training months of the tool mark training, in addition to the training I already had from the GBI when I got to the ATF.
Now, have you ever testified as an expert in firearms identification and analysis?
Yes.
About how many times?
92 prior to today.
Ever here in Cobb County?
Yes.
At this time, the state tenders Ms. Kelly as an expert in firearms identification and analysis.
Okay, you got it. She's tendered and accepted as a firearms identification analysis.
Now, for the court, can you kind of explain what it means to be a firearm examiner?
Yes, so as a firearms examiner, my main responsibility is looking at fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to determine if those bullets were fired from the same firearm, multiple firearms, the same thing with cartridge cases. Do the cartridge cases I have represent one firearm, multiple firearms, or if a firearm or multiple firearms are submitted for analysis, I can also create test fires with the firearm and then analyze those bullets and cartridge cases from the firearm to the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene.
Now, generally, can you explain how, I guess the gun works and it interacts with the cartridge case, or the cartridge, then it becomes a casing and so on?
May I use a demonstrative aid?
Sure.
Okay. So
Oh, you've got it up there with you.
yes.
Okay.
What I have is a large-scale plastic model of what I use the term cartridge. So a cartridge is going to refer to a single piece of unfired ammunition. So when all of the pieces are still together, that's called a cartridge. Now, once the cartridge is loaded into the firearm, the trigger is pulled, several things are going to happen. So one of the things that's going to happen is that a firing pin is going to strike in this gray area here and leave an indentation. So this is called the primer, and it's located here on the head of the cartridge case. Also, the cartridge case is where the gunpowder is housed. So inside this cup is where all of the gunpowder would be in the cartridge case, and once that primer is struck here, that's what ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. So when this is all together and that gunpowder has been ignited, what's happening is pressures are building up inside of this cartridge case, and when that pressure becomes too much, that's what pushes the bullet out of the cartridge case and forces it down the barrel of the firearm. So the bullet is then the projectile that's leaving into the firearm, and the cartridge case in some instances will be ejected from the firearm, or if we're talking about a revolver, it would remain in the firearm until manually ejected. And as this ammunition, both the cartridge case, including the primer portion, and the bullet are interacting with the firearm is imparting the information that I'm going to be looking at to make those comparisons and make those conclusions about whether this bullet was fired from the same firearm, or whether the cartridge case was fired from the same firearm as other cartridge cases or from a particular firearm.
Now, how do you go about actually doing that examination if you're sent a cartridge or a spent cartridge to a firearm?
So if I receive a fired cartridge case and a firearm, the first part of my analysis is going to be looking at what are called class characteristics. So class characteristics are measurable features of the specimen that indicate a restricted or a more limited group source. So class characteristics are things that are predetermined by the manufacturer. They're design factors that happen, they're decisions that are made by the manufacturer before the manufacturing process begins. So, for instance, I like to use the analogy of class characteristics. You had to go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. Well, the color blue is a class characteristic. It's an F-150, that's a class characteristic. You know you're looking for a truck. So we're able to quickly narrow down what we're looking for, because anything that's red, that's not a class characteristic. We don't need to consider that. Anything that's a car, a sedan, that's not a class characteristic we're interested in. So class characteristics take the larger group and help us narrow it down. So as far as when I'm looking at a fired cartridge case, some of those class characteristics can be, for instance, the caliber. If I have a 9mm cartridge case, well, is my firearm also 9mm, or is my firearm 45 caliber? Well, if they're both 9mm, then the class characteristics agree. I should investigate this further. But if, the class agreement is not there, then the 9mm cartridge case wasn't fired from a 45 caliber because the class don't agree. So some other things on a cartridge case that are class characteristics would include the type of marks that are left on the primer. Sometimes they can be like parallel lines, sometimes they're arching lines. So all of those would be things I would look at, and also the shape of the firing pin is a common class characteristic to look at as well. So some of the common shapes that we see for the firing pins can include an elliptical shape or also a circular shape. So sometimes the primer will have a rectangle, but we would know that anytime if the primer is a rectangle, then surely it wasn't fired from something that's indicating a circular, because those are two different class characteristics. So the class characteristics are my first level of analysis. Like I said, if the class are in agreement, then I will move on to the second level, which are called individual characteristics. Now, the individual characteristics are the marks that are caused by the irregularities and imperfections on the tool surface. So those can occur incidental to manufacturing, or also after the gun has been produced. There might be damage to the gun, or corrosion, or just using the firearm can all influence those individual characteristics. So it's the individual characteristics that allow me to take that larger class group source and then look at those microscopic imperfections that are imparted onto the ammunition that allow me to then say, yes, this was fired from the same firearm, or no, they were fired from different firearms.
Now, when you're just sent cartridge casings themselves, are you able to just take those and determine whether or not those casings came from one gun?
Yes, even when I do not have a firearm for comparison, I can still take multiple fired cartridge cases and compare them to each other on my comparison microscope, which my microscope allows me to have like a left stage and a right stage. So I basically put a piece of evidence on my left stage, a piece of evidence on my right stage, and when I look through my eyepiece, I'm seeing both of those items side by side under lighting and magnification. So yes, I can compare multiple fired cartridge cases to each other under my comparison microscope.
And basically determine that those casings came from one particular firearm.
If that is the scenario, yes, I can decide, yes, if those individual characteristics I'm seeing, if they're in agreement, then they were fired from the same firearm. But if I'm seeing either class or individual characteristics that are not in agreement, then I would have to conclude they were not fired from the same firearm.
Perfect. Now, are the methods and processes that you take at the ATF, are they reliable?
Yes, and these are the same. These are common in the field of firearms identification to use these processes that I'm talking about, and I use similar processes to do these comparisons both at the GBI and at the ATF.
Now, can someone with the same training and background conduct the same testing and come to the same result?
So all of my testing is actually physically looked at by a second examiner, and that second examiner with the training and experience has to look at the evidence themselves microscopically, and they also reach conclusions. And so before a report can even be issued, two examiners with the training and experience have looked at that and concluded the same things.
Now, is that just the peer review process?
So we actually have multiple levels. First step is once I'm finished with the physical comparison of the evidence, it goes through a process called verification. And that's where that second examiner will take the physical evidence and also look at it on their microscope. And then after they reach their conclusions, then I can put together all of my paperwork, and then it moves on to a technical review process. During the technical review process, another examiner is looking over all of the data that I recorded and all of my photographs and my report to make sure that everything I have assembled for the case file supports the conclusions that I am reporting. In addition to that, it also goes to another process of administrative review where a supervisor will look over the whole case file as well, more for administrative, but they can also call into question anything at that time as well.
Perfect. So I want to direct your attention to this case here. Did you perform a firearm examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, what type of testing were you requested to do?
I received 3 9mm caliber cartridge cases and 1 9mm firearm, and I was asked to compare those cartridge cases to that firearm.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, before we get further, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. State's Exhibits 602, 602, 603, and 604. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I recognize these exhibits. Each of the packages has a label with the ATF case number that I created that has also the item number and my initials on it.
And are these the 9mm casings that were submitted to the ATF for testing?
Yes.
Now, now I'm going to show you 607. Do you recognize 607?
Yes, the package for Exhibit 607 also has the ATF case number label with the item number and my initials on it, as well as I recognize my initials on the trigger guard of the firearm. And additionally, there's a package in the gun box that are the test fires that I created with this firearm.
Now, is this the firearm that was submitted to the ATF for testing for comparison against these casings found in 602, 603, and 604?
Yes.
All right. Now, I may have already asked, were you able to conduct an analysis of these casings to this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And were your findings reduced to a report?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 670. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, Exhibit 670 is a copy of the report I issued in this case.
So is this just your report?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 670 into evidence.
670.
670, yes, Judge.
Is there any objection?
And Judge, we have the same objection as we did on the DNA. It's okay to tender it, but we don't want it to go back to the court.
So the court will admit it over objection. We will address any issues with what the court sees at the end of the case.
Thank you, Judge. May we publish?
Yes.
Now, starting with your report, what is this header up here?
That header is an indication that it was received first at the ATF's Washington lab in Beltsville, Maryland.
And then down here, what's found in this kind of top right corner of the document?
The date of the report is the date that I issued this report. The case number is a case number that is assigned when the evidence arrives at the ATF laboratory. The submission is, there apparently were multiple packages that were submitted, so this being the third. The reference number is the ATF investigative number, so that's another ATF number, but it's separate from our laboratory case number. The title is a title that comes in on the form when they submit it, and then the type of exam is indicating that they want firearms analysis done.
Now, as to a location of this evidence and where it came from, is that listed here as title?
I do not know if that would be consistent with that information.
Was that information just provided to you and then added into your report?
Yes, that is. When the evidence is submitted to the lab, there is a standard form that they fill out, and the title of the investigation is something that would be received on that paperwork into the laboratory.
All right. Now, down here under exhibits, what exhibits in particular were you sent for testing?
So all of these items, the first 3 lines being the individual 9mm cartridge cases, and the final 4th line being the ZEV Technologies model OZ9 9mm pistol. All of those items listed there are the ones that I compared for this case.
And just for the record, can you read out the serial number of the firearm?
The serial number is ZA04909.
Now, for the court, can you describe the process that you took when you did your comparison of these cartridge casings to themselves, then to the firearm?
So yes, the first thing I did was take each of the 9mm fired cartridge cases and put those on my microscope and compared those 3 to each other. After I did that comparison, then I made 2 test fires with the firearm, and then I took the test fires, which also would then be fired bullets and cartridge cases, and I compared those test fires to the group of 3 other cartridge cases.
Now, when it comes to the firearm itself, how do you do that comparison to these cartridge casings?
So the first thing I do is make test fires using the firearm. So in this instance, I took the ZEV 9mm pistol, and we have a large metal water tank. So as the name implies, it's a large tank. It's filled with water, and then on the front side of it is a port, and in that port is where I insert the firearm. And when I fire the firearm, the bullet goes down into the water, and the water serves to slow the bullet down. And then, as I'm test firing it, the cartridge case is ejected into a net that surrounds that port. So then I'm able to collect those samples, because I have now shot this firearm myself. So I know that bullet I'm collecting and these cartridge cases I'm collecting, those are representative samples of the marks this particular firearm is making. So once I have, kind of the apples to apples comparison, now I have the cartridge cases test fired, and I have the evidence from the scene. I can then compare the test fired cartridge cases to those 3 scene cartridge cases.
Now, in some, the 3 9mm cartridge casings that you were submitted, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, first I determined that those 3 9mm cartridge cases were all fired from the same firearm.
Now, after conducting those test fires from the ZEV Technologies model OZ9 9mm pistol, did you compare those test fires to those 9mm casings?
Yes, I did.
Now, what were your results?
I also determined that those 3 cartridge cases were fired from that ZEV Technologies model OZ9 9mm pistol.
And is that notated here under your results and examinations?
Yes, the first line stating a conclusion, which is actually the second line, says the exhibit 9 through 11, which are our ATF numbers. The exhibit 9 through 11 cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the exhibit 12 firearm.
Now, after you came to your specific results, was your findings peer-reviewed?
Well, first, the term we use is verification. So yes, after I have recorded my conclusions and my analysis notes, I then pass that off to the second examiner, who then does the physical comparison of the evidence as well.
And after it went through that process, was your report approved?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Agent Horowitz. Attorney Mary, you may proceed with the cross.
Thank you. Were you asked, Ms. Jelly, to do anything else with this firearm other than to test the cartridge cases?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anybody at the crime lab looked for any trace evidence on the butt of this gun?
Part of my analysis does include recording whether there was any trace evidence that was visible to me. I'm not a trace examiner, but I would not know if a specific trace analyst looked at this firearm or not.
Okay. And You were not asked to make any determination about muzzle to target distance or anything of that nature.
No, sir.
You didn't have any of that information. The only other question that I have is when you fire this weapon, it ejects the cartridge, correct?
Yes.
In this particular type of weapon, how far would this bullet or this cartridge be ejected from the weapon?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. Like I said, when I create my test fires, there is a net that is stopping it from traveling any further. And the distance that it could travel obviously would vary between different types of firearms. And I would say possibly often it is the case that cartridge cases are not recovered from where exactly, because when I do shoot in a range, they're prone to roll, bounce, it could be several reasons why cartridge cases, once they're collected on a scene, are not in the area they would have been if they had only just been ejected from a firearm and then stopped there.
But normally if you find them in a cluster, then you can pretty much tell where the person may be standing at the time the weapon was fired.
That wouldn't be part of my analysis if other people wanted to draw conclusions about that.
Maybe somebody else that might look at that particular area.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Attorney Barry. Any comments? Any follow-up?
None from the state, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Benson, excuse?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so please, thank you.
That is
Right, state, you can call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Sergeant Jeff Inman.
Thank you for raising your right hand. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it is.
I want to see if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Spell the microphone too.
Yeah, you have a seat, and then you can, please state and then spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Sergeant Jeffrey Inman. It's Jefferyinman.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right, Sergeant. How are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How long have you been with the Sandy Springs Police Department?
I'm one of the original officers. I started on July 1st, 2006.
So since 2006, have you been post certified?
I have been. I started with Fulton County in 1997.
So since 1997, you've been post certified?
I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
I was one of the patrolman supervisors, sergeants that were on the road.
Now, did you respond to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
I did.
And is that in Sandy Springs?
It is, yes, it is.
Now, why were you responding to that area?
We got a burglary in progress call that came out. So I started heading that way, and we got a second burglary in progress call that came out in the same location.
Now, around what time did you respond to that location?
And it was around 9 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived to that location, what did you observe?
When I arrived at the location, we had Officer Bips was getting a barrel launcher out of his trunk of his car. The homeowner was out in the driveway, at the end of the driveway near the road. I walked into the house. We had about 8 officers that were in there. Sergeant Roush was standing at the bottom of the staircase talking to somebody at the top of the staircase. Sergeant Petruska was in the process of getting some equipment. I believe it's a ballistic shield. And since I was the third sergeant that arrived on scene, they were busy, I took control of the situation.
Now, while you were you physically inside the house?
I was, yes.
And where in the house were you when Sergeant Roush was having a conversation with the person upstairs?
I initially walked around the main floor, checking to make sure that we had enough personnel that was in the house. I then walked over towards the front door to make sure that we had a perimeter set up on the house. Making sure that nobody can get out of the house without our knowledge.
Now, at some point, did an individual come downstairs?
Yes, he did.
How were they dressed?
They were dressed in camouflage military style outfit.
Now, were officers equipped with body camera?
Yes, they were.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 672. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
And this is off of Sergeant Roush's body cam.
In
Sorry, both of whose body cam?
Sergeant Roush.
Could you spell this one?
RAUSHE, I believe it is.
Thank you.
And is this a screenshot from the body camera of the man coming down the stairs?
It is, yes.
And is it a fair depiction of that recorded on the body camera?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 672 into evidence.
State 672 is admitted.
Now, what we're seeing here in State's Exhibit 672, is this a picture of when the man is coming downstairs?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, once he comes downstairs, then what happens?
At this point, I'm over towards the front door to the home. As the individual was coming downstairs, Sergeant Roush had made a rapport with him, so they were talking and trying to convince him to come downstairs. I heard a commotion behind me, and I turned around, and the individual that was coming down the stairs was basically coming off of the second or third step with his arm raised, coming down at Sergeant Roush, and basically looked like he was in the process of trying to hit Sergeant Roush.
Now, when you saw the defendant looking or attempting to hit Sergeant Roush, what happened after that?
Sergeant Roush raised his arms to block the attack. They started to struggle. They moved into the living room area, and they then went over the back of a couch. At this time, we're now converging in to help Sergeant Roush. And Sergeant Roush is also screaming at the same time. When they got down at the middle of the couch, they basically were kind of intertwined, and they started to roll. When they started to roll, I saw that it was a knife, a small katana knife looking. The individual was then stabbing Roush. I sit there and I yelled out, "Somebody shoot," as I'm drawing my weapon. I had a split second where I had a window. I fired one round, and Sergeant Petruska fired one round, pretty much simultaneously. Sergeant Petruska hit the subject in the chest. I hit the subject in the neck, and the subject then stopped what he was doing and dropped the knife. I then yelled for somebody to handcuff him as I'm reholstering my weapon. I then moved in with Officer Matt Williams and started handcuffing, and then the individual started fighting it. And we finally got him handcuffed. We separated Sergeant Roush from him, and Officer Mike Blythe then started treating Sergeant Roush for his wounds. We then carried the individual outside of the house to the front lawn to where we could then start treating his wounds.
Now, when separated, part of treating the defendant's wounds was that Was kind of tearing off his clothes part of that rendering of it?
It was, yes.
Now, I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 674. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 674?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's out on the front lawn of the house where Sergeant Manny is cutting off the individual's clothes.
And is this a fair and accurate screenshot from one of the body cameras of the incident that was taking place in that front yard?
It is, yes.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 674.
Any objection? I'm sorry. Okay, state 674 is admitted.
Oh, may I call the judge?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember how many layers the defendant was wearing?
He had on several layers of clothing that needed to be cut off.
Do you remember there being any broken glass at the house?
I do not recall any broken glass at the house, no.
Now, after that incident, let me backtrack. Do you recognize the same individual in this courtroom today?
Can we move the monitor? The one on the desk. That appears to be him.
In described article of clothing, too. Sorry, I apologize.
I'm sorry, the gentleman in the yellowish green shirt.
Now, before he was shot, the individual seen in State's Exhibit 674, were you able to see his face?
I was able to see his face when he was out on the lawn, yes.
Why couldn't you see his face when he was inside the house?
When it started out, my back was turned to him. When he came off the stairs and started tapping Sergeant Roush, he also had a hat on, which I believe maybe had face covering on it. The situation was when he attacked Roush, they were together and down, so I did not see his face until he was actually taken outside.
In State's Exhibit 674, is this his face covering here?
Yes.
So in addition to the face covering and the military, was he wearing anything on his hands?
He was wearing gloves on his hands.
Okay. And then on top of the mask, was he wearing something on his head?
And it was what in the military we call a beanie hat. It's a full brim hat around that they use for best described as for reconnaissance units that would wear that.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Attorney Barry, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Good day. Did you ever take a statement from Matthew while you were on the scene there that day?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, did he say anything to you of any significance?
He uttered some statements while I was in the process of handcuffing, yes.
And what were those statements?
He called us several names. One of the names was, he called us the N-word. He called us pussies. Those are the two main ones that I do recall. And I do recall him screaming and yelling at the same time.
Okay. Did he indicate to you why he had gone to that house?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see what automobile he arrived in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Nobody pointed out to you the vehicle where it might be sitting?
Not at that time, because what happened was when I got to the scene, I was in control of the scene. So I was not there to interview the subject. I was there to get the subject out of the house.
Monitor what was going on there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement with Matthew after that?
I did not know.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any Horowitz, any additional questions for Sergeant Inman?
No, Judge.
All right, witness the excuse.
Yes, Judge.
Right, you excuse Sergeant Inman.
Thank you, Judge.
Right, I think it's a natural ending point. It's right about 5 o'clock. Before we adjourn for the evening, is there anything that we need to put on the record? Any procedural concerns or issues?
Not that I know of at this point here.
No, Your Honor. All right, so we'll open the courtroom about 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for you all to be able to come in and get ready, and we'll start back in the state with ready for your next witness at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Please be safe.
All right. Do you guys want to see the body cam again? I kind of want to see the body cam again. I was hoping we would see it with this witness. Let me know. Do you want to see the body cam again? We watched it in day 1. Let me know. Body cam, yay, nay. All right, so that was Sergeant Jeff Inman. Actually, let's go back to Vanna Kelly, firearm expert. She goes over all kinds of, all of her, yes. Okay, all right, I'll play the body cam. Quick recap. Vanna Kelly, basically she received and tested 3 9mm casings, 1 9mm firearm, compared them, confirmed the casings were from the same firearm. Then Sergeant Jeff Inman, I'm going to show the body cam in a second, so yep, I'll play it. So he was there, and it was 90 Cameron Cam Drive in Sandy Springs. Responds to a burglary in progress. There were 8 officers in the house. 1 officer was talking to the suspect on the top of the stairs. That was Sergeant Rausch. Now we know his name, so we'll watch his body cam in a second. He sees, Sergeant Inman sees Rausch struggling with the suspect. He saw a small knife. He yells out, "Somebody shoot." So he fires 1 round, and another officer fires another. He shoots Matt in the back of the neck. I don't know how Matthew survives, to be quite honest. He gets shot here, which I can understand, and we'll see it. They show it. But he gets shot in the back of the neck. How he survives, I don't know. All right, so he's calling them the N-word. He's calling them the P-word. I mean, yikes, dude, yikes. He's just going on with these guys. Holy smokes. All right, let's play the body cam. Body cam coming up. All right. We played this on day 1. Let's play it again because it is pretty interesting. Creepy. It's creepy. I personally think this is creepy. All right, body cam.
Hey, sir, did you call? Yes, sir. Hey, so is there someone actively in your house right now? Yes, sir. Where's he at? Hey, puppy. You know this guy?
No, not at all.
Okay.
He's going upstairs. I told him not to go upstairs and he just went upstairs.
Okay. Has he got any weapons or anything like that?
I can't tell. He's
okay.
I don't know.
Hey, it's the police department. Come on down. What's your name? Hello? Your house is next door. It's not this one.
I don't believe that.
It is. It's next door, man. This is the residence of...
No.
What's that?
This would not be considered illegal trespassing, would it?
No, man. Not if you come out right now and talk to us.
That's what I'm afraid of, is that it will be twisted.
No, we're not going to twist anything like that, you know?
Next door, you said?
Yeah. You got close, but not close enough, you know? Come down right now. We'll go next door with you if you want.
I think you have to come up.
Why?
Because I'm not doing anything.
What do you mean? I just walk down the stairs. We'll go with you. Come on. What's your name? Yeah, come down right now and we'll go next door with you. You're in the wrong house. You scared this poor old lady out here. She was sleeping.
I suppose we could take it next door, could we?
Yes, of course. Come on.
Are you afraid to come up?
No, I just am down here waiting for you. That's it. You've been downstairs before, right?
I can't get downstairs.
Why not? Well, we got to go next door anyway, so you got to, right? You got to come down so we can go next door. We're waiting. This is the wrong house, you know. You don't recognize anything upstairs, do you?
It's all pretty clear right now.
What's clear?
That nothing's going on.
Nothing is going on. Just come downstairs so we can go. What's that? What?
That's what I figured. Yeah.
You didn't come downstairs?
Are you too scared?
No? Are you too scared to come downstairs?
No.
Are you sure?
What's that?
Do that in this house?
I said no.
Oh, come on.
Well, if we have to. Don't we have to. I was just getting prepared.
I'm right at the bottom of the stairs waiting for you.
Here, man, go ahead and hold the pressure. You gotta hold off on that right this moment so we have to keep this out.
Are you ready to come downstairs?
I'm just chilling right now. Nothing to see where everything is right now.
Well, stay right there so we can come get you. Or else come downstairs, yeah? That's where he was. That's where he was. Hey, come to the top of the stairs, okay? Huh? Hey, just come to the middle landing of the stairs. Yeah, just walk down to this middle landing, okay? What's your name?
Consider it based on?
What? What'd you say your name was? Matthew. Hey, Matthew, come on down to the steps, okay? So we can go to your house. You're not in your house right now.
How do you know that?
Because we have the homeowner outside, it's the little old lady. These are the only steps up. These are the only steps up. Vice. Are these the only steps up? Hey, hey, come on down, man. Come on down. Go.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, officer inside. Guys are with him. He's been shot twice. Hey, chill out. Chill out, man. You gotta lay on this way.
If you will stay still in one position, we'll let you stay there.
We're gonna take care of it. Yeah, go.
All right, so there you go. So, yeah, he just comes down and just stabs the officer right here. He gets shot in the neck and the chest. I don't know how he survives a shot in the neck, but I guess he does. And he got tasered as well. And I'm pretty sure he got tasered. Yeah, pretty sure he got tasered as well. No, that was him. That was him. That was his neck. Wait, was that the officer's neck? I thought that was his neck. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the officer's neck. I thought that was his neck. Okay, so the officer got stabbed. That's the officer's neck? Oh, officer's injuries, duh. Okay. All right, I thought that was his. Okay, so that's the officer got stabbed. All right. I heard taser, right? I heard a taser. Yep, I heard taser. So... yeah, no, it was the officer. I'm not going to show it because, yes, I showed this day one and YouTube got a little wonky with it, so I don't want to linger on it. I don't want to linger on it too much. If you guys want to rewind and pause and watch it, go ahead. I don't want to linger on it too much because I played this during day one or at the beginning of day one, and YouTube got a little squirrely with us. So if you guys want to rewind it, go ahead. You can do that on your own. But yeah, there you go. There you go. So I was hoping that they said that they were going to show body cam in opening statements, and then they had the officer that was there, Officer Inman, he was there. And I thought we were going to see the body cam, but they did not. So, yeah, just rewind a few seconds. I'm not going to talk long. I'm going to pop off now anyway. But yeah, you guys can just rewind and watch it at slow mo and all to your heart's content. Anyway, all right, you guys. That's going to conclude it for us today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. We will pick up again tomorrow, 8:45 Eastern. And that was day 2. They've gone through 11 witnesses in 2 days. And now we got to this incident. So we've heard all about, now we heard about the Hicks. And now we're hearing about this other family. Oh, you know what I wanted to show you? There is one thing I wanted to show you. This is what I wanted to show you guys. This is the distance between his mom and dad's house and where that happened, where he just did the stabbing. I wanted to show you this. I do want to show you this. It's about 18 miles. So hold on. Hold on. All right, so this is about 18 miles. So this is where he lives, way up here. He lives way up here, and this is where the Hicks, right? That's where the Hicks is. Well, actually, oh shoot, no. Don't want to do that. Ah, crap. All right, so he lives here. This what is that again? Verbena Drive. So this is where he lives, and the Hicks, actually the Hicks live there. He lives over here. And then he shoots them on the 17th, and then he drives all the way down here. And this is Marietta. He's coming into Marietta. He drives and then there's Atlanta. He drives all the way past Marietta, all the way down here. And this is where he stabbed. 2 days later, then he stabs. He breaks into this home and he ends up stabbing the officer. So what and why, right? Well, right? Kaylee, what was he even doing in that neighborhood? Amber, yeah, why was he 18 miles away? I'm so confused. None of this makes sense. That's the thing. That is what's so crazy about this. He just was randomly driving, I guess. Like, what is the point? And then don't forget, he was going to school at UGA, University of Georgia, in Athens, which is way the heck over here. Then he's going to school way over here. This is where he was going to school in Athens. He was going right over here is Athens. He was going to school here. And he was living... So there's Athens. Athens is over here, far right? There's Athens. His parents live way over here, right there. His parents live there. And then he ends up attacking these people, or he didn't attack them, I'm sorry. He shoots the Hickses here, and then he just randomly drives and breaks into a home way down here. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. So, and you can see it's like 19 miles. It's about 18 miles, 37. I mean, was he just driving randomly? And he says, yeah, let me just pull off. Because he was on a highway, right? Yeah, he's on 75. He was on a highway. He's on a highway and he just gets off. He had to take a highway. Unless, right? It just makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. So... all right, you guys, trying to bring you all the data that I can. So thank you for watching, and appreciate you guys. Thank you to the new members that have joined us, and thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. I always leave you, Dwayne, if you're watching, I'll leave you with Super Bowl. Super Bowl's chilling. Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Super Bowl's all, what's up? Oh, it's a good girl. Oh, big yawn from Super Bowl. That's a good girl. All right. All right, you guys, have a good night. We will see you tomorrow at 8:45 Eastern, and be sure you do something good for yourselves tonight. Try not to take this into the rest of your evening. Do something, make yourselves feel good about humanity, because we definitely cover things that make you question where we're all heading and what's going on. But hopefully, do something good for yourself. Pet a cat if you have one. Pet a dog. Pet a parrot. Yep. Have some alone time with little kitty, if that makes you feel better. If not, do something to take care of yourselves and your mental well-being. All right, you guys, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. I got to go feed kitties. Have a good one, and we will see you then. Bye.